Good morning. Wow. So I gotta confess, given the number of emails I've gotten in the last, as I mentioned last night, between COVID and the hurricane, wasn't sure if anybody would show up. So this makes me feel good. It actually is kind of wild. If y'all weren't here last night, I got an email from a guy who said, I wanted to come and I can't come. My house is like under a foot of water in South Carolina. Just the hurricane is taking people out, including, unfortunately, Glenn Youngkin last night, and Speaker Johnson was going to come in, say hello, and then leave, and the Air Force apparently doesn't like to fly in the middle of hurricanes with the second in line to the presidency. But he did send a video, which we'll get to. A couple of housekeeping items for you. I want to say this out of the gate. This is the 11th of these that I have done. We started in 2009, and we've been going ever since with breaks for COVID and things like that. Next year, we're not gonna do something like this. So as my radio show has grown now, I'm around the country from Sacramento to Miami to Hartford, Connecticut, and so many of you have flown in. There are people from 47 states and Canada in the room. And so, we're going to start doing a road show next year, and we'll come to you so you don't have to come to me, and do smaller events, probably multiple ones, but also make it a little more. Like, for example, so I'm on in Tulsa now, and we've got multiple, we've got the governor, the state school superintendent, and a congressman from Oklahoma. So instead of them coming to me, I should be able to go to them. We can sit down with my affiliate in Tulsa and do something for listeners in Oklahoma. Or I'm in Miami and Orlando and Jacksonville, go to Florida. Instead of having Ron DeSantis come here, I'll go to Ron DeSantis. So next year will be a little different, but this year will be fun. A couple of housekeeping notes here. As I said last night, this is my favorite conference, not because it's mine, it's my favorite conference because everybody is so great and nice. It's not a rowdy crowd. I really have a no boo, no heckle policy at this conference because I don't agree with everything that everybody I have on stage says, but I think as someone who represents a portion of the right, we should be able to have broad conversations with a vast spectrum of the right, because everybody in the right now has figured out what the hell do we actually believe, what are we going to fight for? I mean, we've even got tariffs coming back, which I thought were on the ash heap of history, and we've got people in the right now thinking maybe we should bring them back. So we should have those conversations respectfully. Whether it's the governor of Georgia, the governor of Florida, or Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who I have disagreed with him many times and said so, and also this is the first time he's done an event outside of Kentucky since 2019, his first sit-down interview for something like this in a very long time, and yet he was willing to come here to sit with us and have a conversation with me, who's been a critic, and to talk about why the Senate still matters and why Republicans matter and why the country matters. And also, I personally think seeing him take all the arrows for refusing to fill Antonin Scalia's seat with Merrick Garland, he's deserved a round of applause by the right because of what has happened since then. So I'm excited to have these conversations for the next couple of days. I'm delighted to have you guys with me here. My dad is here. If you see another Erick Erickson who looks like me in an older fashion, you'll know what I'll look like when I get into my 80s or thereabouts, wearing his Rush Limbaugh tie, which he gave to me and then took back this morning because he knew I wasn't going to wear a tie on stage, which is fine, totally fine. I'll get it back in the will. Now, today is going to be, and I want to apologize in advance, a longer day than any of us probably anticipated, particularly after lunch. If you need to get up and leave to go to the restroom, don't worry about it. You're not going to offend us. I'd rather you get up and leave than heckle or boo somebody. But Senate Republican leader McConnell, they reached out 2 weeks ago and said, if you can accommodate us, he can come. He hasn't done an event like this. He would actually really like to come. So we had to scrap this afternoon's break after lunch and rearrange the schedule to be able to fit him in, because, I mean, if I can get him, I wanted to get him. So if you need to float in and out, that's fine. One thing I ask, please, for the love of God, all that is decent and holy in life, look at your cell phone, make sure it's in mute or turned off. Now, I will say last year I did that, I feel, to this day, this is a year later, I feel bad. There was a lady right up front, and her phone started ringing, and I made an offhanded comment, and she didn't want to come back, and it turns out her son had just upgraded her to the new iPhone, and she didn't know there was a button on the side that you have to push in to mute it. She had no idea how to turn her phone off. And I felt horrible because she was so upset. So I'll try to be very nice on stage and not actually like shame people, but please turn your phone off or into mute, and I'll remind you again after lunch if I remember, because that just gets so annoying. We're now in like how many years since the invention of the cell phone, and we still have them ringing throughout conferences. So that being said, the Speaker of the House wanted to be with us and could not be with us. And so I would like to, I haven't even seen the video from the Speaker of the House, and so Mike Johnson has sent us a video.
Hi, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson here. I want to welcome you all to the gathering. Wish I could be there with you in person, but we're crisscrossing the country right now to try to raise the necessary resources to grow the House majority and help win back the Senate and the White House. We're bullish about November, and I believe we're going to actually be able to do that. As I'm traveling around the country right now, I'm talking with people in blue states and swing districts from coast to coast, north, south, east to west, and reminding them that right now we're no longer in a battle just between two parties. We're now in a battle between two competing visions for who we are as a nation and who we're going to be. As conservatives, we believe in the principles, the founding principles of America that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. It's not even close. The principles of individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. The things that made us the most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent nation in the history of the world are in question right now because the progressives are trying to take us over the ledge. We will stand firm, and I absolutely believe that together we are going to get another opportunity that will emerge through this valley, get out of this valley, come to a much brighter place. So I want to thank Erick Erickson for all he's done over the years to stand for these causes, for all of you, for your ongoing commitment. And I pray that we are successful, that indeed God will give us another chance to save this great republic. Thanks for being there. God bless you. We'll see you soon.
Now, I know how all this goes, and so I want to say thanks to a couple people up front before we get started. One is to Charlie, my producer, right hand, couldn't get anything done without him, who plans and organizes all this and runs interference for me. Also Philip, who does digital for me, who's going to be putting stuff online. There's somebody else I want to recognize floating around. I don't know where he is yet because I can't see because there's a spotlight in my friend David Cannon. I want to highlight David, who for free last year and now this year has showed up to photograph the event. Now, I want to highlight him because I want to get him some business because I love his family too. If you've ever subscribed to Bass Pro or Cabela and you've seen the really beautiful pictures of fly fishing in like South Africa, that's David's picture. David flies all over the world for Cabela and Bass Pro. He does stuff for Coke and Home Depot and Big Green Egg. And so we've got his talent in the room this weekend taking pictures. And if you are a small business, David, I think in the last 100 days has been 5 in his own bed at home with his wonderful family. So if you want to send him some business, if you see the tall, goofy guy with the camera walking around, maybe with a pint of Haagen-Dazs in his hand, David's a great photographer. If you don't believe me, just go look at your local Bass Pro Shop and check out the fly fishing pictures. So thanks, David, for volunteering to come with his wife, Stephanie, to take pictures this weekend. And also to my assistant, Candace Gordon, who she and Charlie and Philip together keep me in line. She left her husband to be with us. I say that jokingly. Her husband sent her with him to a business conference in Dallas, Texas, day before yesterday, and we woke up to a text message at 7 a.m. saying, I've left Ramon, I'll be there at 11. So thank you to Candace for coming back to save us and keep us in line. Now, all that being said, let's start to the day. If you haven't been here before, the conversation format is 30 minutes on stage. Many of you have submitted questions. I will weave those questions in. We actually have a guy here somewhere, he may not be in the room yet, from Halifax, Canada, who even submitted questions for the American politicians. Thank you for your hatred of Justin Trudeau. I appreciate that greatly. So, let me introduce my first guest. You all know him. And let me just give you a little background from my vantage point. In 2018, I interviewed every candidate, Democrat and Republican, running for governor in the state of Georgia. And almost to a person, everyone came in with this massive entourage, except this one guy just kind of came in with a guy, sat down, leaned back in the very cushy chair, and we had a great conversation, no pretension whatsoever. And the actual other person who came without a big entourage at the time was the governor of Georgia, Stacey Abrams. These two then wound up going head-to-head in the general election, and if you believe Hillary Clinton, my next guest didn't win, Stacey Abrams won, but of course, we know she went on to be the president of Earth in Star Trek. What we got instead was a guy who came in under the shadow of the then president of the United States, and a lot of people in the suburbs in Georgia thought, well, he's that guy's guy, he's not my guy. And he then defined himself as his own person. And what have we gotten in the state? Some of the most robust economic growth, the first state out of lockdowns from COVID, school choice, massive construction projects outside of Metro Atlanta. And if you ever listen to me on radio, living in Macon, Georgia, an hour and a half south of here, driving between there and the beach, often on I-16, the most desolate stretch of interstate outside of Montana. And if there are members of the legislature here, the speed limit should be no speed limit on that road, but that's another point. There are now, in rural Georgia, where there used to be nothing, there are massive construction projects because the governor of the state of Georgia decided, instead of being the governor of Atlanta and north of I-20, that there was actually this whole expanse of a state south of I-20 that also deserved good jobs for people so that they also weren't crowding into Atlanta and further destroying traffic. And it's worked. If you drive from here to Savannah, Georgia, go through Macon, head on I-16, you will see one of the most massive construction projects in the country. It is a massive Hyundai factory that's being built for their hybrid and electric vehicles. There are massive projects happening like that all over the state, in rural parts of the state, in parts of the state that used to not get the attention of the government in Atlanta. And all of that is because we have a governor who has a heart for Georgia, not just for Atlanta. He also has a deep passion for Georgia, the school with the football team, which is about my wife's only bone to pick with him because her dad went to Georgia Tech, but we can't all be basketball schools. So, without further ado, my friend, the governor of the state of Georgia, Brian Kemp.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So let me get the awkward question out of the way first. This past Saturday, had a candidate for president come to Georgia, had some choice words for you, and then some of his supporters did a press conference and suggested you might need to be in jail. So, how's the campaign trail going?
Yeah, going good. You know, I was kidding with a small audience the other day, and I said, you know, we had this big storm come through the state this week, and then now we're dealing with Tropical Storm Debbie. So it's our second storm we've dealt with. But you know what? We weathered both of them. We're doing great in the state. And I would just, a lot of noise out there, as you can imagine, a lot of distractions, which in my opinion is not what we need to be doing right now in the presidential campaign or on any of the campaigns that we're running in the state of Georgia to keep our majorities in the House and in the Senate. And so, despite all of that noise, my position has not changed. I've said a long time before, the presidential primary ever started, when we had all those great candidates that were running, that I was going to support the nominee, that we were going to use our political operation to win Georgia despite past grievances, differences in a political opinion, maybe ideals, issues, whatever the case may be with any individual or the former president. Like, it is in all of our best interest that we win in Georgia in 2024, unlike we did in 2020. And we have the path to do that, like my campaign did, and the rest of the state ticket, whether it's Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, Secretary of State, Agriculture Commissioner, School Superintendent, Public Service Commission candidates, we all won in 2022. We all had libertarians on the ballot. Nobody went to a runoff in state races because we ran on our record. And that's what we need to be doing now. In my opinion, regardless of, all the different things that have happened, we cannot afford 4 more years of the Biden-Harris agenda and now the Harris-Walz agenda, which I think would be even more radical than the Biden-Harris agenda is. And so that's what we're doing. People talk about our political operation, our ground game that we put in place to tackle and really offset what Stacey Abrams did in 2018 that we didn't really know much about, that we saw work in 2020, and we just decided, look, we cannot rely on other people for our ground game in Georgia. So we raised an extra $50 million in the re-election campaign. We paid to do the door knocking, we paid to do the modeling, we paid to do the tracking, we paid to do the phone calls. We put our own people on the ground with a lot of great volunteers in the state and had a better operation than the Democrats did in 2022. So we learned what the playbook was. And we've got to do the same thing in 2024. So people that are talking about, the ground game and turning it over or working for the party, we're already doing that. We were doing that a month ago. I mean, we're knocking doors right now. We've already modeled people in our state house districts, and we're working on making sure that we turn base turnout out for people that traditionally vote early in our state, whether it's by mail or in-person early voting, that, will be here before you know it. And so that's what we're doing to support Republicans up and down the ticket in Georgia. And then also, I was with Senator Graham and Senator Daines and Senator Ernst with our great candidate in Montana, Tim Sheehy, I guess it was 2 nights ago. And we've done events for Sam Brown in Utah, Dave McCormick, Pennsylvania, Larry Hogan in Maryland, Pete Ricketts in Nebraska, trying to help get back control of the U.S. Senate. I had a great visit at the convention with Speaker Johnson, so we're committed to doing our part either nationally or in the state to hold our majorities. I don't think that's going to be an issue with our Republican incumbents in Georgia. But, my point is we all need to be working hard to keep Georgia moving in the right direction. If we can do in 2024 what we did in 2020, it will end the narrative that Georgia is a purple state. It's a tough state here now. It's a lot different than it was when I first got into politics, when Sonny Perdue won the governor's race and we took control of the state Senate. But it's still a state we can win if we have, all the mechanics and things that you need to do in an election. We raise enough money, and then we have good candidates. And so, regardless of all the noise, we're plowing ahead.
So, you sure are hanging out with a lot of people running for the U.S. Senate. Any thoughts on your future?
Well, I'm hoping that maybe, we get big enough majorities in the U.S. Senate that I don't have a lot of pressure to have to do that in the future.
I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of people ask me about that. Look, I've told people that is a distraction. Y'all, that is a distraction. I know there's going to be a lot of great people here at the conference. There's a lot of great people out there that can do a lot of really good things in 2026 and perhaps 2028, but we need to keep our eye on the prize for 2024. I've said that for a long time. We all need to be laser focused. We can worry about who's running for what, for the governor's office or any other constitutional office in Georgia in 26, taking our U.S. Senate seat back, which we absolutely need to do to have a conservative from Georgia in the United States Senate. It's not supposed to be the way it is right now, and I'm committed to doing that. And, however that ends up working out, we'll see. But right now, we need to stay focused for the next, whatever it is, 89 days on winning this state, winning the U.S. Senate back, holding the House, and getting Donald Trump back in the White House.
So I can ask you this question unlike a lot of people because you served your first term, there was a Republican in the White House. Second term, now there's a Democrat in the White House. What is the collaborative difference between having someone of your party in the White House versus someone who's not?
Well, the thing that really bothers me about the Biden-Harris administration is, for the biggest thing, well, there's two really things that stick out to me. Number one, they're picking winners and losers in Washington, D.C. If you look at the IRA, I mean, we wrote a letter to our 2 U.S. senators before they voted on our IRA and said, look, this bill as written is going to pick winners and losers. It's going to help, you know, the big three automakers, the union-backed companies, and, you know, really pick winners and losers for the funding that was going to be out there post-IRA. You look back to when you had the Trump administration during COVID and they were passing COVID relief bills, everything was done per capita. So, you know, Georgia would get the same amount per person in a disaster relief bill that California would. You know, and the relief bills that passed under the Biden-Harris administration, if you had reopened during COVID and your unemployment rate was low, you would get less money per capita than a state like California that hadn't done that had higher unemployment rates. So they were rewarding people for staying closed longer versus just treating everybody across the country that was fair. So those, you know, those inequities for the administration that's supposed to be for equity and inclusion, they were not. But the other thing is, and I think we talked about this, I guess it was last year when I broke my pencil out and we were talking, and I had the, you know, if you don't win, you don't get the pencil, you don't get to write the rules and regulations. And, you know, in this case, if we win the White House back and get conservatives back in office in charge of all these executive branch agencies and, you know, commissions, whether it's the SEC, the FCC, you know, Federal Trade Commission and other things, you get the pencil back. So you can start erasing the dumb rules that they've written. I mean, they are legislating by rulemaking in Washington, D.C. right now. And our, thankfully, conservative majority on the Supreme Court with the Chevron case undid a lot of that. But it's going to take years to undo really them pencil whipping us. So those are two things to me that really stand out. Regardless of, you know, I just was reading on the way over here, I know the Harris campaign has a new ad about how tough on the border she is.
Yeah.
I mean, and how she's going to, you know, hire more border patrol agents and how, you know, she's going to support this tough border bill. And my thing is like, hey, just remember, you're in office right now. You could do that right now without being elected president if you could talk Biden into doing it. And I remind people, Republican governors have been complaining about the problem at the border for years. We have done press conferences. We've asked for meetings. We've put out policy agendas of 10 or 12 things that we could do to secure the border, and we know they will work because they were done, you know, by the previous administration. And you had the governors supporting the Trump administration by sending National Guard troops, and you didn't have the chaos that you saw early in the Biden administration. It finally got so bad they had to do something about it because they were getting killed politically on that issue. And, you know, I remind people, the Democrats had complete control of all three branches in the legislative process, the House, the Senate, and the White House from 2020 to 2022, when we were all complaining about the border. The Republican governors were, and they did nothing. And that's what people need to remember when they go to the ballot box in November.
Let me ask you about some state policy. You know, I'm actually in treatment as a recovering lawyer. I've got another couple of steps to go in the recovery process. I've noticed over the last number of years up I-75, we're getting more and more trial lawyer billboards from lawyers in Florida who, as they've enacted tort reform, seem to be infesting the state of Georgia. What's your view on tort reform and what the legislature here might be able to do? Well,
we need it. No doubt about that. As a small business owner, both Marty and I, which we have the greatest first lady in the country, Marty Kemp's here with us today. But you know, both of us have been small business owners for over 30 years now, and you know, I hear from small business people. I'm hearing from our Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 100, just rank and file people that are out there. We need to do tort reform. We had a lot of success last session working with the House and the Senate and got a couple of bills passed. We had a couple other things that we got something done, but probably didn't get it done in the way we needed to. And then we passed a bill that was really part of our legislative package that's allowing us to work with our insurance commissioner, who I think General John King's in the audience.
Over there.
Great American, first Latino elected statewide official constitutional officer in our state, and a great.
Thank you for not saying Latinx.
Yeah, a great, just retired from the National Guard, helped build a border wall, COVID response all over the country, just a great American. But we're working, our bill allowed us to work with John and his team and the insurance companies to get the data that we need so we can really figure out like what the rifle shots that we need to do legislatively to stabilize costs or even bring costs down and help right the ship. I mean, we want the system to be fair for everybody, but right now it's really moving more toward the trial lawyer side, and it's killing people on the cost side and hurting our business environment. And I've told my trial lawyer friends that. A lot of them realize that. But that being said, it's going to be a tough fight. But I announced at the Georgia Chamber event 2 days ago that we're going to be holding some roundtables around the state, bringing in some of the people that have been adversely affected by the environment that we have, lost coverage and other things, and really start making the case to the public and the legislators as to why we need to do more than we've done now. But make no mistake, it will be a tough fight. So if anybody out there is willing to be helpful in that fight, I would just make sure you're talking to your legislators, telling them real world stories about what's happening out there. I mean, I had a company that dropped some insurance coverage on some office warehouse space that we have. Thankfully, that's a good market and there's other carriers that we could go to. But, some industries are losing their carrier and they have nowhere to go. And this has been an issue in Florida, in Texas, and other states around the country. And so we need to do something legislatively, and we're looking forward to working with the General Assembly to do that.
So, other policy issue, we've now, I think this past year, become one of 8 states to expand school choice. And I appreciate your leadership in actually publicly supporting after a number of years in the state trying to get Republicans on board, and yet here we now at least have put our foot in the water.
Well, look, I am so proud and thankful of the General Assembly for what they did on school choice. The Education Secretary came down the other day and was criticizing what we did, and I'm like, I do not understand how you can criticize taking kids that are in failing schools and giving them an option to where they can get out of that failing school and get an education that they deserve in our state. I mean, to me, that is an absolute no-brainer. So we're in the process of implementing all of that right now. I'm very thankful to all the advocates that are out there that are going to help on the public awareness campaign to let people know what options are out there. We need to make sure that we implement this well and have great success with that. And so that's exactly what we're going to do. And, hopefully the Education Secretary and the federal government can figure out how to fix the FAFSA form that they continue to delay to help people get financing for college educations, which has created a mess all over the country.
So we were going to have this guy here, real tall guy. I think you've probably met him, but he had this hurricane come through his state and he had to cancel. And he actually wanted to come down and brag about how Virginia is like the greatest economic engine in the country. So I was kind of glad he wasn't here because it clearly is a lie, because I live in Georgia and know how much better you are than Glenn Youngkin. You may be shorter, but you actually generate a lot of economic power in this state.
Well, some people, when they lie, their nose gets long. I think Glenn gets taller. No, I'm just kidding.
Gotta tell him you said that.
No,
yeah.
Well, he's not actually lying, though. They did win CNBC's #1 state for business, and I texted him and congratulated him on that. We were in the top 5 again, which is great. CNBC, some of their criteria, we don't like being #1 in some of their criteria.
Yeah.
If you actually look at it.
For those of you who don't know, like access to abortion and things like that have now become business
social
criteria.
issues weighing into the business equation, which to me, it should be investments, jobs, your business environment, but they've kind of expanded that, but whatever. we're happy with our stand, and we're still, for 10 years in a row, the best state in the country for business when you have the people that are actually making the site selection decisions. The consultants that are working with the companies, they still continue to, or have at least for the last 10 years, ranked Georgia #1. But you know, y'all, that's what's so great about the South. Governor Youngkin, Governor Ivey, Governor McMaster, Governor Lee, such competition, Governor Abbott. We are always competing with other states in the South, and we've done incredibly well. We've had 3 record years in a row. The good thing, I think, for somebody like myself that ran on strengthening rural Georgia, I think over half the jobs we've created, which I think is up to like 170,000 now in the last 5.5 years, or the private sector companies have created that they're bringing to Georgia. You know, over half of them are happening in areas of our state outside the 12 metro county regions. So literally dotting the whole map in Georgia, giving economic opportunity no matter somebody's zip code. Over 70% of the investment dollars, which is, you know, billions now, is going outside of the 12 metro regions. And these are just projects the state has worked. This is not talking about just the organic growth that's happening in Atlanta or Columbus or Macon or Savannah every day. So I will take what we've done the last 3 years and put that up against anybody in the country. And we probably talked about this last year, but for the first time a year and a half ago, GDP growth combined in the South, when you count really Texas all the way over to South Carolina, outpaced the Northeast for the first time ever in the history of the country. And it's because of the Republican governors. It's because of the business environment, and it's because, you know, the environment in the Northeast and in places like California, I mean, they are literally just running people out of their states. And we're glad to take them as long as they vote our way.
Yeah. I have not been up to North Georgia and seen that on 75 up towards Dalton, the project up there, but I've driven past that Hyundai plant outside of Savannah. That is a massive facility. One of the things that I guess I should ask, because a friend of mine's involved with that project, and like you've now got local governments. For those of you who don't understand, this thing is like 1.5 miles long construction project in a rural part of the state, where now you've got this local towns that may not have the local infrastructure to handle all the people who are going to be coming in, which is a good and bad thing.
Growth is definitely a challenge down there, which, you know, we're working with them on that. I mean, this facility is incredible, y'all. And this is the thing about IRA. The Hyundai plant, Rivian, the SK battery plant, all announced before IRA ever passed. So, you know, the Biden-Harris administration, Marty got so mad a while back because they were running an ad like taking credit for all those jobs coming. The SK battery plant up in Commerce, Georgia, if you ever seen it when you've driven up 85 North, Governor Deal announced that in the transition. I was with him, and then we announced the expansion in 2019. Joe Biden was not even in office when that happened. So, like, for them to take credit for this.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, no, they forgot. But so, you know, these things were coming anyway. And so, like, the way they incentivized and then pick winners and losers, it's just bad public policy. But regardless of that, the Hyundai plant, we have gotten, I think, 12 or 14 suppliers for that plant, too, in places like Dublin, Statesboro, Metter, Effingham County. So you're going to see really a transformation in these communities. But we're also putting hundreds of millions of dollars into infrastructure on roads. We put $1.6 billion additional dollars into our freight and logistics plan last year with the support of the General Assembly. I'm very thankful to them for that. It's going to help us address transportation needs in that corridor. Probably $600 million of that will be ended up designated to the freight plan in that corridor. We put another $250 million into a low-interest revolving loan fund over at GFA that many of you remember that Hunter Hill, who ran for governor as a state senator, is working for the state now, and I appointed him to the GFA director, and he's working on these low-interest loans that local communities can get to build out their water and sewer infrastructure. And then we're also doing a lot of that through the incentive packages for the companies. And so And then we have spent over $50 million too with grants that will go to local communities to help with workforce housing, because it's our belief and the General Assembly's belief that, you know, if you're living, you should be able to afford to live where you're working in our communities across the state. So like, even though we have challenges, we have a lot of solutions that we've been working with the locals on. So I'm really excited about the future, and it's going to be transformational. I mean, people now that are graduating with a, say, engineering degree from Georgia Southern University, they're not having to move to Atlanta if they don't want to. You know, they can stay home, they can move to Savannah, you know, they can stay where they grew up. That is the values of our state, and it's what makes Georgia the best state to live, work, and raise your family.
Before we wind down, I should ask you, we did have Debbie roll through. How much storm damage did we as a state sustain from that?
Yeah, a lot. We're actually headed to the airport right after this, and we're going to fly to the Savannah airport, get on helicopters with Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper, and a lot of the legislators will be on the ground. We're going to fly and see a lot of the flood damage. It was mainly a water event after the first evening when the storm came up from Florida, kind of came through the Valdosta area. Was a good bit of power out at one time, around 50 or 60,000, I think it was. They got that back on relatively quick after the first wave of the storm went through. After that, the winds kind of died down where they were a lot more tolerable, but the rain kept circling back around. And we got lucky. There was two tracks. One track was going to take the storm out off the coast of Savannah, regain strength, and it was going to, you know, boomerang back around and hit Savannah again a day or two later. The second model had it going on up the coastline, which it did, and it really pounded South Carolina and North Carolina with rain. But we had places like Statesboro, Scriven County, and others that had over a foot of rainfall in a very short amount of time, which created dams busting, which created homes below those dams getting washed away, being underwater. And so there's significant damage to, we had roads washed out. We're still inspecting bridges. So even though, and what's so crazy about these storms, like people in Atlanta or in Athens, we didn't get a drop of rain. You wouldn't even hardly known we even had a storm come through. But for people that were down there, you know, big flooding event was just a mess. We have, I was texting with Congressman Austin Scott, him and Commissioner Harper, and our team are already working on the ag situation with blown over cotton, peanuts floating up out of the field, some damage to our, you know, pecan trees and other things. And so we're just now getting to where we can get out there and start assessing all of that. But we're going to go give a briefing today when we get on the ground, get a briefing. But I am so proud of our response. We did an early state of emergency, which allowed us to put resources closer to the storm. We deployed the National Guard, so we were able to respond very quickly, helping clear roads where we could get power crews in, making sure we had high water rescues. We probably did 40 swift water rescues, people that, you know, may have had roads flooded out. They couldn't get from their home, that had lost power, and they were running out of water and food to the mainland. And so we were floating people in boats. Wow. National Guard had high water vehicles, but just a great response from a lot of hardworking Georgians and a lot of other people that were helping us down there.
So last question before you get out of here. Football season.
Go Dogs.
Coming up. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. You know, we got I read this morning our center is injured, which creates a little bit of issues since we lost Cedric Van Pran to the NFL, who's a great guy and a great football player, but they're just being very cautious. So, you know, this season is such a tough schedule. We got Clemson in Atlanta on, you know, so-called neutral field, even though it's in the state of Georgia. It's going to be a really tough game. We got Alabama there. We got Ole Miss there. We got Texas there. And then we also, as usual, you know, have Florida, Auburn. And so we have, you know, really 6 teams that potentially have a shot at making the playoffs at the end of the year. So it's going to be a grueling schedule. We got to get lucky and stay healthy. But we have the players to beat anybody. And, you know, I think there's such a fine line. If you look back at the SEC championship game when we lost to Alabama, we didn't play our greatest game. They played their best. And we just had some people hurt and not 100%. and that really hurt us in that game. So we gotta keep people healthy, and we're gonna have a lot of young players step up and get after it. But it's gonna be an incredible year. Of course, it's gonna be one of those years, if you're a traveling Georgia football fan, you're gonna be broke at the end of the season.
Well, you know, having never actually been to Athens for a game, I may hit you up
you need
for.
to come.
Yeah.
Let us know.
Apparently I need that life experience, so I'll do that. Governor Kemp, as always, thank you for taking time
Thank
to
you.
hang out.
Appreciate y'all having me.
Thank you very much.
Good luck the rest of the way. I know
Thank
it's going to
you.
be a long day. Thank you.
So my next guest, I actually wanted to ask him some questions about something that, well, a judge has told him he's not allowed to talk about. So I'll avoid. So, you know, there's this, well, we got the Antifa people in town. And my next guest happens to be the Attorney General of the state of Georgia, who's engaged in dealing with the Antifa people, but a judge has said nobody can talk about the case right now. So I want to, before he comes on stage so he can't be blamed by anyone saying I'm bringing it up, before he gets here, I just want you all to know, I wanted to ask about this, and I know some of you submitted questions about it, but there's a gag order from a judge, so we can't talk about that issue. However, what we can talk about with Chris Carr, Georgia's Attorney General, is he's one of the attorneys general who has spent a lot of time suing the Biden-Harris administration to stop their interference with states between environmental regulations and issues with immigration, with crime, you name it. There's been so much. An attorney general for a state typically deals with so much of the interests and affairs of a state, and yet dealing with the Biden-Harris administration for so many states has become a full-time job as they try to force states, which under the Constitution are these semi-sovereign entities, to actually just be a Walmart subsidiary of a federal government, as opposed to their own autonomous, unique entity. So I do want to spend a lot of time talking with him because he really has led the fights for a number of states. Look, and I realize I got to say this lovingly for my friends in Kansas City and elsewhere. Your Attorney General running for election, been spinning out a lot of press releases, taking a lot of credit for a lot of lawsuits, but the guy who initiated a ton of those lawsuits that every other Attorney General is taking credit for happens to be Georgia's Attorney General, my friend Chris Carr.
How are you, my friend?
I'm good, how are you?
Thank you, brother. I'm doing great.
So, what's it like to be a pain in the ass for the Biden administration?
Well, it's great, but Eric, first of all, you know, I'm a heavy metal guy, and I always tell the greatest first lady in America and the best governor in America, I need to be opening up for you. I should be the Motley Crue to your Metallica, okay? That's how I feel like it should be. Look,
Hey, Charlie, from here on out, when he shows up, Inner Sandman will be the theme.
I want it to be my walk-up music. That'd be great. Eric, literally the activists in the Biden and Harris administration wake up every day and give us something to sue them on. I mean, let me give you a list. Just a quick list. Title IX, we won. Student loan bailout, we won. Waters of the U.S., we won. SEC climate disclosure rule, where literally they want companies to give weather maps to show how they've impacted the climate, we won. Parent school and public meetings, Second Amendment, immigration, catch and release, remain in Mexico, unionizing farm workers and mandated wage increases, Georgia's Election Integrity Act. Let's not forget, the Biden-Harris administration is still suing Georgia over SB 202 from 2022 after we've had 2 statewide elections, local elections, and it was a cut and paste from Stacey Abrams' failed lawsuit and all of her campaign ads. They still are suing us over that. And then we've got energy independent issues and the Clean Power Plant rule, which is to, you know, they want to do away with coal-fired power plants and natural gas, which again, Governor Kemp just talked about economic development. You have to have some of these things. Again, the reason we're successful is because we have low cost, low energy sources. But the Biden administration, again, they wake up every day and do this. And why? You know, and Eric, I spent time in Washington. If Congress isn't going to get things done, nature abhors a vacuum. That vacuum gets filled by the federal executive through regulation and executive order. So again, Congress doesn't push back. Who in our federal system can do it? It's the states. And as the chief legal officers for our states, we're in the best position to work with our governors and to work with others to push back. But think about it. Again, it's like Governor Kemp talking about the pencil. Remember, Leon Panetta said, strike the pen or the law of the land or whatever that may be. Well, that's what they're doing. And when you've got higher grocery prices for every time we go to the grocery store, you've got gangs that are recruiting kids that are younger and younger in our schools and across the country. You've got a border that is not secure, so we're seeing fentanyl, human trafficking gangs come across the border. What does the Biden administration and the Harris administration focusing on? Making sure that biological males can compete in women's sports. That's what happens when they get to do this.
So it's not just that. You mentioned energy. I didn't even get a chance with Governor Kemp to talk about nuclear energy. You've got the environmentalists using the Biden-Harris administration coming into our states, as you mentioned, and just it's wrecking economic policy. So how do you, as an attorney general and the other attorneys general in the country, balance out your role as a law enforcement officer, a legal representative for the state, with also working with the other entities that are affected, whether it's the private sector or the public sector?
Well, I think it's my obligation to defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution, the laws of the state of Georgia, and represent the interests of the people of our state. Those are the individuals and the citizens of our state, but also businesses that are doing it the right way. That's part of it. And again, we don't see business as the enemy in the state of Georgia. One of the ways that we've seen, if you can't get something passed in your legislature, you can't get something passed by Congress, go weaponize your state AG. And oftentimes, somebody told me at the first bipartisan AG conference I went to, the power you have, and remember, anybody uses the word power, they abuse that word, okay? The power you have, you can call a press conference and drop a company stock 20%. Well, why in the world would I do that? But you have to be able to balance that out. And yes, it's our job to look at the laws of our state. But like I just said, as Congress, and I got to commend the Speaker. I think Mike Johnson's done a great job getting some things passed. And Leader McConnell's got a challenge because we got to get the Senate to get some things done. But if Congress isn't going to do it, the administration is going to continue to pass these executive orders and regulations. And who runs the executive branch? It's usually political appointees. So it becomes a political process. They're going to always overreach because they're trying to get a political a bump from this. And the student loan thing is a great example. They know they can't do that. We've beaten them twice. But it's one of the most brazen political moves I have ever seen. So you have to be able to balance that. And I think from my perspective, I'm glad I spent the time 10 years in Washington with Senator Isaacson. All these issues I just mentioned, for the most part, we dealt with while we were there. I'm glad I was at economic development because I see the impact of laws on our state. And again, we don't see business as the enemy. We see the transformative nature of the free enterprise system. And then now as AG and really expanding kind of from the criminal, you have to be able to balance that and to be able to work with AGs around the country. Look, my Republican AG colleagues and I say we're the last line of defense against the Biden-Harris administration and liberal policies. And we take that very seriously. It's a point of pride.
So I can ask you this, and I can legal nerd out with you a little bit on this. How does the after Looper Bright change your ability to take on Washington? After Looper Bright gets rid of Chevron.
Well, so to me, again, at the federal level, we've been pushing this for a long time. And again, I never understood why the courts would defer to the executive branch on what is a fundamentally judicial role, which is interpretation. So I don't think at the end of the day, I think we're going to actually see probably some more lawsuits, but it's been aligned in a way that I think makes more sense for the judicial branch to provide its interpretation and not just relying on the executive. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see. Some folks think it's going to end lawsuits or it's going to reshift it. And I think what it's going to be is it's going to put the judiciary in the proper role of interpreting what are the words on that page. Not what a bureaucrat in the executive branch, on Pennsylvania Avenue or Constitution Avenue says, but what was the intent of Congress, which is supposed to be the first among equals.
So let's shift, because when a lot of people think Attorney General, they think crime. And you entered into a situation where we had a mayor in Atlanta for a while who basically threw the police under the bus, had a massive spike in crime in the city. a new mayor who came into Atlanta and told the police, do your job, crime starts going down. But in that void, there was a time where the governor was having to bring in more state police into the metro Atlanta area to quell crime. But you yourself in your office had to step up to play a larger role in not a civil lawsuit role, but a criminal enforcement role. Can you talk about how you as a state officer can fill the void when there's failure at the local level?
Absolutely. And Eric, I think you got to go back to 2020 to understand, which, as you mentioned, was during the term of the previous mayor, but also 2020 is when a lot of liberal DAs got elected, okay? And the new criminal justice reform post-2020, a little bit before, but certainly then, on the left, was don't enforce the laws that I don't like. Well, that is a violation of oath of office. It's a dereliction of duty to have one executive or judicial branch member say, I don't like the law, so I'm not going to enforce it, undermines the American system that we have. It completely ignores the rule of law. But that's what we saw. We saw it in San Francisco. We saw it in LA. We saw it in St. Louis and Baltimore. We've seen it here in Georgia, in Athens, in Atlanta, and around the state. So that was the new criminal justice reform. But I will say, going back to the Constitution of the state of Georgia, Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 2 says the paramount duty of government is the protection of person and property. So that means I don't care where your race, gender, sexual orientation, where you live or where you're from, you deserve to be safe. But what was happening is a lot of these folks were saying, I'm not going to do it. And if you don't like the law, that's fine. But run for the legislature. Run for Congress. That's how we change laws. So instead, in Georgia, we did it differently. And again, because of the governor and the legislature, thank heaven for having a governor that cares about protecting all people and a legislature that does as well. 2017, we added domestic terrorism, which you mentioned coming in. 2019, human trafficking, 22 gangs, and 24, we now have organized retail crime because all Georgians deserve to be safe. And if DAs aren't going to do their job, then the state needs to come in. If you look at those issues, they're all kind of multi-jurisdictional. They're where the gangs don't care what the city or county line are, human trafficking, that type of thing. But think about this, Eric. Who are the communities most often terrorized by gangs and violent crime? Lower income, racially diverse, immigrant populations. Who are the communities that are most often impacted and vulnerable to human trafficking? Lower income, racially diverse, immigrant populations. You talk to the governor about school choice. Who are the communities that are most often negatively impacted when you don't have an opportunity at an education? Lower income, racially diverse, and immigrant populations. My friends, it is us, conservatives and Republicans, that are the cavalry. We're the ones that are coming and bringing the ideas. We're the ones that are protecting people no matter where you live or where you are in this state. And we're the ones that are providing opportunities. We should be proud of that. We need to be screaming that from the rooftop because that's the success that Governor Kemp was talking about, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Now, you steer yourself where you need to go because I know there are some legal rulings as to things you can and cannot talk about, and I'll avoid the one specifically I know, but you mentioned the organized retail crime. And if I can step out of your role as Attorney General and just look around the country, I've kind of been shocked at the initial media dismissiveness of the idea that there was some organized, non-organic wave of retail theft that was happening. We've seen it here in the state and around the country. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it does not appear to me to be as organic as the media would have you believe it is.
No, and so let's go back. When I started talking about human trafficking, folks were saying, nope, you're making this up. This is a boogeyman. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. And we've proven it, and we now have a unit. Last year, we rescued and assisted 129 victims. And that, I'll tell you that. And give First Lady Marty Kemp a lot of credit. What she did with the Grace Commissions, bring everybody together so we can talk about it and rescue those kids. We start talking about gangs. Governor Kemp was running on it back in 2018. I run on it. Folks on the left, the media said, you are making this up. Well, we come out with a survey that says, that was done by the Georgia gang investigators. Asked all 159 counties, do you see evidence of gang activity? 157 said yes. Know what that tells me? 2 counties lied. Nobody wants a gang in their backyard, but they can see when there is, and they want to know that the cavalry's coming, that there's a plan, and we're doing something about it, and that's what we're doing. And now it's the same with organized retail crime. Now you see people saying, well, this is just simple shoplifting or here or there. But when you have cities that are saying, we are not going to arrest you if you steal up to $900, what do you think's going to happen? So every single day, you saw somebody going into a CVS or a Walmart or a Home Depot, whatever it may be. What we know is organized groups are going and hitting brick and mortar retail and selling that online. Used to be you go to the pawn shop. Now you go online. So I had a great retailer in Georgia show me how they had a group of people hit every store coming down 75, going over the top end perimeter, up 85 into South Carolina. We've got a company that produces commercial pallets for Amazon and Walmart and others. Found hundreds of thousands of dollars of pallets in the desert in New Mexico. Anybody's a golf fan, I'm reading Golf Digest the other day, people going into Pro Golf to PGA Superstore, grabbing drivers and putters and putting them online, genuine parts, you name it. And again, when the CVS or the Walgreens or the racetrack or QT, whoever leaves a community, which communities are most often impacted? Lower income, racially diverse, and immigrant populations. So I think if we're going to be the #1 state in the nation to business, which I'm so proud of, and again, we continue to do all the things that need to be done to do that, part of that is also protecting companies that are doing it the right way, their employees and their customers. Because when you see those videos online of somebody running into the Home Depot, usually it's an employee that's getting knocked over or a customer. And we got to do something about it, which goes back to the original question that you asked me, how do you balance it? Yep, we got to take care of our people and our businesses.
So, and this is, again, I don't coordinate these conversations beforehand. Everybody kind of flies blind, as do I, coming in to see where the conversation goes. There have been a couple of instances in the state now where companies have punished employees over shoplifting. What's your thoughts on that, and is there anything that the state can or should do in that situation?
Well, that bothered me at the beginning. Mm-hmm. And then I got talking to the companies. What was happening is, again, employees were getting hurt. Employees are hired to be associates. They're hired to sell something. They're not hired to be deputies. And so I now understand, no, we should not put employees in harm's way. But Eric, what I would also encourage our businesses and our corporate folks to think about this. Don't fire somebody for trying to stop a criminal. Mm-hmm. That's the other side of the coin. People were getting fired for trying for taking pride in their business. So what I think we need to do is, again, we are putting the resources in this organized retail crime unit. We're organizing and coordinating with federal, state, and local law enforcement. We're going to raise awareness on this, but I do think it's incumbent on law enforcement to handle this issue and keep companies and employees and customers safe. And I'll say this, whether it's gangs or human trafficking, now organized retail crime, we're kind of on the front edge as a state, and I'm really proud of that. Some states have, human trafficking units, not a lot of them. Some have gang units, not a lot of them. And organized retail crime is one that we're on the cutting edge. I'm proud of that for the state.
You mentioned the two counties without gang issues. When I was on city council down in Macon before I'd gotten there, our former mayor had disbanded the gang task force. And because there was no gang task force making gang arrests, he could say there was no gang problem in the county because the gang task force was not arresting anyone. It's interesting how you skew that data. But then that leads me to human trafficking, which was the issue why I ran for office. And there was a tie-in to gangs. And when you mentioned people saying it's not really happening, there is this view out there that people on the right overplay as a moral panic, human trafficking. Congressman Roy, who will be here tomorrow, he was doing a live interview, I think last year on TV, when the Border Patrol pulled over a vehicle that had people like in the trunk who were human trafficking victims. It is happening, and it seems like there is this corridor along I-20 from Texas through the Southeast where this is an organized issue that isn't an abstract. You mentioned the data, that this seems to be international, not just local.
It is, and so part of why Georgia is the #1 state in the nation to do business is our logistics network. Ports, airports, roads in particular. We are 2 days by rail in truck and 2 hours by plane to 80% of the U.S. market. That's why we're as successful as we've been. But criminals can also use that network, like you just mentioned, whether it's coming across I-20 or whatever it may be. So again, we don't stop investing in logistics, we stop the criminal activity. And in part, that's training. In part, that's training. And if you start looking at law enforcement training from the police department level, sheriff's department, you name it, the Grace Commission has done a lot on that. I think that it's critical that we do that. There's two different types of human trafficking. There's domestic minor sex trafficking. With sex trafficking, we focus on domestic minor sex trafficking, adults buying kids for sex. And then there's labor. And the governor has put money into the GBI to focus on labor trafficking as well. We've focused on it too, but there's no doubt. And folks used to say, wasn't Atlanta the #1 place for human trafficking? Well, nobody knows the numbers because our numbers have been higher because we started prosecuting it earlier. So it's kind of the opposite of the Macon situation. Oh, and by the way, I see my friends from Athens who are here. We were told when we came into Athens there was no gang problem. No gang problem. We've indicted 21 individuals because there's a gang war going on in Athens. And we're not leaving Athens until there's a district attorney that agrees to prosecute those cases because the people, I'll take that round of applause back there. Absolutely. But it's also why we have to coordinate with our law enforcement partners nationally at the federal, state, and local level. And there is, like I said, there's something going on in Georgia. As I go around the country, people say, how do you get federal, state, and local law enforcement to work together? Well, we've done it differently. I've got a Georgia anti-gang network that we put together, first time ever, 2017, get federal, state, and local law enforcement talking. Because it's amazing what happens when human beings will actually talk with one another. You can solve some problems.
Yeah, amazing. So let me
I'll take that round of applause too.
Let me ask you about the Athens situation. We had the situation with a very progressive attorney there, and there was the death of Laken Riley. And there has been a lot of, I guess, federal state squabbling over the situation and also how that local community can navigate with a district attorney that doesn't just represent Clark County, but Oconee County as well, right, where the people are way more interested, it seems, in having a law and order DA. How do you, as a statewide elected official, balance those interests? And can you talk, or any update that you know of on the Laken Riley prosecution?
No, my interest is on keeping people safe. Mm-hmm. My interest would be on Laken Riley and her family. And Eric, let's be clear. The Biden-Harris administration, the federal government, failed Laken Riley and her family. Law enforcement in New York failed Laken Riley and her family. And the sanctuary city policies of Athens, Clark County failed Laken Riley as well. And those progressive members of that commission that were on there in 2019 that were cheering being a sanctuary city can pretend that they're not one anymore all they want. They know they are. The policies that they adopted were along those lines, and they were cheering it on. But that being said, we can handle gang cases. So I would have been glad, proud for our office to make sure that justice was done for Laken Riley. The DA in Athens, though, did turn the case over to the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia. They have a great gang investigator that has the case, and I am confident that Laken and her family are going to get justice. Good.
Before we get out of here, you mentioned the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. We've got the situation with the Fulton County suit involving the former president, which is on appeal, whether or not that'll be moved. And a lot of people say that Chris Carr, the Attorney General, gets to have this role that I think people don't realize you don't necessarily have the role of you get to say, hey, I'm going to send it to this guy or that guy. There is actually a council that does that. Poor old Mitch Scandalakis, I guess, is actually Pete has to deal with this. Can you talk a little bit about how that council works?
Yeah, so the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, great partners. They organize the DAs and the solicitors, but they also have statewide authority to be able to handle some of the cases. When there is a conflict, years ago, our office was happy to handle the conflict cases because it was basically just administrative. And then I told you in 2020, you got a lot of criminal defense attorneys that were liberal that became prosecutors that took over DA's offices around the state. I think the first year we had the authority to handle these cases and find conflict counsel, we had like 26. And in 2021, it was up to like 475. And what happened is you had a lot of these new DAs that were giving us all these cases to conflict out of. But the only way it works is these DAs have to be willing to take somebody else's case in order to balance out the conflict. But it started becoming a political issue. So I went back to Pete and I said, Pete, look, we're happy to help, but we're not going to be a political prop for anybody. It really makes more sense because the Prosecuting Attorneys Council has statewide authority. So now we're one of the entities that can get cases. You can give it, the prosecuting attorneys can keep it, another DA could take it, or solicitor. If it's a solicitor, our office, if we have jurisdiction. But I'm very clear, I think putting us in the position of taking a case that we don't have the expertise in, bad for everybody. Or you could hire a private practitioner as well. But, you know, and one of the things I should have said too, Eric, going back, talking about this and talking about the DAs that got elected, you know, Kamala Harris is the leader of the progressive DAs around the country. She goes back to San Francisco. She's the one that was friends with all of them in San Francisco and Los Angeles and Chicago and St. Louis. And again, I saw the governor laughing about the new ad about the border. But boy, you talk about somebody that was all about sanctuary cities and defunding the police and cashless bail. It's Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it is. Now, I got to ask you probably the most important question of the day. How is your wife? She's much better half than you.
She
smarter,
is,
better.
Absolutely. She is great. She's doing fantastic. She was chief of staff to 3 U.S. senators. Way cooler than me. She's doing great. She's going to be so glad to know you said hello.
Yes, absolutely. So, okay, now, as we wind down here in the last few minutes we have, Attorney General in Georgia, if you could look to the future, with the legislature convening in January, what's your big issue that you think the legislature needs to consider that can help your office?
Well, I want to thank the governor and the legislature for giving us these resources to fight domestic terrorism, human trafficking, gangs and organized retail crime. They just gave us some more resources so that we, in the gang unit, we started off in Atlanta, Augusta, and Albany. July 1st, they gave us resources to now be in Columbus, Macon, and Southeast Georgia. I want to see where we can continue to grow. Human trafficking needs some more resources. I'm excited about this organized retail crime. But I'll go back to one of the things that the governor said, and it goes back to my economic development days, that's tort reform. Something needs to be done. It needs to be addressed. There's no doubt that costs are going up. I mean, you're a recovering attorney, and I'm an attorney. You know, the way we handle disputes, we the people set up the judicial branch. So you have to have access to the courts, and I wouldn't deny that at all. But what we now have is we have, you know, a bastardization of the system. We have people that are taking advantage of the system. The governor talked about increased insurance rates, and John King does an unbelievable job fighting for the people of Georgia. We've got increased costs for premises liability. You were talking about advertising. I took my daughter to Disney last year, so it was a year ago May. We're coming up 75. And for those of y'all who are Georgia fans, there was a tragic situation with a lineman named Devin Willock that was killed in a car accident. Here I am coming up 75 last year, and there's a plaintiff's firm that's got Devin Willock's picture on it, and he died 2 years before. We've got an issue that we got to deal with advertising as well. I've been fighting third-party litigation funding. These are groups that are literally, you know, it's dark money. We don't know who's putting money into these groups so that we can find out, you know, so that they can fund litigation. I think we got to focus on that. So common sense solution, it is an economic development issue, and we got to focus on that as well, I think.
Okay, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you this because you've mentioned it so many times and I haven't really probed on it. Can you talk about the gangs? What sort of gangs are you seeing? Because, I mean, in my mind, from the way I grew up, we were talking Crips and Bloods, but you got MS-13, you've got other Central American gangs that are way more violent than anything we've seen domestically. What sort of gangs are we dealing with?
They're all over the state, all races, genders. It's all about making money. It's all about selling guns, drugs, human beings. I tell everybody that the most violent gang that we had, and actually our U.S. attorney, Bobby Christine, was in the Southern District. He had a big bust at the end. But the most violent gang that we'd seen in a while.
The Swifties?
Yeah, it was the Ghost-Faced Gangsters, which was a white supremacist gang that started in the Cobb County Jail. So it's everybody that's working together. And we just had a big bust in Augusta, too, where, again, you could see, I can't get into all the details, but you had a lot of different groups that were working together. But one of the things that we did, we know that we see fentanyl coming across the border. We know we're seeing gangs come across the border. We seized 15 pounds of fentanyl. That's enough to kill 3.5 million people. So think about this. One operation in one city, in one state, in one nation. enough fentanyl to kill a third of the population of our state. Think about that. This is why we have to secure the border. This is why we have to stand up for law enforcement members that we're asking every day to go into harm's way. This is why we got to continue to work together, and why I'm proud of our state to focus on business issues, to be focusing on keeping everybody safe no matter where they live. And I thank the governor and the legislature for doing it.
The Attorney General of the state of Georgia, Chris Carr. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This
That
was
was
awesome.
great.
This was awesome.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Appreciate you.
So we can't actually do this conference without some great sponsors and organizations. And one of my concerns, and look, I don't want to pick fights with people, but like, for example, tariffs are a terrible idea that we used to learn. Like, if we're going to apply them to an enemy, maybe, but to like replace the income tax with a tariff, we know how much they would generate, and it would actually cause inflation. And there are fights out there on the right that I think it's good to have the conversations, but also we know the ideas, and there are lots of great groups on the right who have kind of stood up and said, we need to like rethink these things. We need to have a voice. We need to actually be engaged on the right in conversations about good public policy and where we can head in order to engage. And so we had a lot of great groups, and you'll have to forgive me because I'm making sure that I'm on track here, because normally I have a paper schedule and I forgot to grab one. And I want to make sure that, yes, we do have a break after Patrick. But we couldn't do this without these groups, and in addition to doing this without these groups, we couldn't have the conversations that we as people on the right need to have without having these groups here. So it's not just great to be able to partner with them to be able to lower your costs, to be able to have a great conference. It's great to have these groups sit on stage, have conversations, discuss the ideas on the right, where we talk about the ash heap of history, where we have, through tried and true methods, put bad ideas away and embrace good ideas. One of my favorite quotes is from G.K. Chesterton about the democracy of the dead, that we do things today because the people who came before us, they tried and failed and tried and failed and then tried and succeeded, and this was the idea they did. And so we should be humble enough to give the dead a say in what we do, because they tried and failed and tried and failed, and the way we ordered a society was through those bad ideas failing and the good ideas rising. And why should we go back and retry the ideas that always failed? Why should we go back to a world where we have weird taxes in this country that actually disadvantage the middle class and the poor? Why should we go back to doing things that Republicans long ago said, this isn't the way to order a society? And also, why should we go back in a way to reorder society in ways that the left wants and embrace ideas from the left? And so I think it's time to have those conversations. And I'm excited to bring up on stage a great sponsor. We couldn't have made this conference work without the Taxpayer Protection Alliance and Patrick Hedger. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Look at this. See, now as I'm standing and talking, everybody rushes and gives me schedules because, like, I don't want to kill my battery, and needed to also make sure that I get you out on time. So, Patrick, first, tell us about the organization.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself and introduce the organization. My name is Patrick Hedger. I'm the Executive Director of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan taxpayer and consumer watchdog organization that's been around for a little over a decade, and we've been fighting for lower taxes, less government, more accountable government. A little bit about myself. I'm sure, like a lot of you, I looked at the incredible schedule this morning and said, wow, that's a lot of great names, and who the heck is this guy? And I've been in this movement my entire career. And I got into this movement because I'm the son of a small business manufacturer. My family's company was a multi-generation company founded here in the United States, and we made manufactured equipment, soup to nuts manufacturing in the United States. The kind of jobs and the kind of business that any of the politicians that have come up on this stage or will come up on this stage would love to tour and say, wow, look at this. We're glad this is in this country. We're glad that this is happening in my district or my state. And politicians say stuff like that, but then policies destroy businesses like that. My father, when he was president of that company, was never worried about his leading competitors. He was always worried about the 3- and 4-letter agencies out there, IRS, OSHA, EPA, and whatever new creative rule they were going to come next to extract rents out of him. And I got into this line of work because we had to be thankful as a company, as a family, that my grandfather died in 2010 and not 2011. We had to be thankful that cancer saved our American manufacturing business from the IRS. Because in 2010, the Bush tax cuts phased the estate tax, the death tax down to 0. And then all of that came roaring back in 2011. And so I don't think anybody should have to ever be in that position. All the way down to the lowest employee at that company should not have to lose their job because the owner dies. And whether it's the estate tax or whether it is a new oppressive type of regulation, we shouldn't be killing American innovation, manufacturing, and jobs for policies that don't adequately address the cost-benefit analysis, don't adequately weigh trade-offs. Like Thomas Sowell famously said, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. And so our mission is to fight back against policies like that. It's an expansive mission, Taxpayers Protection Alliance. We work on anything under the economic sun. But I think your introduction was right on. There's a lot of things that are coming back these days that we thought were on the ash heap of history. And we're increasingly fighting folks on the right who are bringing back policies that we thought we beat Democrats on long ago.
Yeah, okay, so I'm in my head steering this, and I want to get there but through this, because if I can mention your name without people booing because we're friends even as we disagree, David French, New York Times, interviewed Neil Gorsuch. And Gorsuch and French together made the point, complexity is a subsidy for the big, and it's a penalty for the small. And when you look at our regulations, when you look at our tax code, as everything becomes more complex, like I've got this idea that the American entrepreneur can be a David and slay Goliath and himself become Goliath and himself be killed by the next David. But now our Goliaths are surrounded by the tax code and regulation, the IRS and the 3-letter agencies who arrest David for even thinking that he can take on Goliath. And that complexity seems to be like the #1 subsidy for preventing the creative destruction of the marketplace from taking place.
Oh, 100%. We call them regulatory moats. And there's a reason why you increasingly see some of the biggest and largest companies in the United States are building new headquarters all around Washington, D.C., because they understand that the greatest potential benefit to their business and the greatest existential threats to their business exist in Washington. They're not competing on Main Street, they're competing on K Street. And the tax code is so complicated that if you call the IRS, the IRS is the taxpayer advocate has found that IRS agents, frankly, they give like wrong information a lot when you call the IRS and ask, what am I supposed to be doing to comply with my taxes? So even the IRS doesn't understand the tax code. And then the Code of Federal Regulations, love to give a shout out to, I'm an alumnus of the Competitive Enterprise Institute. Every year they do a measurement of the Code of Federal Regulations. And we're talking a federal regulatory code that is in excess of, I think it's 200,000 pages now, and the total aggregate regulatory cost on the economy is larger than the GDP of India, the most populous country on the planet. And that's the burden that the federal government puts on American businesses. But to your point, it is those businesses that have the ability to hire the lawyers, hire the lobbyists, and hire the accountants to deal with those things. And it's the small businesses that can never get through that regulatory morass that end up suffering. And so for all the talk that you hear from politicians and regulators about preserving competition and helping the little guy versus the big guy, the minute you pass a 2,000-page bill that supposedly enhances competition, all you've done is empower the people that are able to influence those bills, write those bills, and comply with those bills.
So related to that, I had to hire an accountant as I've gotten into syndicated radio and it started growing. And he looked at things and wildly, I was paying myself a salary. And he said, actually, if you cut your salary in half and then you do an owner withdrawal disbursement, you're actually going to save your company money and you're going to save yourself money on taxes. And I thought it's stupid that I, as a business owner who pays salaries, have to hire an accountant to tell me not to pay myself a salary because actually it'll save me on taxes. And I was like, what? Why the hell does this system even work? That's like small business owners aren't hiring themselves like strategic tax advisors, and yet they almost have to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the federal government, it's amazing. The left hand often doesn't know what the right hand is even doing. I mean, even within agencies, you have regulations and regulatory programs that completely work against one another. Great example is within the Environmental Protection Agency. On one hand, you have a mandate that for more ethanol in your gas tank, which reduces your gas mileage. And on the other hand, the EPA is working with the Department of Transportation to force you to increase your gas mileage. We've got programs that completely work against one another, all within this, again, enormous thicket of regulations. And that is, I'm surprised the U.S. economy grows at all. I mean, that is a testament to the genius of the American entrepreneur that we're even growing at close to 2%. Because of just the enormous regulatory cost and the kind of confusing, head-scratching things like your example that business owners are dealing with on a daily basis.
So let's get from the complexity then into ideas that are resurfacing on our side. Why do you think that is? I guess my concern, more accurately phrased, is a lot of the ideas that are surfacing on the right are ideas that in the 50s and 60s were advocated by big labor Democrats, and now suddenly we're having these people on the right bring up the same ideas.
Yeah, I ascribe it to just, I would say, maybe political and policy laziness. One of my favorite quotes is from the children's book, The Phantom Tollbooth. It says, "The only thing you can do easily is be wrong, and that's hardly worth the effort." And I think there's a lot of that going on in politics and policy right now, where it's much easier to tell people what you think they want to hear versus what they need to hear. And it's very easy to take a lot of populist talking points that are generally progressive policies, cover them in more stars and stripes in America, and call that conservative. And there's a lot of that happening right now on the right. I've been in, like I said, I've been in this field my entire career. And I've gone from exclusively fighting progressives to arguing with conservatives as well over really a lot of the same policies. Nowhere is that more evident in the resurgence and interest in antitrust policy, which I think is really upstream of all of the other problems that we can expect from the progressive left. You talk about things like ESG policy, you talk about things like DEI, whatever, corporations doing things that you would never expect corporations to do or be interested in. Why are they doing those things? And it's because they see the threat from the federal government. They see a threat from an empowered progressive government that is going to pick winners and losers, like the governor said. They control that pencil. But the problem is right now, we've got a lot of folks on the right that are sharpening that pencil for the left.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because what I hear from longtime friends of mine is, well, the left is doing this, we're never actually going to stop it, so we might as well do it as well. And my concern to them is that historically, every time we've seen the right embrace what the left is doing, they then build new precedents that, because there's no such thing as permanence in American politics, eventually the left takes back, and now we've set all these massive precedents they then go with gusto to use against us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's effectively, I say this a lot, there's a lot of folks on the right now that think we can use the levers of government to affect our own conservative ends, whether those be social goals or cultural goals or economic goals, by using the bully pulpit, using the sledgehammer of government. And the only way that logically works is if you expect to never lose an election ever again. And I got news for folks. I don't know if you've looked at the recent polling. That's not a guarantee this November anymore. And so the idea that we're going to have a second Trump administration like the first one, where we were able to achieve a lot of the deregulation that was really successful and saw the economic growth that happened in the first part of the Trump administration, that's not a guarantee. And you're absolutely right. We are seeing Republicans, they're calling themselves Republicans, that are now going along with a lot of lawsuits and regulations that are being driven by the progressives, particularly after the technology sector, because nobody likes what the tech companies are doing, and there's different reasons that both sides dislike the tech companies, but the tech companies right now are being used as a proving ground to try and unmoor antitrust policy from one of the greatest conservative victories of all time, which was anchoring antitrust policy to the consumer welfare standard. So prior to Judge Robert Bork and the Chicago School in the later part of the 20th century, antitrust was sort of a whose line is it anyway type policy. You could use it to affect really any end you wanted. And to such an extent that a Supreme Court justice remarked in a dissent on an antitrust case, saying the only consistency I can find in antitrust law is that the government always wins. And that's what the progressives want. They can achieve because if you read the underlying antitrust statutes, the Sherman Act, the Clayton Act, they're pretty vague. They're short and they're vague. They grant a lot of power to government, and it was only after decades of fighting back against those things that we were able to rein all of that back in. And there's nothing more that progressives would love than to be able to unmoor antitrust from that objective consumer welfare standard. And that way, if you are a business, a large enough business, and you are engaged in any sort of merger or acquisition activity, or even not, they can say, well, we'll come after you unless you do what we say. What's your corporate board look like? Is your workforce unionized? What are your carbon emissions looking like? These things are not theoretical, they are happening. What we are hearing right now from M&A attorneys is that they are getting questions from the FTC and the DOJ that they have never gotten before. And they're all related to these progressive policy priorities. And the scary thing is there's a lot of people on the right in Washington these days that are cheering that on.
Yeah, and I want to dive deeper into that, but before we do, I think we should probably explain for people so we don't get too over everyone's head that essentially in antitrust, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if the business is lowering prices, that we look at this from a consumer standpoint, that if a monopoly, for example, is not screwing the consumers by bilking them out of all their money, that it's okay. A monopoly's not bad, an abusive monopoly's bad.
Correct. There are things like economies of scale, right? It's good to have a big airline that goes to lots of different places. It's good to have a big cell phone company that covers you all over the country. It's good to have an internet network that connects you to most of the internet, right? But what we just saw, last week, the federal government won a significant portion of its case against Google. But Google hasn't raised its prices. It's a free service to most people. Advertising prices have come down. They are beginning to chip away at that consumer welfare standard. They got a victory against Google simply for being big. And that's really concerning because it's not going to stop there, right? You can have your problems with the tech companies, plenty of people do, and there's a lot of good reasons for it, but that is going to bleed over the borders of Silicon Valley into the rest of the economy, and the progressives haven't been shy about it. I mean, Senator Amy Klobuchar often says the economy is way too concentrated. It's all the way from cat food to caskets. I don't know why she chose those two examples, but but that just shows you.
She was thinking of her staff.
Right. That shows you the breadth the vision that they have to be able to micromanage the economy. Forget ESG, forget DEI via regulation. They're going to do it via antitrust.
Okay, so in that regard, this is one of those moments where I had the thought and then the thought leaves my head. It's that age, almost 50. No, so you do have, in the antitrust scale, you mentioned Google, but the other one is what struck me, JetBlue and Spirit Airlines, trying to do that merger. They worked on it for about a year and a half, it seems, got all the way to the end, and they said they didn't have gate access in airports. Because of the economies of scale, JetBlue needed to grow. They couldn't get efficiency with the fuel prices, seating, things like that. And suddenly the federal government says, no, we don't think you should do this. The Biden administration doesn't like the merger. The next week, both airlines have to start laying people off and cutting routes.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this. We're seeing a lot of industries abandon mergers and acquisitions, which inject a lot of investment into the economy, by the way. But that in that particular example, yeah, very problematic because Spirit is on its last legs right now. And so the Biden administration's objective was to say, well, we can't really have the top 6 airlines going down to the top 5. They're going to do that anyway because Spirit may not be here with us next year. And then you leave just a weaker JetBlue to be able to compete with the bigger airlines. So there's a problem with where this administration, and again, some on the right are going, where there's an expectation of that quantity of competition is superior, but I think quality of competition is better. I'd rather have an airline that's offering a better service to more places and be able to compete with the other big airlines than having 2 weak airlines that really can't compete whatsoever.
Spirit goes out of business, that'll really make the Spirit Halloween branding real easy for the
right.
corporate headquarters. Not that we want them to go out of business. So now let's move more into the right here, because these policy ideas that are resurfacing, back to what we were talking about earlier, that we can wield power. I get this a lot from my listeners on my radio show, that they feel like when I say this, I'm saying we're disarming, and I'm trying to explain to them, we're not disarming ourselves, we're disarming Washington, so the left can't hurt us any more than we can hurt the left. And I do understand there's this political idea that they've been coming after us, we need to go after them. And my view is that the way we go after them is we take away their power to come after us.
Yeah, that's what conservatives used to be for. But now we're seeing a bunch of policies emanating from the right, where, exactly as you said, like, why don't we use this power to affect our own ends? But again, you're not always going to be in power. And regardless of whether it's a conservative or a progressive that's changing tax policy or regulatory policy back and forth, that uncertainty begins to cause problems in the economy. The constant regulatory ping pong between, okay, my tax rate's 10% now it's 15, now it's 20, now it's back to 15. That kind of stuff is way worse than just having stable, predictable tax and regulatory policy. So that's the big risk by trying to do what the left is doing, but with slightly different branding.
So let me play devil's advocate here, because I get this when I bring up this topic. A lot of people saying, well, we are not actually on the right ever shrinking government. And I guess my point is, look at the deregulatory record that we have, which is good. But how do you address that point of people on the right who feel like we always say we want to cut the size and scope of federal government and we never do?
Yeah, that's a fair criticism. I've been very frustrated. I mean, I started my career and I was very worried about our $12 trillion debt, and that just seems cute now. And so Republicans need to understand that, yes, when we get power, we've actually got to do these things. We got a taste of it, actually, at the beginning of the Trump administration. The 2-in, 1-out deregulatory policy, the massive tax cuts that happened, those were good things. And it shows that you can affect conservative victories, but it's a commitment issue. And I worry that we're really losing that commitment now, because it's just a lot easier to say, well, we're going to just do what the Democrats have done over all these years, but with conservative branding on it. And that ratcheting effect is going to be incredibly problematic. And we're already seeing that the consumers are left in the lurch. There's a lot of these different policies that get proposed, particularly in the tech sector right now, where you've got Republicans and Democrats mad at tech companies for different reasons, right? Republicans are upset that the tech companies are suppressing information. Democrats think that they're allowing too much information. And what you have right now is an attack on both fronts on American tech companies, and all that's doing is empowering Chinese tech companies. And so we are at a real risk here of throwing the baby out with the bathwater as we continue to have these fights over how we're going to best use government to affect our own ends, instead of allowing entrepreneurs and innovators to make those decisions.
What should we be thinking of if, for some reason, we are able to win in November, the White House, the Senate, the House? I mean, if you could talk to them, what's the first thing you think they need to have at the forefront of their mind?
They need to have in the forefront of their mind they've got 4 years at a minimum, 8 years at a maximum, and that they're not going to be in power forever. And that the precedents, right, this is a country that is unique in its success because we have a British common law system. And precedent has an enormous bearing on what happens in the future. And so when you begin to undo really good conservative precedents in the name of trying to achieve conservative ends, you're going to create huge gaps for progressives to be able to drive a truck through. And you're also going to create problems where you are creating problems for consumers that may be completely opposite of what you're trying to do. I mean, nowhere is this more prominent than when you're attacking the tech sector. And I keep talking about that because that is where the antitrust proving ground is right now, where we keep having these conversations about tech. Well, how are we going to protect our kids, but we want to blow open these tech companies? Well, those two things don't align, because if you're talking about protecting kids, we've got a bill that passed, a law now that says TikTok has to divest, okay? There's a national security issue there, there's a parental issue there, folks have concerns with TikTok, Congress acted, but the mechanism by which it acts is to say that the app stores run by Apple and Google can no longer list TikTok if they don't divest. Yet at the very same time, we have lawsuits at the Department of Justice and legislation floating around in the states and in the federal government that would force smartphones to be more open, and therefore would make it easier for kids to go around those app stores and just download TikTok straight from the open web. And so again, it gets back to the regulation, the pile of regulation that we're seeing, and the fact that conservatives are now beginning to add to that shows that again, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, and we've got these policies that are achieving completely opposite ends.
We probably ought to meditate on this point just a moment so everybody understands, because I'm in the camp that TikTok is a national security issue given what we know. So it's good that we're trying to force them to have a sale. But at the same time, the way the legislation would work, as you pointed out, is that Apple and Google would have to take TikTok out of their stores if they don't divest. But at the same time, the federal government wants to make it so that Apple and Google have to allow people to download standalone apps outside of their store so that TikTok could still be on people's phones, even as they're not allowed in the stores for Apple and Google. It actually does not make any sense.
And that's exactly what's happening, because there is a large push to, and this kind of gets back to our original point, to say, well, I'm doing something about this, versus thinking about the long-term consequences of those actions. And that, I think, is the big problem that we have right now. There's this sense that, and I think it's fair to say, well, when Republicans have had power, what have we done? And that's a fair criticism, but that's not an excuse to then get power and do things that are backwards, and do things that are going to cause more harm than good. Put cybersecurity at risk, put kids at risk. I mean, big bill that's being debated in Washington right now, the Kids Online Safety Act. I think there's a lot of constitutional problems with that bill, but if you're talking about wanting to keep kids safe online, why are you talking about also, in the same breath, and a lot of the same legislators as well, talking about making a lot of the security features that are built into phones illegal because you're worried about competition concerns? We've got to prioritize one or another here. Like Thomas Sowell said, I love coming back to that quote, there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. And I don't think we're really adequately weighing trade-offs in Washington anymore.
Not only are we not weighing trade-offs, but it also seems like we have a lot of people in Congress who have no idea how the hell any of this stuff works, trying to legislate. I'm reminded of, what was it, the late Ted Stevens, and his explanation of the internet was a series of tubes carrying information. It really does seem like Congress is out of their wheelhouse, and so they're relying on third-party groups who have vested interests in shaping legislation in ways that are good, not necessarily for consumers or the middle class, but for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's interesting that, this recent antitrust case against Google, the administration and some of its allies on the right are saying this is a huge victory for consumers, but the biggest beneficiary of the antitrust case against $2 trillion Google is a $3 trillion Microsoft. I mean, that's not fighting for the little guys. You're talking about business decisions and business disagreements that are not being litigated in the market, they're being litigated in courtrooms, and they're being litigated in the halls of Congress.
Well, let me jump in here, because I've talked about this on radio, because I've got mixed feelings on it, because I do have concerns with Google, but it seems like, because one of the things the court found is that Google is paying Apple billions of dollars to be the default search engine, that the way this will work as a resolution is that Apple will no longer get billions of dollars from Google, but Google will still be everybody's default search engine, because Google has become the verb to search the internet. So Google actually wins and saves money through the lawsuit that determined that Google violated antitrust.
Yeah, we'll see what the remedies end up being. I mean, there are some folks that want to see vast breakups of these companies and want to bar these companies, whether it's Google or Microsoft or Apple, any of the big companies that make up a good amount of everyone's 401k, prohibit them from really effectively competing again in the future, making new mergers and acquisitions. And I think that's really concerning. That's a potential remedy to say, and we've seen that in legislation as well, saying, well, we're not going to let these companies grow any larger than they are now, ignoring the fact that the investments those companies make are what attracts new companies into the market in the first place. We've made it very hard for companies to go public, and so a lot of investors, and particularly in Silicon Valley, say, well, your business proposition is, I'm going to invest in you and I need to get paid back. And there's only three ways I get paid back. You get huge and successful on your own, unlikely. You go public, which is even harder because of federal regulation. The size of companies that are going public these days continues to grow, which means you don't have small businesses becoming publicly traded at a very high rate anymore. You already have mega corporations that are the ones going public. Or you get acquired by a larger corporation. And if you take away those paths to investor exit, you're not going to have investor entry. And I worry about the stultifying and the ossification of the American tech sector and the American innovation sector broadly, not unlike what we see in the European Union. What's happening right now in Washington in terms of regulation of the tech sector, regulation of competition policy broadly, is a direct copy of the playbook that the European Union has put in place. And I'd challenge anyone in this room, name a large European tech company. I can name a bunch of large Chinese tech companies, right? Tencent, TikTok, ByteDance. The largest European tech company barely registers in the Forbes, or the Fortune 100. There's one. And this is an economic bloc that has twice the population of the United States, and prior to the financial crisis had a larger GDP than the United States. And it doesn't produce cutting-edge companies. And the regulators here in the United States are saying, wow, what they're doing over there, we'd like that over here.
You mentioned that. Well, first, to end the punchline on the Google antitrust, it is somewhat funny that the winner of the Google antitrust, besides potentially Google, is Microsoft, the last company sued for antitrust, which is kind of wild. But then in the EU, it's funny, they're passing all these regulations, and every company they intend to regulate happens to be an American tech company. None of there aren't enough over there to qualify. Maybe Spotify, I guess, but and the Biden administration isn't standing up for the American tech companies in Europe.
In fact, we've found that your tax dollars have been paying for U.S. regulators to go over to the European Union, go over to Brussels, and actually cooperate and help the European Union craft these types of regulations that are targeting and extracting from American tech companies. Say what you want about the American tech companies. They've made a lot of political decisions that, I can't defend. But at the same time, that's trillions and trillions of dollars of value and millions of jobs in the U.S. economy that is being openly attacked by our allies in the European Union, and the Biden administration is using your tax dollars to help them.
So let me get into a question from the crowd that it came up, and it wasn't particularly directed at you, but we mentioned Google and these tech companies. There is a view, one I increasingly share, that a number of these companies are pretty openly hostile to conservatives. And so I understand the impulse of conservatives to say we've got to fight back and maybe we have to use the government to fight back against these companies. What is your recommended solution for those of us who do have this concern that a lot of these companies aren't just progressive companies, they're progressive companies helping to advance progressivism?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. It's a difficult one. And these are the difficult questions that I see a lot of folks on the right these days are avoiding. It's just easier to say, well, liberals want to break them up too, so we're just going to do that, and we're going to undo all of the antitrust victories that we've had as conservatives because we got to do something about these companies. Not thinking down the road that, well, oil and gas is next, or that major retailers are next, you name it. I think it requires looking deeper at the type of incentives that are coming out of Washington right now. Forget looking at FTC and DOJ for solutions. Look at what's happening at the Securities and Exchange Commission. We actually have a project at the Taxpayers Protection Alliance Foundation, SEC Mission Creep, because the SEC is increasingly becoming sort of a social regulator because you have activist investors in this country that are able, because of SEC rules, to get items on corporate shareholder ballots at a very easy rate, to the extent that Bernie Sanders was able to speak at Walmart's shareholders meeting. I mean, that shouldn't be able to happen easily, but it's happening because the SEC has lowered the threshold for activist progressive groups to be able to force companies to weigh in on these issues. And these companies don't want to do it, but if their shareholders are forcing them to, that's a big problem. And I think we ought to look at that. We ought to look at why is the SEC tipping the scales to make it easier for progressives to force companies to be getting involved in social issues where they otherwise wouldn't. You start there, and then when I look at things like antitrust, that's a break glass solution, right? We're not there yet. We haven't even tried the fire extinguisher.
So you mentioned that. I do an ad for the bank that I use. It's called Old Glory Bank. It's an online bank. Instead of trying to start a bank from scratch, they purchased a bank in Oklahoma. They did rebranding. They expanded the platform. And it was set up by a bunch of conservatives who have been concerned about banks that are seeing progressives buy the shares, become activists, pressure the banks to close the accounts of gun stores, gun manufacturers, conservative activists. And this company, as they're trying to grow and get investors, actually avoided being publicly traded and looked for investors who could invest in a different way to avoid progressives being able to come in and buy the shares. And it struck me as they went through this process that here's a model American bank by conservatives for conservatives concerned about this situation that had to go out of its way with lawyers to find a way to get investors because it knew if it decided to be publicly traded, you could have a bunch of progressives buy the shares and then, because of the SEC, force them out of their mission.
Right. So I think we could solve a lot of these problems without opening up and loading a bazooka for progressives to do whatever they want when they're in power by simply paring back and keeping these types of objective standards of regulation that we've fought hard for and expanding those. I think we need to have objective standards of regulation of shareholder issues at the SEC. We don't have that right now. Progressive groups submit these issues into the SEC. It goes into a black box, and we don't know who at SEC decides what corporations have to vote on. But I can guarantee you it's a long-time progressive bureaucrat that's worked in Washington for decades. And it's being influenced by the progressive administration. So we've got to open that up, have more transparency in those types of issues of what publicly traded companies have to be working on. Because I can tell you, a lot of them don't want to be dealing with these issues, but they feel that they have to appease a government that is increasingly weaponizing itself.
It's funny you say that. I know a couple of CEOs, and this conversation comes up with the progressive issues that they take on. And one of the things they mention is you don't understand, we all now have chief diversity officers. And if I scale this back, I get labeled a racist and fired. That person leaves and goes into academia. And the SEC constantly comes up in shareholder fights that people don't understand this. And you mentioned earlier, and a CEO for a major corporation told me this, that the danger that we have on our side is that we are setting precedents the left is not just going to use against oil and gas companies, but gun manufacturers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's really the core thing here is they don't, the hangover of I'm sure it'll feel great if you achieve the antitrust or regulatory victory for conservative ends against a major corporation that you dislike. But the hangover of that is it's going to be turned around and used against you tenfold because the progressives are a lot better at wielding the weapons of government than we are. And again, we're not always going to be in power. It's an inconvenient truth. Again, I think it's really important to get back to that kind of core issue of where is this stuff emanating from, because the purpose of a business and a corporation, right, is to deliver value to their shareholders. So that is where you've got to begin to look at solutions. Because otherwise, again, we're at a real risk here of throwing the baby out with the bathwater and, again, ossifying the dynamic investment in tech sector and innovation sector and other corporations that we're seeing. I think that's a huge problem. And it's something that, again, it feels like the easy solution. It's an easy solution over a political horizon, right? The average elected official is only thinking over the next 2 to 6 to 8 years. But these decisions that we're making now are going to have lasting consequences for decades. And so it's about making sure to have that foresight and say, let's not go get the quick, easy win. Let's treat the lasting core issue here, and hopefully that will pay dividends for decades.
So before we wrap up, let's get back into the Taxpayer Protection Alliance specifically. If people want to get involved or find out more with what you guys do, where should they go?
Yeah, so our website is protectingtaxpayers.org. You can find us on Twitter, X, whatever they're calling it these days, at Protect Taxpayers.
The Supreme Court 9-0 ruled it's called Twitter.
I did see that.
Yes.
I did see that. So it's an important precedent. We'll
yes.
get back to that. But yeah, that's the easiest way to find us. Go online, find us at www.protectingtaxpayers.org. We talked a lot about the issues that I see in the regulatory state right now, but we work on lots of different issues. We work on IRS accountability. We work on sports stadium spending accountability. Something that I've weighed in on recently, where a lot of
good for you.
Public tax dollars going to billionaires doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I thought we were fiscal conservatives. But so we work on any sort of issue under the economic sun, trying to keep government limited and accountable, and make sure that whether it's progressives or Republicans and conservatives, that we're not creating weapons in government that can be used against the taxpayer and the consumer.
Well, and let's end on that point then, because I just, and again, this isn't to be a broken record, and I don't want to bore the crowd, but because it comes up so much, and it is my biggest fear with where we're headed. I can see it coming. You saw it when the Obama administration set a bunch of precedents, and I was writing at the time that what the Democrats don't understand is they're setting precedents that if Donald Trump got elected, he would use, and he did. And then had to say again to the Republicans, you're setting precedents the Democrats are going to use because there is no permanence in politics. Unless we're suddenly going to abandon our constitutional system, which we're not going to do, that I do think conservatives really have to think about. I want to throw the punch, but when we've thrown the punch, we can't they're going to punch back, and the only way to stop them from punching back is to essentially take away their arms. And the way you take away their arms is you take away Washington's power to throw a punch.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that reminds me of an old saying, right? We got to get back to this country where there's a fun saying where it's like California makes technology, Texas makes energy, Iowa makes food, Washington makes it hard. And we've got to get back to focusing on how is Washington making it hard? How do we strip those things back? How do we decentralize power? How do we give power back to the states where it's easier to achieve political victories? You're able to disperse and decentralize that power, these problems become a lot less severe. Because when Washington weighs in on something, it has obviously national ramifications, and it carries a much bigger weight. You know, you impact interstate commerce versus let's keep the bad policies for the most part isolated to the places where people are voting for those things, and not have, you know, effectively California regulators running the country, which they're basically doing in Washington right now.
So let's end where we began. Your family's small business. You mentioned the Code of Federal Regulations. You're not the first person to say this, and we probably should end meditating on this point that the cost of federal regulation prevents an economic explosion in this country because the governmental compliance and cost to governmental compliance is money that companies can't then reinvest in their company to grow jobs and build things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a dead weight loss, right? Every dollar that you spend on a lawyer, every dollar that you spend on an accountant is a dollar that you can't spend hiring a new machinist, hiring a new delivery driver, buying a new Ford truck to make your deliveries, what have you. I mean, that's all money that goes to Washington and pays for high-priced bureaucrats. And that's money that's not being spent. That's money spent filling out paperwork. That's not creating value, right? We got to get back to focusing on how to entrepreneurs, businesses, whether it's the largest tech companies in the country or it's the small business like my family's small business, how do we get them refocused on creating value for consumers and more interested in competing for your dollars versus competing for your votes? I think that's really important. We got to have that differentiation between competing in Washington and competing on Main Street. And right now, because of the complexity and because increasingly conservatives are abandoning free markets, which I'm very concerned about, you're going to see companies competing for political favor. And that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. That's where we end up with negative economic growth. And that's going to have huge ramifications long term. I mean, the only way we're going to get out of the fiscal crisis that we're in right now is growing our way out of it. Cut spending, sure, but we've got to grow our way out of it too. And you can't keep layering on regulations, right? We've got a problem right now of we've got a fly, and there's a lot of folks, particularly on the left, but certainly on the right, that want to swallow a spider instead of just going after the fly.
I got to confess to you, when I looked at the schedule, when somebody handed me one, it was like, oh, 45 minutes. Oh, 45 minutes. And now we've sat here for just about 45 minutes, and I actually have so much more that I could talk to you about. This is right in my wheelhouse, and it's so much of what I've been talking about with my audience on radio that we've got to not just wildly throw punches. We've got to be thoughtful and strategic in how we move, because I really am afraid about the precedents we set. So thanks for sitting here with me for as long as you have to talk about this stuff. And I hope it really does get conservatives to think that we don't want to set the precedents that they then use against us, because time and time again, we wind up being Wile E. Coyote shoving the rock off the cliff only to have it land on Wile E. Coyote.
Absolutely. And if you want to continue this conversation with me or my staff that's here, we've got a booth out there in the hallway. We'll be talking about our app security project, where we're talking about the various cybersecurity trade-offs and issues that are being created by some of the things we talked about right now. We'd love to have that conversation with you. So we'll be here all weekend. I thank you all so much for listening, and thank you for the opportunity, Eric.
Absolutely. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much. I enjoyed that a ton.
Appreciate that. No,
absolutely.
It was great.
Thanks.
I'm delighted. So,
Yeah. Thanks very much. So this is where you get a 15-minute break. And then we have the governor of Florida, the former vice president of the United States, and then you get lunch. So we'll take a quick time out here. I'll go run to the restroom. I'll come back, and we've got a great lineup this afternoon. So we'll be right back. Your seat. Remember your cell phones. So I have good news and bad news about this afternoon. We actually are going to be able to get a break now, but the bad news is because one of the flights for one of our speakers got canceled, but we'll manage this schedule well. The Congresswoman from Florida, Congresswoman Kemp, her flight got canceled, I think, because of the storm from where she was coming from, but that's okay. It'll give us a small break for me to step out and like run to the restroom this afternoon at some point, because I really wasn't looking forward to sitting here with y'all from 1 to 5. So we'll have a little bit of a break. Right now, however, I want to introduce you to my next guest, who is one of the best governors in the country. You know, I'm biased for my own governor, but inarguably one of the greatest governors in the country, who a friend of mine actually refers to because of his fight with Disney as the Rat Slayer, has been incredible. I hate to use the word holistically. It's just such one of those buzzy words, but I mean, balancing his state, which has a massive environmental concern that everybody left, right, and center cares about, from the Everglades to the freshwater springs to bringing in massive amounts of business, handling just this massive influx of people from all of these states they're fleeing, and then also having to deal with like Hurricane Debbie and then the inevitable Florida man. And he balances it all with grace and humor and is just such a great governor. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Governor Ron DeSantis. Thanks so much.
You know, it's great to be back in Georgia, and all the accolades of Florida I'm proud of, but I grew up in Florida, born and raised, and we were for a long number of years the college football center of the universe.
Yes, about that.
That is not true anymore. I am now standing in the college football center of the universe in the state of Georgia. And, you know, these things change. But so as a conservative, you know, I understand my job is just as much to prevent bad ideas from going into place as it is to facilitate good. You want to do both, but you got to stop the bad stuff. So a couple years ago, I had some people come to me with an idea, and they said, Governor, we have calculated that we could make more money for the University of Florida if we moved the Florida-Georgia game from Jacksonville to a home-and-home series. And I said, you know, that very well may be true, but I am not going to be the governor that loses the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. Denied.
You know, I would be remiss, since you started there, that y'all are losing such a great president at the University of Florida with former Senator Sass. That was a great pick, and just what you've done with colleges in Florida overall has been just tremendous to actually push back on so many of the far left academic issues that where college campuses around the country have just been tools of indoctrination and just forget about education.
So we have a radical idea that the tax dollars that Floridians pay should not go to fund universities that are hostile to our freedoms and way of life, and that they should actually fund institutions that are pursuing the classical mission of a university, pursuing truth, having high academic standards, and preparing our students to be citizens of our republic. And so what we've been able to do, so first of all, since I've been governor, we've not raised tuition. So tuition for in-state's about $6,300. Grandparents can actually qualify for in-state on behalf of their grandkids under certain circumstances. We're proud of that. We have Bright Future scholarships, similar to what Georgia has, where you good students go to school for free. You one notch below that, you get 75% off tuition. So we're making it affordable. So you basically have no debt. But what we've said is, how does it get to where these universities are captured by the left? You can't just say we don't want it. There's reasons why. There's incentives built in. So we did a reform that all tenured professors must undergo review every 5 years and can be terminated for poor performance. So you're now seeing, and this isn't even apart from the indoctrination nonsense, You talk to anyone in those universities, probably the biggest deadweight cost is unproductive tenured faculty. So you want to be able to do this, but it also helps identify, hey, if you're there for politicking and not for academic rigor, we're going to do that. So we did that. That's now being done. There was just an article about UF that Ben Sass really did this to identify. So they've got like the bottom 20% that are going to be filtered out, but we have also empowered presidents of our universities, almost like free agency. There's someone good at Hillsdale or MIT, we give you a pot of money, just go hire them. Do not let the hiring be held captive by the current faculty. Why? Well, because if you're under current in almost any university in this country, if you go in front of that faculty, if you don't toe the ideological line, are you going to get tenure? Probably not. In fact, I'd say 95% not. Well, now we don't have to worry about that. They see people that are talented, they bring them in. So we've brought in a lot of professors for our universities. And it's funny because like we have this post-tenure review. People are being processed out. Some people have looked at what we've done at like New College in Sarasota. This was like a small liberal arts college, publicly funded. I didn't even know what it was when I became governor. I remember the Speaker of the House came to me, said, Governor, I want to talk to you about New College. I was like, why do we need a new college? We have enough of them already. He's like, no, this place in Sarasota. I'm like, well, you tell me about it. It was like a Marxist commune, like left of the left, no grades, all this stuff. And like, look, if that's what you want to pursue, you have every right to do that, but not at the taxpayer's expense. So I put 7 conservatives on the Board of Trustees. So I put 7 conservatives on the Board of Trustees. They fired the president, hired a conservative president. They abolished the Gender Studies Department. They were the first university in America to eliminate DE&I, and they reframed the mission of the college to be the nation's top publicly funded classical liberal arts college, similar to like a Hillsdale College. And so when we did that, there were some, even though the enrollment was terrible, some of the students wanted to leave, but so many more wanted to apply. Some of the faculty wanted to leave, and honestly, they should have. They were not good fits from there. And so the media would be like, oh, there's a brain drain because some professors are leaving. Let me tell you, if Marxist professors are leaving the state of Florida, that is good for the state of Florida. That is not bad. But just the larger issue, though, is conservatives have worked hard on K-12. We have universal school choice. Hopefully Georgia will get there someday, some of these other states. But it's good. It's important. But you can be, and I have young, so we are, and I was just telling Eric before we came out here, you know, we're in the last dog days of summer vacation. Next week, we have our daughter going to 2nd grade, our son going to 1st, and our youngest daughter going to pre-K4. We're ready for them to get back to school. They are. But so we're very sensitive to K-12. It's important, but just think about, you're a parent. Maybe you have a great K-12 school. Maybe you're homeschooling. You're working hard to instill values. You do that for 18 years, and then your kids go to some university where they work to undo that with indoctrination. That is not good. So I think this higher education issue is critical. We are now, because of what's happened at Columbia and all this other stuff, you know, they tried to take over lawns at University of Florida, Florida State, all this stuff. They lasted 7 minutes and they got dragged out of there. We're not putting up with this stuff. But part of the problem with our country and things that have gone wrong is as a result of all the nonsense that you've seen of these universities of the last 20, 25 years. You know, I was a blue-collar kid growing up in Florida. I was a baseball player, you know, so I ended up getting recruited to play baseball by schools like Princeton and Yale, and I had never been to New England before in my life. I remember showing up the first day of school like a good Floridian. I have flip-flops and jean shorts on and a T-shirt. That is not how these kids from the prep schools dressed or acted, so I was like a fish out of water. I didn't even know colleges were liberal when I went. I just was very, very wet. But I always said, it was shocking to me, and it's much worse now, but I was like, you know, when these kids get into the real world, none of this stuff is gonna fly, like this doesn't work. Well, now looking back, you know, the joke's been on me because like all of that, yeah, it didn't happen right away, but it's now permeated corporate America, the bureaucracy, all these different things. So if we do not have a counter with higher education, we are ultimately going to lose, I think, a lot of the battles that lie ahead of us. And I'm just proud in Florida, no state has done more to reclaim the historic traditional mission of higher education than the state of Florida. We do not cede those institutions to the political left in the Sunshine State.
Well, and also I do have to say on the football comment, it looks like the University of Florida is becoming a great baseball school.
Well, so we had Florida State and Florida, both Florida's UF 2023 number 2 in the nation. They lost to LSU, who had Paul Skeens, who's one of the best pitchers in the big leagues already. And then this year, Florida and Florida State both made it to the Final Four. Baseball, neither of them made it to the championship. And University of Florida had a first-round pick. Florida State had 2 first-round picks. You know, I'm a baseball guy. I played all the way through college, so that's my love. But at the same time, I remember my first year as governor, when National Signing Day happened for the football recruits, I told my staff, give me letters for all the kids. I'm going to sign them letters saying congratulations. So they did. And we have a lot of great high school football in Florida, great talent. So I'm signing these letters, and I'm reading, Dear Johnny, congratulations on signing with the University of Georgia. Dear Michael, congratulations on signing with Alabama. Dear Johnny, congratulations on signing with Clemson. I'm like, wait a minute, why am I congratulating them for leaving the state of Florida? We used to keep all the blue chips in state now. So yeah, but we've got our state in terms of like big events. Just since I've been governor, we've hosted 2 Super Bowls. We've college football national championship. We got another one of those coming up. We have hockey Stanley Cups. I mean, like, who would have thought Florida would have that? I was just in Miami helping. They're building a big new soccer stadium. They have Messi down there. We're helping with some of the arteries, the roads to kind of go into that. So there's a lot going on in our state, and hopefully we can get back to where we're competitive in college football.
You bring up a sore subject for my son and Philip, who works for me, is they're both Tampa Bay Lightning fans. And for the life of me, I still can't understand why Florida has 2 ice hockey teams. But when I get emails and see people with Quebec license plates headed down to Florida for the winter, it kind of makes sense now why Florida has these great hockey teams.
So interesting fact. So I grew up in Dunedin, Florida, which is by Clearwater. It's west of Tampa. There in the Pinellas County on the peninsula. We were the spring training home of the Toronto Blue Jays. And one, it was just good because the city of Dunedin owned all those facilities. So as a high school baseball player, my home field was the Dunedin Blue Jays spring training stadium. That's where we practiced, that's where we played. And so I played 4 years Division I baseball all over the country, never played on a better field than my high school home stadium, which is really cool to be able to grow up. But I remember growing up as a kid, every February, you're out and about in Dunedin, and it was 50-50 whether the car in front of you would be a Florida license plate or an Ontario license plate. I mean, it was a lot of Canadians.
So we've got someone here from Canada, and he said in his email, leaving a question, that he's one of the people who drives every year in winters in Florida, lives in Halifax apparently, is there for the summer, and he just wanted to ask his favorite American governor his opinion on his least favorite Canadian Prime Minister, Trudeau.
So all I can say is this. Justin Trudeau, since he has been Prime Minister of Canada, number of Stanley Cups for Canada, 0. Governor Ron DeSantis, number of Stanley Cups for the state of Florida since I've been governor, 3. Who's winning that battle?
Well played. So, on a serious note, you guys, Georgia, now the Carolinas, Virginia, have had to deal with Debbie. How has the recovery been for the state?
Well, you know, we're proud of our storm response in Florida because, you know, when I became governor, this is something we've dealt with for many years. And I said, okay, and there have been a lot of strides made, you know, particularly under Governor Bush, who had to deal with a lot. But I was like, okay, what can we do better? And so every time we get in these seasons, we're looking to do better. So my first thing as governor was like, you know, we can't have situations where people are without power for weeks on end if we can help it. Now, sometimes the damage may be so bad, right? So we started pre-positioning linemen to be able to go. As soon as that storm passes, these guys are there connecting people. So Debbie hit the other day. The number of people without power in the state of Florida is effectively zero as we sit here today. And that wasn't true in some of these other places that have been hit. Not that this was a Category 5, but being able to do that. So we were able to do that. Now there's some pockets of flooding. We may see some more because when Georgia gets a lot of rain in the south, it comes down in North Florida. So we're monitoring that, but we've been able to really lean in and have a very robust response. It's just something that we take a lot of pride in. We mobilized everyone the week before the storm, before it was even an organized storm, because we see, hey, there's a possibility. We do it. I'd rather have too many resources ready and get a better outcome than not have enough and end up getting a worse outcome. So we're going to do fine on it. Look, I don't want to have to get hit, but if I had to get hit with a Debbie every year, we can handle that. I mean, we're in really good shape. We'll see what happens for the rest of the hurricane season. But the Ian was a Category 5. We had over 3 million people restored with power within 72 hours. Like, that had never happened, anything like that before. We had entire bridges that were knocked out, taking you from mainland Lee County, Fort Myers, to some of these barrier islands, Sanibel and Pine Island. And, you know, these are not state bridges, and so this is like a county deal, and they were basically being told, the residents and the people that had businesses, it's probably going to be 6 months before you're going to be able to get out there. Maybe you can take a boat or something like that. So these guys came to me. They're like, we can't do that. Like, our islands will die. Can you help us? And I'm like, all right, I'll help you. So I got my guys together. I was like, I want no bureaucracy. I want no red tape. We have these missions. We got to do it. So the Pine Island Bridge that they said was going to be out for months, we took it over. 3 days later, it was back open, reconstructed for business. Sanibel, 2 weeks after we took it over, it had 3 breaks in the causeway, repaired, back open for business, and that basically is the difference between those places being able to come back or basically just withering on the vine. So these things are always, there's always something different about each one of them, but preparation is key, and then just being able to make decisions. I mean, like, some people are like so worried that they may make the wrong decision. When you're in this fog of a crisis, you may not make every great decision, but you got to just be decisive. You can always be able to shift resources or do what you need to do. So I think we're going to be fine, and we'll see what happens for the rest of the hurricane season.
Before I get into your thoughts on national politics, I really want to ask you this question. I've been thinking about how to ask you oftentimes questions in interviews you may not necessarily get. One of the things that always strikes me when I go to Florida, take the kids down there, you've got these enormous freshwater springs that come up everywhere. You've got the Everglades. You've got this tremendous environmentalism that Republicans often get knocked as mythology, that we're somehow bad for the environment. But you, as a conservative governor who supports free markets, have really done a good job of balancing business, commerce, trade, tourism, and also no degradation of the environment in Florida. How do you balance those concerns from a conservative perspective to ensure the environment in Florida is pristine, environmentalists love what's going on there, but also you're not sacrificing trade and industry, commerce, and tourism?
Well, fortunately in Florida, a lot of that's reinforcing, right? I mean, like, our economy is strong because we have great natural resources. We're the #1 boating state in the country, #1 fishing state in the country, and it's not even close. And people come for that. They come from all over the country. Heck, they come from all over the world to be able to do that in the state of Florida. And so our Everglades it's not a swamp. It's actually a river. It's a river of grass. And man created different types of blockages of the water for coming down for a variety of different reasons, but it over many decades starved that system of the water it needs, which is a natural filtration system. It's caused water to go in different directions that have caused problems. And so we basically set out, when I became governor, to restore the flow, to think about what God gave us and get back to that, and do it in a smart, cost-efficient, and an intelligent way. But that has helped our economy for what we're doing. You know, if you look in like Florida Bay, the fishing is better today than it was when I became governor. You look at what we've been able to do to combat algae and some of the things. You know, we've mitigated that to where, you know, things like red tide happen. That's just natural, but mitigating the effects. So that's good for the hotels it's good for our travel industry, it's good for our restaurants, it's good for all of that. So I just had to lay the marker down. Our party really wasn't leaning in on it because I think they think, and I agree with some, I mean, like when you hear things about environment, you think, hey, the left uses that to try to advance their agenda. They don't really care about the environment. They care about controlling your behavior. So I think there's a natural aversion when you see that, but that's not what we're doing. I'm not trying to control your behavior. I'm trying to restore the beauty of Florida, and we are doing it, but then let you enjoy it as a Floridian or as a tourist. I want more activity. I want people out and about. I want them doing that. So it's a different approach, and I think the left has given us an opening because their whole thing about the climate ideology, that's basically they want to impose very controlling, destructive policies on the American people. They tell you the world's going to end unless you adopt their entire political agenda. Gee, imagine how convenient that it just works out that way, right? You got to do everything they want, otherwise the world's going to end. So we've rejected that. In fact, we did an energy bill. Oh, the media got so mad at this. We did an energy bill this year that basically said the state of Florida, our energy policy is we want reliable energy and affordable energy. And we specifically said our policy should not be based on climate ideology. That causes people to pay more and it's less reliable. They got so mad about that. But if you think about it, part of the reason we're able to get the power on in Florida after a storm is because we've embraced reliable energy. And even though we've done that, our emissions are way down over the last 10, 20 years than what they were previously. So we're going about all this, I think, in a very sensible way. And that's part of the reason why we've gotten so much broad support in the state of Florida. All the different issues we face, we're addressing every one. We're just doing it from a conservative perspective rather than adopting liberal policies.
So you mentioned the left wanting to control us. There's this governor you may have heard of from Minnesota who, while you were opening your state for COVID, was keeping his lockdown and also doing a rat line for neighbors to rat each other out. And I understand there are a lot of Floridians now who have Minnesota accents.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. I've known about walls a long time because when people flee, they would tell me why they fled. They come up to me. I'd have strangers just give me like a big hug saying, thank you. We escaped from California, New York, but a lot of them escaped from Minnesota, and Minnesota has lost population since he's been governor. And so I think the policies have been very destructive when you're driving out people. But think about this shtick he's doing. I mean, this is just unbelievable. He will give this stump speech, and he says, our neighbors can do what they want. It's none of your damn business what your neighbor's doing. This from the guy that set up a COVID snitch line imploring Minnesotans to tattletale on their neighbors for leaving their house. What, to take the dog, to relieve the dog, walk the dog, or go out and shoot hoops or something? He wanted you reported to the authorities. That is not minding your own damn business. That is a total abuse of government power. And then he'll say things like, well, these Republicans are weird. This is a guy that used Minnesota tax dollars to put tampons in the boys' bathrooms throughout the schools in Minnesota. Are you kidding me? And then he talks about trying to say, he's like, I want people to be able to, they make your own healthcare decisions. Fine, yeah, I agree. But he's the one that mandated the experimental COVID mRNA shot. There was a lot of people that didn't want that, and he forced that on the state employees. And so this whole shtick is totally contradicted by the record. Now the media, they are going to present him as, oh, he's a coach, he's a veteran, all this. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to talk about these policies. And it's interesting, even when they have to address it. So this knock on him for putting the tampons in the boys' locker room, how the media is portraying that is Republicans criticizing Walz for putting tampons in schools. They're omitting why we're so upset, why we think it's ridiculous, because he's putting it in the boys' bathroom. So they don't want to address the actual criticisms of it. I don't think ultimately these VPs probably, are going to affect the election, but how he's being presented versus the actual record, I mean, it's a stark contrast. And I've got people in Florida that live to tell the tales about what happened in the state of Minnesota. And it's interesting because you have some states in that same region, like Iowa's gaining population. You know, they're doing very well. Minnesota's losing population. They're struggling. And it's all just a difference of philosophy and difference of policy. And that's a very stark contrast between those two states.
So you experienced this on the campaign trail in 23 and 24, and it really has been remarkable how a press corps that put Joe Biden in a bubble wouldn't attack anyone who stated the obvious until they couldn't. Now doing this with Kamala Harris, there are so many conservative activists I talk to who says, well, we can't win, they're so out to get us, and yet look at you in the state of Florida, Republicans able to win. What do you tell conservatives who just feel like the deck is so stacked against us, we can't win?
Well, first of all, the deck is stacked. I don't whine about that. That's just the truth. We had Biden, and I've been dealing with Biden the whole time he's in. You know, we have natural disasters. He's come to Florida. I've seen the decline. I saw him when he first took office 6 months in. He came down when we had a condo collapse in Florida. This was obvious, and yet, a day before that debate in June, if you had said Biden doesn't have the wits or the sanity to be president, forget about even now, but till he's 86, the corporate media in this country would have said you're a conspiracy theorist, that this is right-wing propaganda. Then he went on stage, and it was basically at that point, you ain't putting lipstick on that pig. Everyone knew he couldn't do it, right? And so then they had to say, okay, how are we going to do it? And so they basically worked to get him out of the race. And I've been predicting this for a long time. I thought actually the move to get him out was going to happen after the midterms, but I think what happened is there wasn't a red wave. And so he was able to say, wait a minute, I can beat these Republicans. There's no red wave. Inflation was 8%, border wide open, all the bad things we're talking about, and there was no red wave. But then when it got to the point here, he was going to lose, and so they did it. And so now, and I said this too, whoever they get, and Kamala is probably the best one for us. I mean, if I had to pick who to run against, I would rather them do her than some others, because I think some of the others would be stronger candidates. But they are manufacturing this candidacy out of whole cloth. They are trying to create this excitement. And look, the thing is sometimes that can create excitement. Sometimes it can create momentum. And so this is all manufactured. There's no there with Kamala. She doesn't answer questions for good reasons, because she'll talk about the passage of time and being unburned. I mean, it's just nonsense. So that's it. But here's in Florida, no governor in this country faced more incoming than me from the corporate media. Not even close. And your governor has been hit, others, but it was relentless on me because one, I beat their rising superstar, Gillum, in 2018. They were very upset about that. And then two, I got in after winning a narrow race, and I said, you know what, I'm not trimming my sails. I'm going to go, and I'm going to be bold, and we're going to really move this state. And then when COVID happened, they were so mad people were on the beaches. They said we were killing kids by mandating that schools be open for in-person instruction. All the way down the line, that was constant. And then we stood for re-election after having more incoming. And not only did we win re-election, we took a state that had traditionally delivered 1-point victories. Rick Scott's 2 governor's races, Obama winning the presidential in 2012, Donald Trump in 2016, and me in 2018, even less than 1%. And we won it by 20 points, 1.5 million votes. No one thought that was possible in Florida. When I got elected, we had 300,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans in Florida, and Florida had never had more R's than D's. By the time I got reelected, we had flipped that to 300,000 more R's than D's in the state of Florida, which is great, and that generated a 1.5 million vote margin because we won independents overwhelming all these demographics. But just since my reelection, we've gone from 300,000 more registered R's than D's to now 1 million more registered R's than D's in the state of Florida. And that is in the teeth of 99% hostile media, denigrating Florida, attacking me, but also the state, and people in the dark days of COVID, we were being pilloried, and yet people were coming. So what that tells me is that there is a desire for truth. It's not easy. There's a lot of static out there, but people do want to see the truth. And so we showed how it's done. Now, for the balance of this national campaign, they are going to act as an arm of the Harris-Walz campaign. That's what's going to happen. Look, the corporate media, it's a huge part of the Democratic Party. That's just what it is. And it's interesting because I think about how do you combat it. You know, as a governor was a little easier because I can just go out and do things. And so people would see with their own eyes, well, hey, wait a minute, this guy saved my job, he did that. It's harder just as being a candidate. But I think to myself, the corporate press in this country has never had a lower approval rating amongst Americans than they do now. We have a fragmented media environment where you don't even need to deal with these people. You can get your news other places. And yet, even though the estimation of them is at rock bottom, even though there's so many other outlets, in some respects, these narratives are more powerful today than there ever have been. I think part of it is it's a little bit harder to counter. If they were doing narratives against Reagan in '84, there were like 5 television stations he could put ads, Morning in America, and just fight back. Well, now it's harder to reach people. And so the stuff that gets into the zeitgeist gets there. So it's not easy to do, but ultimately I think if you're standing for what's right, if you're standing for what's true, if you're making the case, there is a desire for truth out there. And this is a great test because they are taking somebody who nobody thought could do the job of president, and they're trying to create a cultural phenomenon around this candidate and around her running mate. And I think the American people are ultimately going to see through that. But make no mistake, you know, I hear some of the Republicans whining about, oh, they don't go after her. Oh, they're not going to do that. Like, just understand, they are not going to do that. They wanted Biden out, not because they didn't like Democrats, it's because they didn't think he could win. So they're now trying to engineer a victory. That's what they want to do. So just be prepared about doing that and go out and fight the good fight.
Last question for you. You've got small kids. You're in your second term in Florida. You see the lay of the landscape. What gives you hope about the country, your state, where we're headed?
Well, if you look at kind of the maladies around this country that we face, I mean, to me, it's all rooted in leftist ideology and the leftist agenda. And we've seen them overtake K-12 education with school unions. We've seen them overtake the bureaucracy, federal bureaucracy. We've seen them overtake even a lot of corporate America, all these different things. And it's almost like, you know, if you're an American that just believes in those core American values, that these are timeless principles and enduring truths, it's like, you know, where do you turn because you have all this? Well, Florida shows not only did we fight these people, we beat them on issue after issue. We beat the teachers' unions when it came to being open during COVID for having universal school choice, and we even have paycheck protection for teacher union dues. They no more automatic deduction, and now you're in a situation where Miami-Dade teacher union doesn't have enough signing up, and they're going to be decertified. We beat Fauci and the bureaucrats on COVID. Yes, we beat Disney on woke agenda in schools and woke ideology, and we're proud to do that. We've taken all the debt Florida has had from 1840s to the present. When I became governor, we've paid off 36% of it in just 5.5 years, and we have the lowest per capita debt in the entire country. So all these battles can be won. We've shown it can be won. When I was standing for election the first time in 2018, people were saying Florida was about to become a blue state permanently, and that there's no way Republicans could win elections nationally because of that. Now, I turn on my, in 2020, I'm like putting things on for my kids, and I could not put on any cartoon without there being a Biden ad. Like, it was nonstop. Now in Florida, you don't have presidential campaign ads. I mean, some of the ones that may be bought nationally on cable, but like in terms of our local markets, Florida's off the board. So we showed it can be done. And I think it can be done throughout the United States. But as conservative people say, what does it mean to be a conservative? And I kind of think about it because, like, on the one hand, I don't want to conserve the current state of things where we have woke corporations, indoctrinations in the schools, prosecutors letting criminals out of jail, all that. So I think what I think Florida represents and what we could do nationally is a great rediscovery where we're restoring the timeless truths that have made this country great. Because when we show fidelity to those founding principles, you got to apply it differently than James Madison did or Lincoln or Reagan to new circumstances. But when we have fidelity to those founding principles, we do well as a country. These are not just timepieces. These are things that endure. We've lost that over recent years, but I absolutely think we've got a pathway to be able to get it back.
Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Are you doing just another one, or do you want me to talk to folks down there? Are you taking a break?
Yeah, we've got Mike Pence right now. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again to Governor DeSantis for coming up, particularly in light of having the hurricane situation down in Florida and then being able to get up here. Appreciate that a ton. I got to tell you, my next guest is somebody I always hate to bother because he's so busy. Bless you. And he winds up oftentimes reaching out to me because I don't like to bother people. And when I got started in politics and started writing at Red State, I got a copy of Russell Kirk's Conservative Mind in the mail with a note in it: if you're gonna be a voice for conservatism, be sure what you believe. And it was from my next guest, who I had never met, and went up to D.C. and spent time with him. And at the time, he was running the Republican Study Committee, which at the time was the conservative voice in Congress. And then he became a governor, and then he became vice president of the United States. And through it all, he's always been guided by his faith and by a real commitment to truth, and not his truth, but the truth. Like I say on radio all the time, if Jesus says, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life," then truth is objective and knowable. And he's always been committed to knowing not just Christ, but also real, objective, knowable truth, and grounding himself in the timeless principles of truth. And so he's never been willing to compromise on the principles that I think have guided the nation for so long. And it's just, I love being able to call him a friend, and also someone who regularly prays for my family, particularly for my wife. And that is the Vice President, Mike Pence. Thank you.
Too kind.
Thank you so much. So I got to start with asking you how your vastly better half is.
Well, Karen sends her regards and is probably looking on from our home in Indiana. And she's doing wonderful, mostly because in the last 3 years, since I was with many of you, we have seen the birth of not one, not two, but 3 of the most beautiful granddaughters ever born in the history of the world. So Karen is happy. We got one more on the way. Our son, who is just made major in the United States Marine Corps. Nice. Thank you. He and his wife have 2 of our granddaughters stationed in Arizona, and then our daughter Charlotte, who's expecting, is married to one of my unworthy son-in-laws. And they have one and one on the way, and he's a fighter pilot in the United States Navy, flies the F-18, and they're stationed in California. Nice. So we're blessed.
So let me get this question out of the way. As you assess what's happening in the country right now, how do you view the way the landscape is shaping for this presidential election?
Well, I have to tell you, we're living in a very challenging time in the life of this nation. I mean, I couldn't be more proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. I want to thank the people in this room for the privilege of being your vice president. It was the greatest honor of my life. But to see the way Joe Biden and Kamala Harris not only have undone all the progress that we made at the border, in the economy, in our military, in the social fabric of the nation, in the peace across the world, but to literally see, beginning with that disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, it's important for people here and looking on to remember. She always said she was the last person in the room for every major decision. Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad, and Kamala Harris owns the record of the Biden-Harris administration and all its failings. And but the way that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan happened, I've no doubt in my mind that it emboldened the enemies of freedom, with Russia surging into Ukraine with an unprovoked attack, the constant appeasement and kowtowing to Iran, that as we stand here today, we literally are waiting hour by hour for news of even a wider conflict in the region. The back and forth in support for Israel, if the world knows nothing else, the world should know this: America stands with Israel. Also, this administration has literally, the Biden-Harris administration, after you net out inflation, has cut defense spending every year they've been in office. At a time that China's engaged in an unprecedented military buildup, continues to threaten Taiwan. And then here at home, of course, the gusher of spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, the throwing aside every policy that we put into effect, including the Remain in Mexico policy that I negotiated on behalf of the president, threw wide open our borders, 15 million people surging, crime wave in our major cities. I saw some people the other day who've defected to the other side who were wondering where I would come down in this campaign. Let me go on the record here at the gathering. I could never vote for Kamala Harris as President of the United States or Tim Walz as her running mate. Period, paragraph. And I think it's important that we understand exactly what's coming down the tracks from the other side. But in the same breath, I also think we also need to think about who we are as conservatives. I'm very humbled at that overly generous introduction, Eric, but you've known me a long time. It's my days in Congress and as governor. And people who know me know I'm a conservative. I'm not in a bad mood about it. Right? People who know my heart know that I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican, but in that order. My faith is the most important thing in my life. The most important decision I ever made in my life was when I put my faith in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in 1978. But it was the voice of Ronald Reagan after he was elected President of the United States in 1980 that drew me to the conservative movement. I heard him speaking about the principles of a strong national defense, of American leadership in the world, of limited government, fiscal responsibility, and a commitment to traditional values and the right to life. And I joined the Reagan Revolution, and I've never looked back. True. And so for me, while we have to make it clear to the American people what's wrong and what's failed about the Biden-Harris administration and the new Harris-Walz team, I think we have to make sure that we hew to our roots in this conservative movement. And for my part, I'm staying out of the presidential campaign. For the reason that I just cannot endorse this growing abandonment of our allies on the world stage that's taken hold in parts of our party. I cannot endorse ignoring our national debt that reached $35 trillion just in the last week. I cannot support marginalizing the right to life in our party, as we saw on the national platform. And between me and my former running mate, I cannot endorse President Trump's continuing assertion that I should have set aside my oath to support and defend the Constitution and acted in a way that would have overturned the election in January of 2021. But that said, let me be clear. Republican primary voters have decided who they're for. I'm going to try and spend my energies in two ways. I want to make sure, I've debated Kamala Harris. I know her pretty well. There's a saying I saw in a movie not long ago that said, you don't know anybody really well till you fight them. We fought with about 50 million people watching us on national television. Some people think I did all right that night. Mm-hmm. The truth is, we've got to hold them accountable, make sure the American people know what they're offering. But I'm going to spend my energies on what we're for, because I think that's just as important. Ronald Reagan said years ago, we need to paint in bold colors and not in pastels. We do well, I think, when as we did in our 4 years, as we did in our campaigns, we offered a clear conservative alternative to the Democrats' vision for America. And in 2016, we won, and in 4 short years, we changed the country. And I think now more than ever, we need to hew to our roots, stand with principle on the conservative agenda. That's how we'll not just win elections, but we'll win a boundless future for the American people.
When you left office, I was asked in an interview what I thought your future would be, and I said my preference would be, if I could pick your future, it would be the voice and the conscience of the conservative movement that I felt like was missing. And here you are, I think, now with what you're doing in Washington, where you are. And my frustration, I think, with a lot of the conservative movement is how we are forgetting the tried and the true, and we're getting distracted by shiny objects that lure us in and never seem to work.
Well, it's one of the reasons I'm an Erick Erickson fan. Anybody else there with me out there? I think what it means to be a conservative is to stand your ground and to stand on principle. And that's what you do on the airwaves every day without apology. And I'm grateful for that. And if I could play that role in the days ahead, it'd be my great honor to do it. And not for my sake, though, but really for the sake of the country. I think we're living in a time very similar. The Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. What it is now has been before, right? Now, some of you aren't old enough to remember the 1970s, but I am. And I have to tell you, we had a president in 1978 in Jimmy Carter who gave what he was famously called the malaise speech, in which he told the American people things are bad. Long gas lines, energy shortages, record inflation. And President Carter told the American people they're bad now and they're just going to stay bad. And then the American people started listening to someone who had taken a run at the presidency a few years earlier and come up short in the Republican nomination. But he was someone that was talking about standing without apology on a conservative agenda. Ronald Reagan wins the nomination. He goes on to win the election, and there he stands in his first inaugural address. And he said, he spoke of an optimistic view of the future, but he said something to the effect of, and why shouldn't we dream great dreams? After all, we're Americans. And everybody was standing a little taller. Everybody was feeling better. It reminded me for all the world like 2017, when the country had the same sense. We set aside 8 years of the failed Obama-Biden administration, and we cut taxes, rolled back regulation, we secured our border, rebuilt our military, and appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court of the United States that have created a durable conservative majority. And we didn't hesitate on those things. We were clear. We offered a clear choice. And for my part, there's a lot of talk about what the agenda of a future Trump administration should be. I'm thinking of launching Project 2017.
Well done.
And why don't we just go back to what we did before? In that campaign when I ran for president last year, Eric, last time I was here at the gathering was in that campaign. I was telling people my concern was that not only the former president but others in the field were actually not running on the agenda that we governed on. I gave a speech in New Hampshire at St. Anselm College entitled A New Republican Time for Choosing, where I warned against the Republican Party moving away from a conservative agenda and embracing what I call a populism unmoored to conservative principle. And I must tell you that all the way through the development of the Republican platform recently, I've seen that take place. Now, I should mention, because this is my first time in a public forum to address it, I thank God that President Donald Trump was spared in Butler, Pennsylvania. Karen and I, we were in a plane, we just landed, and I got a text from someone watching it in real time. It took my breath away. When I heard of the shot had come from 150 yards away, having lived with Secret Service for 4 years. I couldn't believe it. But I also knew that while the president had stood, and I truly do, I wasn't surprised, but I truly admired the way the president stood up and raised his fist and walked off that stage. But I just reached over on that airplane, I grabbed Karen's hand, and I said, we're going to pray right now. Because while they were reporting that he had gotten off safe, I knew Reagan didn't know he was shot when they put him in the limo. And we just prayed earnestly, and we urged people around the country to pray. And I understand that shaped the environment going into the development of the platform, which would be minted a couple days later. But, you know, I have to tell you that the fact that we have a platform that removed 50 years of pro-life language, made no mention of the national debt, advocated massive taxes at our borders, and abandoning commitments that we have to allies around the world was deeply troubling to me and deeply disappointing. But I honestly believe, and make no mistake about it, you've got people from all over the country here and people watching all over the country. We can help our candidates at every level by speaking the truth to them respectfully. I have some familiarity with that. I did it for 4 years at the White House. I lost count probably, Eric, of the number of times that the president had me seated. I'd always sit at the same spot immediately to the right of the Resolute desk. The president would have a big bullpen of people in, and I never gave my opinion to the president except on a few occasions in front of anybody else. I thought as vice president I owed him my opinion, but in private. Because unless it was a matter of moral or constitutional principle, whatever the president decided was the right decision, right? That's the role of the vice president. But I lost count of the number of times the president would kind of look over at me when somebody was making a pitch about one thing or another. And he'd look at me and I'd just kind of go, no. And he'd say, oh, well, let's talk later. I mean, you all can play that role. Look, President Donald Trump was not only my president, he was my friend for 4 years. It's part of what made the way our administration ended much more difficult, because we developed a close working relationship. And I say before, I'll say again, I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished together for the American people, because that relationship worked. But I do know the president, while his favorite term is common sense. It really is. He's not someone that necessarily feels drawn to the term conservative. It's not a part of his lexicon, if you will. But he listens. And I saw the way the president listened intently as leaders came in to speak about the right to life, as leaders came in to speak about the importance of broad-based tax relief. I mean, we have voices in our party, Eric, who are talking about raising taxes when the Trump-Pence tax cuts lapse at the end of 2025. They're talking about raising corporate taxes. And I get it. It's all the frustration with woke corporate America. I understand it. I share the same frustration. I wrote the first editorial in the Wall Street Journal calling out ESG in the spring of 2021. And there's a great op-ed in the paper today on this issue. We've made great progress pushing back on woke America because the American people have stood up and pushed back. But I want to tell you that this is a time when the ticket is still forming. I will tell you, I'm encouraged by some movement that I've seen. I heard the president recently not only reject raising corporate taxes, but he called for moving the corporate tax rate to 15%, which would put us in a truly competitive environment in the world. But I just never underestimate the power of the voice of the American people and leaders in this movement to come alongside and encourage the president, and if nothing else, let's how about we just govern the way we governed for 4 years? They've created 7 million good-paying jobs, reduced illegal immigration at our southern border by 90%, stood with our allies, stood up to our enemies, and put justices on the Supreme Court that sent Roe versus Wade to the ash heap of history where it belongs. This is 4 more years. We need 4 more years of that.
Again, I feel compelled to say that never has Mike Pence ever asked in advance a preview of questions, and so I'm going to throw you one wild card that I know you can completely take on. At the Republican convention, there was a statement J.D. Vance made about the nation being, some people say it's a nation of ideas, but it's a nation, blood, soil, people die for the nation. And then when Joe Biden, bless you, gave a speech, he talked about actually America's this idea. And it seems like conservatives have always been able to balance that it's both. We are a physical nation of people, blood and soil, but we also are an idea that other people die trying to get to, and how we should balance what America is.
Well, I think America is, with maybe one exception, the only nation on earth that was birthed with the notion that our rights don't come from a sovereign. They don't come from a charter. That we are endowed by our Creator with inalienable rights. And we put that on paper. And we fought a war. And we won a war. And, I would tell you that next time you see me, you'll have to call me professor, maybe, because I'm going to be teaching a college course this fall.
Nice.
At a great Christian college called Grove City College in Pennsylvania. But we're going to talk about civics and citizenship. Because if there ever was a time that we ought to communicate to the rising generation, you are not an American because of where you were born. You are not an American because of your ethnicity. You are not an American because of who you're related to. If you are a citizen of this nation, you are an American because you believe in a set of principles and ideals that are enshrined in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States of America. And that makes us unique. That makes us unique. And it's also, I was listening to Ron DeSantis back there. I wish he'd show more energy. He did a great job. You asked him a question at the end, where's hope comes from? Mm-hmm. And I know I'm the only thing standing in between you all and lunch. And I hope to get a chance to visit with a lot of you. But I'm very optimistic about the future. And I hope you are too. Because look, the failed leadership in the White House today, this will pass. But principles remain if we hold to them. And if we hold the leaders of our party to them. That not only will we win, but America will win. I mean, I don't stand for these things because I think they're good for Republicans. I actually started in politics as a Democrat. But I knew when I listened to Ronald Reagan, I knew those are the values that I was raised to believe in by my Irish immigrant grandfather, by my combat veteran dad. These are the things that I knew just as an American were in my heart. And I would tell you this by way of encouraging each one of you. Just be confident about the future, even in these tumultuous days and frustrating days where it seems like you turn on the television with a stick every morning because you don't even know what's going to be there, right? In all my years in public life and my 4 years as your vice president, I can honestly tell you, my opinion of government bureaucracy went down. But my opinion of the American people went up every day. I mean, I've seen our soldiers downrange. I have visited communities, including in this state, beset by natural disaster. I've walked among church members who lived through the most heinous violence. And through it all, I've seen the goodness and the courage and the generosity of the American people writ large. I mean, the truth is, this big storm just rolled through Florida, and I know the governor and the first lady. How great is Governor Brian Kemp? Can I just get a... I love it. I know they're off to visit and to see storm damage, and I guarantee you the only thing you won't be able to find anywhere in the country where there's a natural disaster, hurricane, storm, flooding, tornado, wildfire, the only thing you won't be able to find in that area after the tempest passes is a parking space. Because when things go wrong, Americans come from everywhere. They load up the minivan with coolers full of water and food, and they just drive. And they pull up to homes of people they've never met before and will never see again and help them put their lives back together. I just want to tell you, the American people are the most generous, principled, innovative, courageous people the world has ever known. And someday soon, we're going to have government as good as our people again. So be encouraged and have faith. Have faith in the American people, in those charters that I just referred to. And finally, have faith in Him that has ever guided this nation. In that speech that I gave back in September, there's a verse in Jeremiah, chapter 6, verse 16, that I think should be a watchword to conservatives today. It essentially says, stand at the crossroads and look. Find the ancient path and walk in that way, and you'll find rest for your souls. And I'm not saying that we should go back to the leadership of the past, but we should cling to those principles of freedom and limited government and traditional values of life and family that represent the wellspring of the strength of our nation. And we should trust Him who has ever guided and articulated those ideals to the American people. And with faith in Him and faith in all of you, I know the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come. So help us God.
I can't end any other way than that. That was perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for your friendship. I just love you guys so much.
Thank you. Hope that was all right.
That was perfect.
Great
Thank
job.
you. Kind of overwhelmed. I think we have lunch outside. Before we get there, find my handy guide. Yes. So my buddy PJ at Ring Digital and David with Nicholas Wealth Management are sponsoring our lunch. We couldn't do this event without them. They're here. They're great guys, great companies, and again, they step forward to help make this lunch possible for you guys. One of the things that we really wanted to do to make it easy and efficient instead of having people wander off and come back was to be able to do this here with you guys. So I hope you enjoy your lunch. In an hour, Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona is going to be here, and Congressman Kevin Hearn. Sam Brown, who's running in Nevada. We have a great pickup for the U.S. Senate in Nevada, a compelling story, an amazing candidate. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, a panel discussion with Advancing American Freedom Foundation, which is Vice President Pence's group. Governor Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma is going to be here, and Jeremy Hunt from Veterans on Duty this afternoon. But let's take a break so you guys can get some lunch. I got to, believe it or not, run to a meeting, and then I will see you all back here in an hour. Thank you. Hello. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So let me introduce my next speaker I've gotten to know over the years. And I'll ask him what's going on in his beautiful state where people seem to have lost their mind. For years, we've always joked about Florida man, and it's only a matter of time before we start joking about Arizona man. But the former governor of Arizona, now with Citizens for Free Enterprise, you'll notice one of my themes here this year, completely intentionally, is to defend the free market, because there are so many people on our side now who are new to our side, who aren't sure they believe in a free market. But also, we got this wild world of politics, and just as Georgia is one of the big swing states, the state where he used to be the governor, also one of the big swing states. And he happened to be an extremely fantastic governor who, as a Georgian who loves my state being an economic engine, I'm kind of really glad he's not there, because the new governor is not as job and business friendly as he was when he was there. But we'll talk about all of that on stage with the former governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey. Thank you. All right, so I've got to just start with, the raw political question before we get into everything else. Arizona and the Republican Party, as an outsider looking in, it just seems like we always joke Republicans like to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and it just seems like you guys in Arizona really want to do that sometimes.
Well, I think first I want to say thank you for having me here. It's great to be here. I'm a big fan of yours, Eric. I think you are a voice of reason on the right. I think we've had a void since Rush has left us, and I want to thank you for standing in the gap.
Oh, that's very flattering. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I also think I can really legitimately make the case that Arizona is still a center-right state, and I'd offer a couple statistics. I won the governorship in 2014 by 12 points, and the wind was at our back as Republicans. I won re-election in 2018 by 14 points, a larger margin, and I won 44% of the Hispanic vote against an opponent named David Garcia.
He was French, right? Yeah.
Well, it just shows when we don't play identity politics, and we shouldn't, because we wouldn't be very good at it. But when we get in those rooms and make the case for our ideas, we win, and we can win by bigger margins. But candidates matter, campaigns matter, and I think if we would have had the proper nominee for governor in 2022, we would have won by 8 or 10 points. But we are where we are right now, and there are some platelets that are shifting, and I think some things are resetting. It's part of the reason why I set up Citizens for Free Enterprise. We want to educate and advocate for free enterprise, but we also want to activate voters on timeless, evergreen principles that really differentiate our country. So we're on the ground in Arizona, and we're on the ground in Georgia right now. I'm good friends with Brian Kemp, and I believe we can deliver these states and bring new people into the system, but we are in a spot right now in Arizona, and we're going to have to navigate out of it.
Okay, so before I go on, and this is a complete tangent off everything, hitting my 40s, I needed to develop a good hobby, and golf in Arizona and golf courses. How does one play golf in Scottsdale in the summer without dying?
You got to go out early. If you tee off, if you're first off the tee box, you can be done by 11 and you're at the pool by noon. But summer's going to be here any day in Arizona. It's hot.
Okay. Now, Citizens for Free Enterprise, it's been a theme of mine, and I feel like I keep beating my head with people on the right who feel that they have a misunderstanding of what free enterprise is, I guess, to a degree, that, by free enterprise, we're allowing these corporations to push woke values. We have to fight back, which means we must become against free enterprise, which I don't think that's the case at all. And it seems to me that it's not a matter of like communists say, well, we've never really tried communism. We actually have tried the free market in this country, and it worked quite well. But now we've gotten to a point where both sides seem to want to have the power to pick the winners and losers, which only does perpetuate corporations carrying out a political agenda.
We don't beat Democrats by becoming them. And I have spoken out against this big government republicanism that I see creeping in on the right, because I think we're only sharpening the knife that the left will eventually use on us. There's a lot of freedoms that are worth fighting for in this country, and they've been articulated by your previous guests very well. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion. But it really has been this freedom to pursue the American dream, to seek opportunity that has helped differentiate our country. I mean, part of the reason we are so consequential around the world is because our economy has been so innovative, and we have created such wealth that it's funded the greatest military force in the history of the world, and it's allowed us to overcome a lot of the stupid spending decisions that have happened in Washington, D.C. And if we're to lose that, then so much of our might dries up, and we need to be the spokespeople and the defenders and the advocates of free enterprise and proper free enterprise principles. The other thing I want to say is, I think you can see by the net inflow into Georgia, I'm very proud that Arizona is among the fastest growing states in the country. Americans vote with their feet. Voters are smart, and so are consumers. Look what they've done and how they've punished some of these corporations that have made really poor, woke decisions.
You say that about Arizona and Georgia, and the thing we both have in common, although probably we still have it worse than you guys, is the traffic because of all these people coming in. Californians do not know how to drive.
No. You should see when it rarely rains in Arizona, then it's real trouble with the Californians.
It's like snow here, yes. Okay, so I want to go back to identity politics because one of the terms that infuriates me, and I understand why people use it, is either a Hispanic voter or a Latino voter, except these are people from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and we're treating all of these people from different life stories in different countries as if they're just this one homogenous group, and that's what the left does, as opposed to, on our side, it seems like we used to say, you're from Guatemala, but you want to be an American welcome.
I think for me, one of the eye-opening stories, there were several, but there's a very successful individual in Arizona named Ernie Garcia. He's the Carvana individual. And he was a bundler for Barack Obama and a committed Democrat. He left the Democratic Party. He wasn't a big fan of mine and when I first started running for office. And then he saw how I came into some of these rooms and spoke to people, and he decided to support me. And I said, Ernie, what was the conversion? And he said, you're talking to everybody as if they're Americans. And my thing is, if you're a citizen and you can vote, you're an American, not a hyphenated American. You're an American. And I really found out, and Arizona was the first state in the nation to pass universal ESAs, educational savings account. We were the first state to get it over the finish line. And that was most powerful in some of our more hostile rooms where there weren't a lot of Republicans, but there were people whose children were trapped in schools that weren't doing all that well. And they had the same value that they wanted to work hard, climb the economic ladder, and wanted their children to learn something of value in school. And they were the ones that helped get those votes.
You know, you mentioned that I had this defining moment when I was first starting in radio when Governor Nathan Deal here fought for charter schools in the state, and it was the NAACP and black church pastors who were opposed, and I started getting this massive number of black women calling my program. I'll never forget this one woman she called. She was crying the entire time she was on radio, explaining that she worked 2 jobs to keep her family together. Her mother came over in the morning to get the kids ready for school while she went to work. While the kids were at school, she came home, took a nap, went to another one. She wanted to help the kids with homework. With Common Core, she didn't understand how to teach them math. They told her she could come in. She just wanted a way to get her kids out of the school, and so she was supporting the charter school reform. And then you had Arizona and you had Florida, and you've seen these demographic shifts towards the right. largely because of the school choice issue. And I sometimes, like Republicans, why aren't all of you embracing this issue?
Well, every Republican governor should be embracing this. This is the biggest issue at the state level. The most amount of spending in every state budget is in K-12 education. And in so many places, K-12 education is failing. It's been flatlining since 1982. It took me all of 8 years to get this done, and at some points I didn't think I would be able to get it done. Nobody had done it before, and it was actually during COVID and 2020. The leader of the Black Mothers Forum, a woman named Janelle Wood, somehow got into the governor's office during the George Floyd riots. I had called out the National Guard and put out an 8 p.m. curfew, and Janelle was unhappy with me. She said, "My students don't feel that they can have their voice heard, Governor, and they're angry." And I said, "Janelle, no reason for them to be angry. They can have their voices heard peacefully until 8 p.m. and then they can get a good night's sleep." She wasn't happy, but she said, "I wish there was something that we could agree on." And I said, "How do you feel about school choice?" And we began a conversation that led to her sitting next to Angela Ducey, the First Lady, in my final State of the State, when I said from the podium, 50 years ago, politicians stood in the schoolhouse door and wouldn't let minorities in. Today, politicians stand in the schoolhouse door and won't let minorities out. These kids are trapped in failing public schools, and it's time to set these families free. Janelle Wood, a Democrat, led the standing ovation. The African American pastors, not one of them a Republican, whipped the votes. We passed this by one vote in our House and one vote in our Senate. Now it's passed in 13 other states around the country. We're on the 1 yard line in Texas and the 1 yard line in Tennessee. This is the one reform that can truly renew our nation and reform K-12 education and put parents in charge of their children's education.
I remember that speech too. And it was such a good line that resonated, and it does seem to me we have all these people, like I was talking with Vice President Pence, that there's been this battle, I think, on the Republican and the Democratic side, is America an idea or is it just a country? When it's both, there's so many people who want to come to the country and be one of us, but they want to come because of the story and the idea. And it just seems like we have so many people here in the country, largely non-white, who are shut out of the story because their kids are shut into the public school.
I'm a conservative. I'm just not angry about it.
All said.
My friend Bill Lee in Tennessee says that, and I tell him I use it sometimes with attribution, sometimes without. But I do think when you look at, you had Ron DeSantis here earlier, you had Brian Kemp. These are excellent governors, but if you take a close look, it's a winning playbook. And it's a playbook you can walk into any room in your state and make the case on this. And like I said, the number one investment line or spending line, depending how you look at it, is in K-12 education. And a lot of folks start out hostile to some of these ideas. But sometimes I think we forget, as elected leaders, we think we have some power, and of course you do as governor. But your real power is the platform in which you're standing on. And I think we shouldn't forget that we are, when we're at our best, in the persuasion business. We do have the better ideas. The country is divided. It's divided politically. But I get a focus group once or twice a week, which is sitting coach on Southwest Airlines or American Airlines. And, undoubtedly somebody will say, "What do you do?" or "Where are you from?" And, it's a 50% chance I'm going to be sitting next to someone who votes differently than I do. But through the course of that conversation and talking about some of the things that we were able to do in Arizona or what you see happening in some of these other Republican states, the country is not divided on supporting our police force. They are not divided on proper spending around infrastructure or divided on giving parents a choice so their kids can get a better education. And when we make those ideas properly, we win. Our ideas properly presented are winners. And it's not a 51-49 winner, it's an 80-20, it's a 90-10. And if we could find our way back to that, I think we'd be winning a lot more elections and making a lot more headway for the hearts and minds of the American people.
So let me talk to you about Citizens for Free Enterprise, because a lot of people, when they leave office, they go join some think tank, and you decided to impose the burden on yourself of starting a group. Why start a group as opposed to what's out there? What niche do you see that you feel called to really fill?
So I was really blessed as a governor. I had a great campaign team. I came from the private sector. Cold Stone Creamery was my company. It was started in Arizona, and I'll tell you, it's a great primer. You open up 1,440 ice cream stores in all 50 states. You get a real idea on what the economic policy is in that state.
I've got to stop you there, because now I got a bone to pick with you. Do you know how much money my son makes me spend every week because of you now?
Well, God bless you.
We just got one down the street from us. It's terrible.
It's good for you.
My wife, who's on this diet kick and like pulls UPS trucks for fun, discovered the peanut butter ice cream blend at Cold City. You are a problem for my family.
We'll have this conversation after we're done. There might be some free ice cream in it for you. So the point I wanted to bring up is I was blessed with a very good campaign team and then a great policy team. It was when I became the chairman of the Republican Governors Association, and we had 38 governors races over the last 2 years, and I was able to see what was going on around the country. And thank goodness we have great governors like Brian Kemp, who had an incredible record and an excellent team. And also thank goodness that Stacey Abrams was not a very good gubernatorial candidate.
Amen. I hear she's a great president of Earth.
I love that line. But one thing I think we have to give Stacey Abrams her due on is she registered 800,000 new voters in the state of Georgia, a state that President Trump lost by 11,000. We today have 2 Democratic senators in the state of Georgia and 2 Democratic senators in the state of Arizona. And what I really noticed on the right is there was no one really doing the hard work of actually registering new voters, of getting into those hostile rooms. And you can probably tell I like going into hostile rooms and making the case for things I believe in. It should scare all of us to death if you went into a high school or a college classroom today with a placard that said socialism and capitalism. It's about a 50-50 proposition. So if we don't get back to making the case and then asking those young people to identify with certain principles that can influence their future career and pursuit of happiness, we're going to be really behind the 8 ball. And I think this idea, we want to work with state parties, but state parties are supposed to be in the business of registering voters, raising resources, and winning races. We want to bring those assets and data and knowledge to that, and when we have a party chairman that wants to be our partner, we'll be arm in arm. There's no turf war there, but if there's somebody that wants to work against a sitting Republican candidate, like we've experienced in some of these other states, we're going to be there to protect and defend.
So I get to nerd out with you here on this point, because in a former life, I ran campaigns, and I loved the ground game. And I don't think people understand. In fact, I had a lady call yesterday. Her name was Gretchen. I know because that's my sister's name. She's like, does knocking on doors really do anything? I was like, there's overwhelming data to show that the more you knock on someone's door and connect with them as a neighbor, the more likely they are to turn out and vote for your candidate. And it does seem like, as a state, and it doesn't matter whether it's Democrat or Republican, as that state becomes monopolistic towards one party, that party's ground game begins to collapse, and over time, it gives way for the other party to start knocking on the doors, which to some degree I think we saw here in Georgia, where the Republican Party began to rest on its laurels, and Stacey Abrams saw that and won, and how important it is to actually connect with your neighbor physically, not just on Facebook, but actually show up at their house, where people don't want to be bothered anymore, and yet it actually works.
Campaigns matter. They make a huge difference, and we could talk about all kinds of examples where somebody had a better campaign. I also think that the candidate matters, but this ground game is a real difference maker, and Arizona, in a way, enjoyed an embarrassment of riches as a red state. It wasn't that long ago that we weren't being contested in a presidential election, and I think a mindset crept in on the right that if I win the primary, I win. And that was true for some time. Well, it's not true today, and I think Arizona is very reflective of the country in many ways. We're 34% R, we're 33% D, and then the biggest party in the state, or equal to the Republican Party, are independents or non-affiliated. So once you win the Republican nomination, the Republicans are with you. They are going to vote for you. It's getting into those larger rooms where people are undecided or don't think about politics the way we do or with the same amount of intensity. And that's why I talk about this thought of presenting our ideas and persuading people, because when you make the case, there may not be that applause at the end of every line in these independent rooms, but people leave discerning that this is someone with an agenda, and it's action-oriented. And this will affect my life and my children's lives in a better way. Another thing that I think we fall into is we think because Californians are moving to a state that it's going to immediately corrupt it. Let's remember that Ronald Reagan was a Californian, and he would likely be leaving California at this time as well. And the only state that's had more Californians move to it than Arizona is Texas. So people leave California for a reason. I mean, Reagan said had the Pilgrims landed on the West Coast, they would have never bothered to discover the rest of the country. That's what California used to be. But decades of failed leadership and failed policy have people fleeing the Golden State. And it's benefiting many of these red states. But we do need to remind them why they left and why these ideas are in their best interest before we ask them to change party registration.
You know, it's interesting you say that. I remember the exit polling from 2022 that new Texas voters who had moved into the state tended to be far more conservative than the people who were lifelong Texans in urban and suburban areas. That stat just continues to stand out to me. Now, let me give you a quote. You can steal this one too. This is from James Carville, and I've always thought it was one of the best political quotes. The goal is not to win the primary. The goal is to win the election. And I do think more and more we see Democrats and Republicans both make mistakes by trying so hard to win the primary. They put themselves out there in such a way it actually makes it harder to convince independent voters to win the election in the general.
That's why I say that the candidate matters, because there is some discipline that's necessary in the campaign, and we should have raucous primaries. I mean, they should be competitive. The more the merrier. The water's warm. I think there were 14 candidates in my primary in 2014, and some of them were saying some outrageous things where they would maybe be tagged as the most conservative individual in the race. But my mindset was I wanted to be the most electable conservative in that race, and I didn't think there was any victory in winning a primary and being disqualified for a general. So that's why I say you have to know what you believe, and you have to be able to communicate it both in 30-second debate answers and also long-form interviews. And then you have to get out and make the case. Like Margaret Thatcher used to say before James Carville, win the argument, then win the vote.
I want to go back to something you said earlier where we risk as conservatives, if we forget what works, sharpening the knives the left uses to get us with. When I bring this up on radio and even with people here in the room perhaps, and the argument, the pushback I get so often is that we never actually do the things to prevent the knives from being sharpened, and so we might as well sharpen the knives and use them ourselves. And there is this, I think, creeping belief for a lot on the right that we're unilaterally disarming in ways that won't disarm the left. My argument has always been we've got to disarm the left, and we do that by getting rid of the power altogether. Throw the ring back in the volcano. How do you talk to people about that?
Well, I really try to make the case around the power that the consumer has, and there's examples that you can point out. The way that you really hurt these companies is to choose another product and to go elsewhere. And I do think we've been given a gift. I always think the other side is they've been at work for decades, and they have climbed into the wormwood of academia and a lot of these boardrooms, and we see it under different guises of ESG or DEI or CRT. But once we've gotten our arms around that, we've made a real headway in having the pendulum swing back to the right. And I think that's the only way we can do it, because if, God forbid, we were to have some success on these ideas from a big government perspective and then they take power, think of what they could do with the powers that they saw under COVID. I don't know that there were many silver linings during COVID-19, but I do think there were two. One was school choice. We would have never gotten ESAs done in Arizona until parents saw what their kids were being taught or not taught over those little screens. They saw the indoctrination, and something that didn't pass in 2017 passed by a large margin, and they couldn't even get the signatures to recall it. The other silver lining of COVID is I think people really saw the difference between conservative leadership and Democratic leadership. I mean, these Democratic governors were closet authoritarians, locking down their states, mandating masks, demanding everyone get a vaccine. And it really was, if it wasn't for the red states, America would not have been open. But our red states were open. Our kids are doing better in those places. The economies are thriving, and Americans are moving to those places. And now I think people better understand the differences between the two parties.
Okay, as we're winding down here, I want to go back to Arizona. My family, we vacationed in Sedona several years ago. We've been trying to get back. That is a beautiful area. Beautiful. But also, the amount of crystal shops and like flaky people in Sedona was very, very interesting. If someone wants, what do you recommend if people go to Arizona? Like I've been to the Biltmore, I've been to Phoenix, I'm on the radio in Phoenix and Tucson. What do you recommend people see when they go to Arizona?
Well, if you can come out for spring training, we've got 16 of the Major League Baseball teams that are out there for March and April. It's the most beautiful time of the year.
Ron DeSantis is around. Note they don't all go to Florida these days.
And you're in Greater Phoenix and Scottsdale the entire time with these great spring training ballparks. And then I know you love golf here in Georgia, and you have the greatest tournament in the history of the world. We have a great tournament as well called the Phoenix Open.
Yes.
It's a little different than the Masters, and it's always the week leading up to the Super Bowl. Those are two incredible events. And then if you want to get outside of Phoenix, you know that Sedona is beautiful, but it also does have some of those idiosyncrasies of being around the vortex. And then Flagstaff, Arizona, in Coconino County and the White Mountains, you know, it snows there in the winter. It's got the most beautiful summer when it's hot in Phoenix, and that's actually where you want to go to play golf.
You know, you say that my daughter took a field trip to the Grand Canyon and they went through Flagstaff, and it was like late March or April, and it was just snowing everywhere in Flagstaff. So beautiful area, and I love to like telescopes and look at stars at night. Talk about a dark city.
Beautiful open sky.
It's fantastic. So what's next for you? You're focused on Citizens Free Enterprise now. Does something come next for you? Do you have something on the horizon?
Well, I loved being governor. Of course, I loved leading Cold Stone Creamery as well. This has been a great transition for me to be a part of something with a purpose that keeps a foot in our cause that I think can make a difference as we navigate through where we are right now. I think I have an act or two left in me, but we'll let the future roll out and we'll see.
Well, listen, I can't thank you guys enough. One, for your help in putting this together with Citizens for Entrepreneurs. And two, just sitting here on stage and hanging out with me. I always enjoy our conversations.
It's a great crowd. Gives me a real jolt of positive energy. Thank you.
Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
If I can
and
ever do
I
it.
really, you and this freaking ice cream company, and the amount of money I spend. when my son finds out what he used to do for a living, we just got a Cold Stone Creamery, and it's down the street from our house. And every week, I used to think having a Chick-fil-A across the street was bad. Now it's like Chick-fil-A and Cold Stone Creamery. I might as well like throw my money out the window as we go down. The kid loves ice cream. I make homemade ice cream, and he's like, "Can we just go to Cold Stone?" So, okay, now, my next guest, I've never met and I've always wanted to meet. And the reason why is because I told you my story earlier. When I started at Red State, I got this book from Mike Pence. Russell Kirk's The Conservative Mind, Be Sure What You Believe if you're going to be a voice for the conservative movement. At the time, the Republican Study Committee was in Washington, D.C. as a voice for conservatives inside Congress. And over the years, through ups and downs, the Republican Study Committee, it kind of faded, and it's just made this ideological, intellectual resurgence on Capitol Hill as a place for conservatives to go to find a way not just to say no to everything in Washington, but what can we do to advance a conservative agenda to get it through a leadership that's sometimes hostile to conservative ideas, but also build bridges so that we can actually advance conservative freedom. And the guy who really has led this intellectual revitalization of the Republican Study Committee happens to be a congressman from Oklahoma who I've never met and I've been wanting to meet, and I actually invited him here so I could actually meet him for the first time. It's Congressman Kevin Hearn. Thank you so much for doing this.
Good to be with you. Really
Thank you. Okay, so first, I'm going to play tourist with you because I have never been to Oklahoma. I'm now on the radio in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. And if I go to Oklahoma, I know I've got to go see the Pioneer Woman, whom my wife dearly loves. But what do you see in Oklahoma?
Well, first of all, I love the state, and thanks for having me. You have our great governor, Kevin Stitt, on later today,
Yes.
and so you're going to learn a lot more about Oklahoma. I grew up in Arkansas, spent 35 years in the McDonald's franchising world, and got an opportunity in 1999 to move to Oklahoma to purchase 2 restaurants in Muskogee, Oklahoma, the famous town that everyone has heard from Merle Haggard. And I got placed, God placed me right next to then Congressman Tom Coburn's mother-in-law. Very conservative individual. I didn't care about politics. And so I started working with him as he was leaving. And when he ran for Senate, I ran for him. And I learned a lot about Oklahoma from him and the politics of Oklahoma, because much of the South, much like Georgia and Arkansas and elsewhere across the South, started changing from the old guard of Democrat to Republican. And I don't know if they changed as much as the Democrat Party left them. And I loved Oklahoma. That side of the state looks just like Arkansas, where I grew up in the Ozark Mountains on the Arkansas River, and ended up spending the next 25 years there, going on 26. Built 24 McDonald's restaurant organization, plus some banking and real estate development, manufacturing companies, and so employed a lot of people, met a lot of great people in Oklahoma, and just loved the environment.
I want you to know I'm struggling with all of my willpower to not ask you about the ice cream machines.
For the record, mine always worked.
Good.
Now, I don't own any anymore. I sold my last 5 3 years ago. But
So let me talk to you about the Republican Study Committee, because as I was saying, literally the reason I was so excited to have you here is for years when I was running Red State, I had this great collaborative relationship with the Republican Study Committee, and I know that there were the problems in the House Freedom Caucus, and I've got a lot of dear friends of mine who are in the House Freedom Caucus, but the Republican Study Committee always seemed to be like, the ideas of the conservative movement that are translated into legislation come from the RSC. And how do you, as a congressman who is unquestionably conservative in your voting record, balance the desire to oftentimes just say no to everything with, we got to do something, how can we make it conservative?
yeah, there's so much in that question I think is so important for the conservative movement, because you need to be conservative whether you're in the majority or the minority of the House. And the RSC, the Republican Study Committee, is that constant for the Republican Party. It's the largest caucus now it's ever been. It's 180 members of the Republican Party. You had Speaker Mike Johnson on this morning, former chair. You had Vice President Pence on, former chair. Jim Jordan, former chair. Steve Scalise, the majority leader, former chair. So you can see the pattern here. People go on to lead great things after RSC. And that's important because you learn the foundation. You have a very smart staff that you learn everything. I don't know where in Congress, honestly, that any member, including the Speaker of the House, could get the kind of knowledge you get as the leader of the Republican Study Committee, because we touch every aspect of government, from foreign policy to border policy, economic policy, energy policy, and you get that at your disposal. And they're really smart young people. And so that's important, because what I have tried to do with the Republican Study Committee is to not make it political. I know that sounds goofy being in Washington, D.C., but we want the policy to permeate the Republican Party. So we drive a stake out in front of leadership, and certainly Speaker Johnson, and the #2 leader in the House, Steve Scalise, the majority leader, both being former RSC chairs, understand that and need that guidance, need to understand where the conference is. And so I love taking on that role. The interesting thing about the Republican Study Committee chairmanship is it's only one term. There are no mulligans, there's no do-overs, so you hit the ground running, you work as long as you want to work. And a restaurant guy, that's like all the time. And so I want to leave it better than I found it. And I think we're doing a great job, not just from me, but outside groups saying the same thing. And we want to make sure we have a very conservative conscience of the conference before we leave.
So I get the pleasure of talking to a congressman who is not a lawyer, but actually a business owner and restaurateur. So let's talk about entrepreneurialism and conservatism, because it does seem like we've had several conversations, Patrick Hedger, for example, from Taxpayer Protection Alliance, talking about how big the Code of Federal Regulations has gotten. With just a measuring stick, you can measure the growth of regulation. As someone who's owned McDonald's franchises, can you just talk from your experience as a business owner, how those regulations harm your business?
It's the very reason I ran for Congress. I'd never ran for anything before I ran for Congress in 2018. I was the lone business person in the race among lawyers and other attorneys and the like in the 1st District of Oklahoma. But I ran under the guise that I wanted to get government out of the way so businesses could create jobs and put Americans to work. It was that simple. That's what I do every single day that I've been in Congress. I sleep very well. The policies that I've worked on, the policies that I've pushed, all lead back to the same road. Is I believe, as Ronald Reagan once said, the best social program in America is a job. As a guy who grew up extraordinarily poor in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas with no running water, no indoor plumbing until the 8th grade, the oldest of 5 kids, and a stepdad that loved to live on welfare, I can tell you right now the government is not the answer. The government's a place to get a hand up, but the consistent handouts only make people frustrated with the government, because those who peel off and go take the route of the American dream, the one that says when you get knocked down, you get back up and you do it time and time again, and ultimately your American dream will be achieved. It won't be the same as yours or somebody else's. There are no guarantees of that. I want to guarantee the opportunity that people in America have the same opportunity that I had.
It's great to hear you say that, because it does seem like Democrats now, instead of wanting people to have an equal opportunity to have an equal outcome, which seems to be driving so many of the public policy decisions that the Democrats are trying to impose on the country.
My story that I just shared with you, there are many others in Congress, both Democrats and Republicans. The frustrating thing for me is that the Democrats who are pushing for the social programs to be enriched or guaranteed know that it's not the answer for those people to become successful and get back on their feet. They're looking at purely as a leaning on the government, as a buying the vote. And that's very frustrating, because I can tell you, having siblings that were initially, because they're younger than I, frustrated with me, but thought I got a silver spoon, although we grew up in the same household, learned later that the path forward was to get a job, get a better job, and get a career, something I call the ABCs of life: a job, better job, career. And I spent 35 years in McDonald's, taking people that didn't know how to work, teaching them how to work. Many went on to be store managers making $60,000, $70,000 a year, some with 10th grade education, some going on to be director of operations, others going on to own their own restaurants and do other things. But kids have not changed in my 35 years of hiring them. Everybody wants to start out as a CEO. It's about who the person is that's hiring them that gives them this education and understands that, a job is something that's so important for your personal integrity, your desire to want to be accountable and responsible to yourself and to your family. And when I looked at people, especially as a small business owner, I knew that I was going to be the last to get paid, my family and I, and sometimes we didn't get paid at all. And so, because everybody else had to support their family. And that's the mark of a true small business person, is you're the last to get paid. Everybody else gets paid first. And when you can say you've been through that, then I have a lot of respect for you as a small business person.
So let me ask you a question about the minimum wage then, as it affected you in your business. It has always struck me that the minimum wage is a starting wage where you get teenagers and young people into the workforce. And under the Biden economy right now, you've got more and more people who are dependent on a minimum wage who can't elevate themselves in society. And so now the solution on the left is just to jack up the minimum wage, which then deprives more young people of work. It becomes this sick cycle. I mean, how would you approach not just the minimum wage, but this level of reform to get more young people in the workforce without having to rely on keeping people on minimum wage?
I think looking at a minimum wage from the federal level, I think that's part of our founders warned us about, is the federal government being so big that it would be, quote, the savior of everything in the United States. 13 colonies then, now 50 states and territories, that we're responsible for. But I think when you look at this, every state is designed as a laboratory of an experiment, a competition, a business, if you will. You heard Governor Ducey saying, he started out with, the parent choice or school choice. I think it's parent choice, being able to choose where your child goes. And that's, gone throughout the red states across America, including our great state of Oklahoma. But when you look at that, I think that our states are where the minimum wage ought to be addressed. And, President Biden talked a lot about minimum wage. He had a 4-year vacation between the vice presidency and the presidency, and Pennsylvania and Delaware are still a federal minimum wage states. He could have been out, being an activist for that if that was such a big deal for him. He knows, as well as everybody knows, the states are competing against other states for labor, and a business is only as good as its people. And if that's the issue that's keeping people from your state, that will be put on the ballot and be voted on.
Let me talk to you about Congress a little bit, because I've got friends of mine who are in Congress who they've been obviously very frustrated in the past year. We have a very narrow majority and different competing interests that sometimes members of the Republicans in the House might trip over their own feet. How do you try to balance being a conservative but also working with leadership in a way that might advance agendas that maybe doesn't exactly go the way you want to go, but you feel like you've got to lend your vote to get something done?
Well, I don't often compromise my morals. I think you learn things. I think if you go with your eyes wide open, you don't know everything. It's Congress. Once you get into Congress, there are really no books written about how complex federal government really is. There are a lot of people who will say that they're steadfast, but what you realize at the end of the day, it's much easier to vote no and go back home and tell everybody you vote no. But you can't legislate that way. But there are some principles you have to put in place. I am a staunch conservative when it comes to being fiscally responsible and fiscally accountable to the taxpayer dollars. One of the things, if not the most important thing the Republican Study Committee is known for, is putting out balanced budgets. Just for everybody's understanding why our runaway spending is such a problem, I've never voted on a budget since I've been in Congress. There's never been one put on the floor. The only budgets that have been done are from the Republican Study Committee. I chaired that subcommittee on the RSC for 4 years ago. And just to give you the complexity of the budget, $13 trillion to balance in 10 years, 4 years ago. The next year, about $14.4 trillion of cuts over 10 years to balance. That means for 10 years, having what we would consider to be austere measures to get to a neutral deficit. Last year, as the chairman of the RSC, that subcommittee being underneath my chairmanship, Ben Klein from Virginia chaired that subcommittee, but I also sit on that. It was about $16 trillion. This year, $17.7 trillion. So the trend is not getting easier. So for everybody that thinks that it's going to be easier next year than this year, it is not so. And for all of you in your household, for your businesses that are in county government, city government, state government, everybody that I just mentioned has to have a budget. And for the most part, they have to balance. Or at some point in time in the future, they have to balance. When you look at that, a budget is more, as I've shared with leadership just recently, a budget is more than just a financial gathering of data or putting numbers on a balance sheet. It is where you focus. If you put together a budget and you pass a budget, which is, by the way, the 1974 Budget Control Act said Congress has to do, we're violating federal law as members of Congress by not putting a budget forward, both sides. If we do a budget, it focuses all the 22 authorizing committees and the 12 appropriation committees on getting a job done, meeting and putting things together. And the way typically you would do a budget in your business is you would take numbers and you put numbers together and you get to a bottom line that says, okay, I can live with that. Then you go back and you work on policies for each of those line items in business, state government. In the federal government, we take the policies that are put forth, the legislation that's passed, some 300 pieces in this last Republican Study Committee budget, and we look at the scoring of those particular pieces of legislation, like a securing the southern border, like in having a robust energy policy, like getting spending under control by stopping giving away programs. And you score all those and you put them into a budget, and then you see how much you need to cut to get back to a zero or a neutral deficit. It's a very complex, it's the largest budget in the world. And so we have to do that. We have to get muscle memory back so we can do it repetitively year after year.
I'm trying to phrase this because I don't want it to come across as impolite but we do have this bipartisan problem where Republicans, when we have Republican control of Congress and the White House, have also been negligent in trying to prepare budgets. It just seems to be easier to pass the continuing resolution. So how do you get out of that cycle? Can we get out of that cycle?
I think part of the problem is that, we need, on Americans, this just sounds really bad, that we ought to agree on something, that your taxpayer dollars are the most important thing. They're not an endless supply. I get asked this question everywhere I go in crowds this size, from 10 to 10,000. And I will tell you the reason that we don't have balanced budgets in America today is because of we as voters, as individual voters. I assure you that the most important thing in Congress for any member of Congress, House or Senate, is to get reelected. And if the people rose up and said the most important thing to us this cycle is that we want a balanced budget and we want to start paying down our debt, I assure you that every member of Congress, Republican and Democrat, would break their backs trying to make that happen. But that's not the case. The case is everybody wants you to cut your spending, the spending on Eric or on Kevin. Don't cut my spending because mine is so important. And this is Republicans and Democrats. This is not a partisan issue. There's plenty to go around for everyone. And it's going to take us all to come together to fix it.
Well, I remember that it was an op-ed not too long ago from former Indiana Governor Mitch Daniels about it's going to take the crisis, it seems like at this point, to get everyone focused on it. And it does seem, in fact, that we're headed to this point now where debt is getting more than our GDP, and we're about to put ourselves in a terrible position that, what's your sense that is it going to take the crisis arriving for us to get to the point where we do this?
The problem with us, listen, fear and failure motivates a lot of people to do a lot of things. The problem with that is today is that lurking right behind us is China, who wants us to fail. I'll borrow a line from A Few Good Men. They want us to fail. They need us to fail. Because if we fail by our own self-implosion, that's the best defeat ever. They never had to fire a single bullet. They didn't have to do a single cyber attack. We're eating ourselves alive by the debt because all this takes for us to crumble down is when we issue bonds, people quit buying because they're no longer secure in the good faith and credit of the United States government. These are real possibilities. The only people that are not talking about this being a real problem are the people that are elected. Everybody that's on the outside, you're going to have Matt Dickerson here later today talking about the debt. Know Matt very well. And he's very knowledgeable in this space. And what they're doing at Epic and elsewhere, Paul Winfrey and folks like that, they know this is an imminent threat to the American democracy as we know it. We have got to come together as a nation. So these are the important things that the federal government's supposed to be doing, because at the end of the day, that's really the problem. The federal government is doing too much for the individuals. You had Governor Ducey here, you had Governor Stitt, you got Governor Stitt coming later today. I assure you, in Governor Ducey's prior role, Governor Stitt's role today, the governors would love to have the ability to be more autonomous from the federal government. But when the federal government throws, chum in the water and says, okay, everybody get it, the red states know if they don't get their apportionment of that, then the blue states will take it all. And then all the blue states do is become more blue and more liberal, more socialist Democrats, if you will. So we got to stop the federal government from borrowing, taking taxpayer dollars to Washington, D.C., and turning around and continuing to divide the states. We have roughly 26, 24 red to blues right now. And, you know, I look at what, you know, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is doing in my old state of Arkansas. I mean, she has gone in there and she has, you know, time and time again, continue to make that place that people want to come do business. Governor Stitt is a business person. You know, we're red all the way down to dog catcher in Oklahoma. There's not a, I mean, it's, Democrats show up because they look for cookies. There's no votes that they can do. I mean, they're basically tokens, and that's turned in 10 years. 10 years. And so, you know, California was made up of Okies and Arkies in the 40s, 30s and 40s, and they've all come back. And so we need to make sure when they come back, they understand the reason they're coming back is because we are freer states. We're a place that you want to have individual liberties and understand the rule of law, and that we're not going to regulate you into, you know, non-existence. So it's really important that we have great states.
You mentioned China, and this takes me back to the Cold War era, where to a degree Ronald Reagan knew he could leverage the economy of the United States to upend the Soviet Union, and not just in an arms race, but drive them into bankruptcy. And it does seem we're doing this to ourselves with China, Russia, Iran just looking on, watching us go off this fiscal cliff. And that it bothers me, and it bothers me more in that it seems like on the left in particular, the solution is always, well, raise corporate taxes, raise taxes on the wealthy, let's do a wealth tax, and do all of the things that would then never allow us to recover economically.
Well, I sit on Ways and Means also, and I'm chairing the subcommittee on international tax because that's all expiring next year. So I have spent all day yesterday in Atlanta talking to our great U.S. companies that are based here in the United States, Home Depots and others, and then last night talking with international companies based in the United States and how we're doing business abroad, more international businesses today. So I'm getting a great perspective of the impact of what China is doing behind the scenes that nobody knows about, under the guise that we're just here to help, you know. I released a bill in March combating communist China. It's all encompassing. It's all the things that you would want to know about what China is doing and how we should push back, including taking, you know, Americans taking their capital and funding the technology growth in China. We're doing that every single day through different funds, either through BlackRock or others, not just BlackRock, many funds out there that are going out and supporting the technology growth in China that they're turning around and using to compete against us, to try to control us economically and militarily. China is directly giving direct payment compensations to companies, especially in the technology world. We have great technology companies in the United States. It's known throughout the world, more so than Europe or China. China is offering a 200% immediate expensing on research and development to lure these companies to do their research and development there, because they know once they're there, they can steal the intellectual property. They'll have, you know, Chinese educated, actually American Chinese educated individuals working on that IP in China, and it's very difficult to get it back. We are giving 20 cents on a dollar. We've got to fix that. There's a bill that we passed out of Ways and Means to the Senate. We've got to fix that. It's really important. We have to look at the global structure now. And we have a serious competitor in China, one that, to give you how close they are to us, we're at 25 trillion GDP. China's at 20 to 22 that we know of. The third place is Japan, is 4.5 trillion. Wow. And we used to think, certainly in my day, that Japan was what was going to take over the world. Right. We were afraid we need to learn how to speak Japanese. And now, because they've lost the curve of reproduction, they don't have the population, and it's declining very rapidly. And Germany's right there with them, about 4.4 trillion. So a huge chasm between second place, third place, and fourth place. And we've got a lot of work to do to make sure we shore up and protect the freedoms of this nation.
So I want to ask you this question that I occasionally will ask members of Congress is, it seems like there has been, and I don't know that it's still to the extent that it is, but there's been some philosophical thinking, largely on the Democrats, but also among some Republicans, that the rise of China was inevitable. And there just really wasn't a way to stop them. And yet, over the last number of years, we've seen their economy crater. We know, for example, their public statements on their economy probably privately not as good. They've chased wealth, and there's been a wealth flight of the Chinese upper middle class. It seems like this pervasive thinking, though, in policy making in Washington, D.C. has just kind of been China's inevitable. Do you see that, number one, and number two, if you do, how do we get these policymakers out of that thinking?
Probably the most bipartisan thing in Congress today, if not the most bipartisan, is pushing back on China, because both parties are seeing the rise, the very quick rise, the aggression of Xi Jinping. There's no doubt that there's a leadership vacuum in the United States. Putin is seeing that and using the attack on Ukraine and other things that he's doing in supporting Syria, places in the Middle East. Xi Jinping is looking at this, how can he capture more economic prowess around the world? South America is overwhelmed by Chinese influence. If you go north of Peru and Chancay Harbor there, $3.5 billion investment, shortest route between China and North America, South America is that route, $3.5 billion investment. The qualification was to Peru, you can't board us, you can't inspect us, you can't have cameras. So when you start seeing some of the things they're doing coming from the Horn of Africa to the eastern side of South America to gain access to South America, I mean, China is all around us. We have our power projected via aircraft carrier and the numerous bases we have around our allies. So this is slowly creeping. I don't think it's going to evolve into an arms war, but certainly the technology side is huge, and China understands that. The Democrats understand that. Republicans understand that. I think where we're at right now is it's a race to see who collapses first. One of the things I mentioned, Senator Coburn, one of the things when I first went to Congress or went to D.C. when I was 47 years old, as an engineer, as a person, conservative, fiscal conservative long before I went to Congress, I said, how do we pay for all this place? Washington, D.C. is it's a beautiful city. How do we pay for it? He said, remember this. He said, this is 12 years before I went to Congress. He said, remember this. Every great civilization has failed because it couldn't maintain its infrastructure. And if you think about the Romans, you think about the British Empire, it got so vast that everything started collapsing when people wanted to gain independence. And I think that's what we have to be concerned about right now is what happens when we all get so big. Is Japan in waiting? Is Germany in waiting? Are there other entities out there, countries that want to prevail to be the largest out there? And so we have to be cognizant of that. We have to be mindful of that. I'm an eternal optimist. I think that we have really smart people in Congress. The problem is, as I mentioned, the budget. We don't have a budget, so we're not focused on anything. Nancy Pelosi once said, show me your budget and I'll show you your values. Well, if you have no budget, you must have no values. And that's what you're kind of seeing right now. Everybody's just kind of running amok. And so we need to get back to a budget, both sides. We won't like the Democrats, they won't like ours, but at least we're having a conversation about focusing, getting back to regular order, doing our jobs of members of Congress. And I think I know America is the last best hope for freedom around the world. This experiment is being tested. This idea of a constitutional republic is being tested every single day today. It's exacerbated by the impacts and effects of social media, influencing people to be more aggravated and feeding you stuff that just really irritates you. I mean, I heard today an airline that might be based in Atlanta said we're no longer going to say ladies and gentlemen because that's racist. I was thinking I just wanted to send a text to somebody. And I thought, no, they found me. They know that irritates me. So it works. It works. It agitates us. It irritates us, and that further divides us. And we've got to get back as Americans and quit. We're in a circular firing squad right now, and it's problematic. And our founders warned us of this, that we can be our own, collapsing agent if we're not careful. And we've come on the precipice of that many times throughout our history, our young history. We need to start realizing that we need to all come together as Americans.
Congressman, you said something just a minute ago that I'm still mulling in my head because I've done this 11 times, and you were the first person I've ever talked to who said there are smart people in Congress.
There really are. There really are.
I mean, I know there are, and obviously Congress, we also we can parody Congress and pick on some of the absurdities in Congress, but you sound way more positive at a bipartisan level than a lot of members of Congress that I talk to, that behind the scenes there is some willingness to recognize from both sides. We may not agree on how to solve the problem, but we recognize there's a problem.
When I went to Congress at the ripe old age of 58, I never in my wildest imagination thought that I would ever do anything political. I supported Republican causes, had Republican fundraisers for various people, much like our governor, that you're going to talk to later today. He and I ran at the same time. In fact, in Tulsa, there were signs all over the city that said, "Just vote for Kevin," which was wonderful. We both won. Our offices were about a mile apart. We lived about 3 miles apart, both from the Tulsa area. But the reason, again, that we have the ability to change. We're the ones in Congress that are changing this. What I can tell you, which is really frustrating, is that I think we as voters have gotten lazy about not sending our best. From the first day I got there, I would go back home and business people, especially the 3,000 McDonald's franchisees, would say, what's it like? What's in Congress? I said, I've never seen so many people talk about things they know nothing about. And you have great staff. You can't, it's overwhelming. I mean, there's so many things. You can be talking about China in the first half of the hour, and then you're talking about abortion, then you're talking about tax policy, you're talking about border policy. No individual is going to have all of the knowledge, so you have to have great staff. But it's really easy to be really political. I mean, because as I said, social media will amplify that, and you will see money flow in return because voters think that's what's going to change Washington, D.C. What's going to change Washington, D.C. is great leadership, sitting down, rolling up our sleeves and saying, what's the most important thing in the world? And that's for America to win every single time. I'm a strong American first conservative, and I get criticized for that. But I say, if not America first, then who? I'm not American only. I think we need the economies around the world. I'm not like build fences around America, but I'm going to put Americans first every single time, every single time. Because if we don't, that means that Syria is number one, or Russia is number one, or Ukraine is number one, or Peru is number one. I mean, we don't know. So then it's like not having a budget. If you don't have the focus of a budget by saying America's first, then you don't know if America's second, third, or whatever. And I think we have to hone back in on that. We could say, conservative or Democrat or liberal, whatever, I'm an America first. But America has got to be first if we're going to fix this problem.
Yeah. I want to go back to the Republican Study Committee. You mentioned the number. I've always been a big fan of the Republican Study Committee and so much of the intellectual firepower for the right that's come out of it. One of the criticisms that has come up often in the past is that members of Congress who are Republicans join it so they can say, how can you say I'm not a conservative? I'm a member of the Republican Study Committee. And now, of course, there is with the House Freedom Caucus, how can you say I'm not? I'm a member of the House Freedom Caucus. How do you balance that with members who want to join an organization because they think it gives them cover from criticism, but maybe actually aren't as committed to the values of the organization inside Congress?
I think it's an excellent question. I may be the first Republican Study Committee in modern time, or chair in modern times, to tell people they couldn't join. And I did that to 4 different members, great friends, great members of Congress in their respective areas of the country. And I said, I think our policies, as we go forward, I don't know your district very well, but I can tell you that the policies we're going to push forward, balanced budgets, issues on the border, issues on energy, are going to be detrimental to you when certainly your general election, but maybe even your primary. In one particular case, and I'm not going to tell you who it is, but this person was the first person to ask me the first time I tried this messaging. And this individual said, this member of Congress said, you're going to be wrong. I'm going to show you, I'm going to be the most conservative person ever. And during the primary, his primary, the opponent said to him, they're standing and they're going after, and this person running against him said, yeah, so that budget is conservative and it's going to do this, 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 and this. And, this person is member of the Republican Study Committee, da-da-da. He gets done, and the member of Congress says, I'm not a member of the Republican Study Committee. And that was the end of that. He won his primary by 17 points. And so I didn't know all this was going on, so the next day we met, and this individual, there's actually, it's on C-SPAN, he comes up to me, just gives me a big bear hug right in the middle of the floor. I said, okay, what was that for? He goes, thank you for not letting me get on RSC. So, sometimes, to your point, you can be your own worst enemy by joining some of these and put yourself in a bad spot. But And we've had 3 others that we've done the same thing to. And they still might, as their districts, they get a chance to get reelected, and the voters say, okay, well, that wasn't a mistake. That person really needs to be here. And they go back and work their district to make it more conservative. And you can. I mean, there's some great examples, and again, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but there's some examples where Republicans win a district. This is recently. Win a district, say 52-48, and go to Congress and become very conservative in their messaging and how they vote, and go back and have meetings every weekend when they're home, their recesses, going back and talking to their individual voters. And the next election win at 60-40, the same group, because they're taking the time to go back to work their district and not being lazy about it. Listen, you're going to have Congressman Chip Roy on. I mean, he's had a tough district in Texas, and he is as passionate and with as much conservative fervor than anybody in Congress. And he's in a tough district, but he goes back and works his district, goes back and talks to the people in his district and say, this is why I'm the way I am. I think America matters. I want to fight every single day for conservative principles, because if I don't, the Socialist Democrats will take it over. And if we look at what happened, with the pick that Kamala Harris just had going with Tim Walz from Minnesota, that's the most liberal ticket that we've ever seen in presidential politics in American history. She's not trying to go to the middle to be more moderate. She's taking that farther left. And so that tells you right now that they're trying to turn out their vote for the progressive social democrats, and thinking that they can drag along some Republicans to put them over the hump. And heaven help us all if that happens.
First of all, I want to thank you for staying a little longer with Congresswoman Kammick and her flight getting canceled and hanging out with me here, because it's great to meet you. And I want to ask you here at the end about the future with just a narrow majority. The Speaker had wanted to come, and with the storm and the fundraising that he's doing, couldn't make it work. I know he's out working hard with fundraising. How do you see the landscape shaking up for House elections this year?
Well, I think it's important. I mean, obviously, last year was pretty chaotic. Started the year chaotic. It's kind of the middle of the Speaker race the first week last year, and then certainly in the fall. There will be multiple books to be written about last year, about the politics behind the politics behind the politics. It is a very political environment all the time. As we go forward, we're going to have to discern what we think is the main thing. Is it going to be business as usual? You mentioned CRs. We're going to be dealing with that. Actually, we're dealing with it right now. I'm in process of writing memos, laying out sort of the case for, we're not going to hit our funding deadlines. We're not even going to hit them in the House, for that matter. Just to give everybody kind of how this is supposed to look, the president, by law, is supposed to have his or her budget out by the first week of February. And pretty much they may have missed it by a month. And the reason I say I'm kind of being flippant about it, it really doesn't matter. The Democrats, Republicans in the House, that's the aspirations of where the president wants to go of either party. The real matter is what the Congress that's in charge does. And they're supposed to have a budget out, by the first part of April. And then the appropriators start, and they're supposed to have it done by, say, roughly June. And then it goes to the Senate, and the Senate are doing theirs at the same time, and we come together in a conference in, like July. And then we come back in September, kind of finish it up, and we fund the government by September 30th. So then what happens is, it'd be like you say, we're going to get to our budget in the city or in your own household, and I don't want to do it. Let's just do what we did last year. Well, that's fine, except if you bought a Singer sewing machine last year, and the year before that, and the year before that, and for 20 years you've bought a Singer sewing machine. You don't need the Singer sewing machines anymore. And that's what's happening in our military. We need to have real, robust appropriations done so that we're modernizing our military, modernizing our nuclear arsenal, so that we're protecting this nation, which is a fundamental responsibility of Congress and the White House, that we're securing the sovereignty of this great nation. And we're not doing that. We just keep kicking the can down the road, and that's no way to run a country. And so we need to resolve ourselves that we're going to back up, we're going to work together, and we're going to do that. But I mean, it's the most frustrating place for a person of business background, because when you look at it, it's really not that hard. It's all the politics. The policy is really pretty easy. It's the politics, everybody wanting to win the next election. So what will happen here is we're going to have an election November 5th, and if we get the trifecta, the House, the Senate, and the White House. There will be what's known as reconciliation, which is a budget maneuver that's controlled by the Senate, because otherwise you need 60 votes in the Senate. Reconciliation does it by simple majority. So then what will happen is we'll start, and every committee is working on like border policy, energy policy, economic policy, foreign policy, how we're going to fund all this. And we'll spend the first 100 days working heavily on that. And you really have 1 year, because the following year is the year that we go through a re-election again in the House. And nobody will, for the most part, will have the intestinal fortitude to make hard votes. So we just need to get, bless you. So we've got a lot of work to do in a short period of time. And I'm up to it. I'll work day and night, 7 days a week. I'm one that says we shouldn't go home till we get it done. The American people deserve it. That's the only way we're going to change it. We need to roll up our sleeves, get together, and make it happen.
So my last question for you, I'm now live middays in Tulsa on KRMG. I've got to get out there. If I go to Tulsa, where do I need to go?
Well, anywhere in Tulsa is going to be great. Great Americans in Tulsa, by the way.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, great Americans. You got to go to, you got to go to the parks there. We have the Gathering Place, which is it's the second largest city park in the nation behind Central Park. Just won the national the park of the year, actually a couple years now from for the United States. The wealthy Democrat billionaire whose parents were oil and gas people from Israel funded it, $500 million to convert a lot of land on the river. It's beautiful. And you got to go to Mahogany Steakhouse. Get you a big steak while you're there.
I will do that.
Yeah, it's great. And you're more than welcome to stay at our house when you come.
There you go. And I'll definitely go to a local McDonald's while I'm there, if only for the
Absolutely,
fries. Yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. And the ice cream machine will be working because I'll call ahead.
Thank you so much for hanging
You're
out.
welcome.
It's been great.
Thank you.
Congressman. This is a pleasure. Thank you.
You bet.
It's great to
Anytime.
meet you.
Anytime.
Thank you. Congressman Kevin Hearn, we're going to take about 10, 15 minutes here. Sam Brown's going to join me on stage. You're not going to want to miss this. This is a seat we absolutely can win in Nevada, and he's probably the most compelling Senate candidate anywhere in the country who's running this year, and then Senator McConnell. I will tell you this, Kat Kamek is such a trooper. I got a text message from her saying, I know I missed my slot, and I know my flight was canceled, but I'm still coming to hang out. So she's still coming. So God bless her for doing that, but we will take a quick time out here, and I will be back. I'll tell on myself. Almost had to cancel the whole conference when I go to the bathroom and the microphone gets tangled up in the zipper, and it was an ordeal. I would have been back sooner, but I couldn't leave the bathroom until I figured out how to untangle the microphone cable from the zipper. But we were fine, and I managed not to pee on the microphone. So TMI, I realize, but I have had my personal act of heroism today. Now, y'all, we've got to win the United States Senate, and I'll give you my kind of punchline is we moved this weekend because I had really wanted to accommodate Dave McCormick, whose birthday's next weekend. We wanted him last year and couldn't get him because of his birthday. So well, we'll move to this year. And it didn't dawn on me that every state's state fair is this weekend. And so we don't have as many Senate candidates as I wanted to highlight, but we have the two best, most competitive races to highlight. And my next guest is one of those competitive Senate races. You have probably heard about Captain Sam Brown. He fought in Afghanistan. He was in Kandahar. He was wounded by an IED. He retired as a captain, moved back home. He and his wife started helping veterans. And he is one of the best recruits for the Senate. I know Senator McConnell and I will be talking about his race later to emphasize he's got just a heck of a personal story, but also the convictions to run for the United States Senate in a swing state that's been swinging more and more in our direction. But more than that, he's also got a heart for service, having served his country and now serving to help veterans and now to take that to the next level in the United States Senate. So it really is my pleasure. One of the people I really, really, really wanted to move heaven and earth to get in his campaign was so willing to reach out and say, yes, we can make this happen. So he's flown in from Nevada, and we'll go home, but we've got him for the next 30 minutes. I can't wait to introduce you to Captain Sam Brown, the next United States Senator from Nevada. Thank you again for doing this. I know what the flight's like. I love the flight because it's 3.5 hours of no cell phone. So, look, you got even more stylish shoes than me, and socks. God, that sucks. That's fine. So let's talk about your personal story first. You serve in Afghanistan, wounded in Kandahar, and retire as a captain. First of all, you're a West Point grad, correct?
That's right. That's right. Some of us chose West Point over the Naval Academy and Air Force Academy. Any Academy grads out here? None? None? All right, you guys are all smarter than me, I guess.
So how long were you in Afghanistan?
That's a good question. I'll put it to you this way. Anyone familiar with U.S. Army Ranger School, based right here out of the great state of Georgia?
Yes.
All right. So I recycled one of the phases, which meant I spent roughly 80 days in Ranger School, which meant I was in Afghanistan just short of that. It was really early into my deployment. And, Eric, the thing that was tough, there's multiple things that was tough about getting wounded. But one of them is, if you go back in my history, I was raised by parents that instilled in me at a very early age, and I'm not joking. My father literally ordered the West Point academic catalog when I was 10 years old. This is before emails and stuff. He wrote to the West Point admissions office and said, "Can you please send a catalog?" And I went and checked the mail, and I saw it, and I didn't know what it was. I had to wait for him to get home from work, and I asked him, I said, "Father, what is this?" Because there was pictures of these castle-like buildings and young people in these Civil War era-looking uniforms. And he said, "Son, that's West Point. You could go there one day." And so that seed was planted at a very young age, and it was, and it's nurtured. And so as I, approached my senior year in high school, I had already applied. I was committed to going to a service academy. I didn't apply to any civilian schools at all. And then our country was attacked on 9/11. A few short months later, I got my acceptance letter to West Point. Less than a year after 9/11, I'm raising my right hand for the first time in service to this country on the banks of the Hudson River. And so I had spent my entire adolescent life, 4 years at West Point, a year at Fort Benning, a year at Fort Hood, Texas, training with my battalion to go lead troops in combat overseas for this nation, and to have all of that at 24 years old go up in smoke. I lost at that moment my professional identity and my personal identity because I was no longer recognizable. And that was one of the toughest things in the world, was to have been committed to a life of service. And the only way that I knew what it could look like was in uniform. And to have that just go away. And I'm blessed, though, that in the midst of that period, that time of suffering, to have, well, I didn't find her, she found me, but my wife met me when I was in the ICU. Amy was in the Army as well. She worked in the ICU as a dietitian. She saw me when I was intubated, wrapped head to toe in gauze, and I met her a couple months later. But what Amy and I are doing is a mission together, which is serving this country again. And this is an act of service from both of us, but I wouldn't be here without her.
I'm sitting here thinking, God, your dad got you a West Point catalog at 10. I got my son a Lego catalog. I'm like learning. This is I don't know how my parenting skills are.
If it makes you feel any better, I have not got my children a West Point catalog.
So you talk about this mission in Blessed, and we've just met, and so can I ask you the probative question that I normally don't meet to people I meet immediately, but using the language I'm hearing you use, can you talk about your recovery and your faith in that?
Absolutely. Look, the moment that bomb went off, and it went off under our Humvee right at the fuel tank, and so I was soaked in diesel fuel. The diesel fuel was burning off of my body. And when that happened, it was the first time in my life, again, I was a young man, I was 24, but at that point, I believed I was invincible, and I believed I knew everything. And so at 24, to now encounter something that I knew in a moment was bigger than me, I couldn't overcome on my own, it humbled me, it crushed me to a point where the only response I had was to throw my arms in the air and scream out for my God and my Creator. After that, I tried to stop, drop, and roll. It wasn't working. My face was on fire. I couldn't see anything. The only thing I could hear was my own voice screaming. And you can't manufacture that scream. It's a sickening sound to hear a man who believes he's about to die screaming for God and for his mom. And I got to this place where I realized I had no ability to control an outcome, even an outcome of saving my own life. And so I thought, how long is it going to take to burn to death? What's the transition from this life to the next going to be like? And I made the decision to give up the will to live. A version of me died at that moment. Death was going to be a relief. And then I heard the most powerful words I've ever heard, and it didn't come from a historical figure. It didn't come from one of my, commanding officers or a general or even a sergeant major. It came from my E4 gunner, a guy who'd just been in the truck with me. He'd been burned himself, got it out, and he ran to me and he said, "Sir, I've got you." And the miracle of that moment was when I went from a place of having given up the will to live to just by hearing those words and feeling his body and the dirt smothering me, I knew I was going to survive. And hope was reignited. And what's important here as a lesson for all of us is, no one here knows anybody in DC, right? How often do people use their words to try and encourage us or to deliver hope, and there's no action? Words without action are meaningless when someone is desperate. Now, if someone's just having a little bit of a bad day, words might be enough. But when someone believes that their life, either literally or metaphorically, could end, they need more than words. They need action. And that's what I discovered that day at 24 years old. And it came from a young man from South Texas who was in my truck, who put himself in harm's way, had already been wounded himself, and he taught me the greatest lesson of my life. And so through the next 3 years of my recovery, I had no doubt that I was here for a reason. And I've been on this journey for the last almost 16 years of trying to discover, from day to day, month to month, year to year, what is that purpose? And eventually it became to be the best husband I could be to Amy, to be the best father I can be to my 3 children, to admit that West Point does a lot to teach you about leadership, but it doesn't teach you a lot about the fundamentals of business. So I had to go back to school and get my MBA. And then to start a business that serves veterans, to fill a need that the VA couldn't do. And I mean, look, the VA, anyone ever heard any criticism of the VA here? Look, I'm going to tell you the truth. I've gone to the VA consistently since I was medically retired because I knew people were going to ask me, Sam, what's the VA like? And if I didn't participate, even though I had other options, then I would either have no credibility in my response, or I would just have to say, I don't know. So I've always used the VA, but the VA is an imperfect system. And so our business filled that need when veterans needed medication same day through a clinic that didn't have pharmaceutical support on site. We were there, fill that gap. And I loved serving the community that way. But ultimately, service to country, that call came again. Not in uniform, not through my business, but through politics.
So let's talk about this race now. I mean, you made it through Afghanistan and recovery, and you really want to go to the United States Senate?
Well, no, those are your words. I'm not sure you'll find me in an interview anywhere saying I want to go to the United States Senate. I mean, let's be clear. I've got a great life, a successful business with a great marriage, healthy children, and a place where, look, I was skiing 20 days a year. We live 45 minutes from Lake Tahoe. I mean, this is a great life I've got. So I am willing to serve in the United States Senate. And my wife would tell me, in fact, this is what she did tell me as I was wrestling with this. She said, Sam, we're all given talents. We're all gifted with something. Are you maximizing the stewardship of your talents as a business owner, or would you be maximizing your talents as a U.S. Senator? And when I thought about that, when I had to pray about that, and I looked deep within myself, I realized that the selfish version of me wanted nothing to do with it. But the part of me that God created me in my own unique way and with the experiences I've had in life, that was the best stewardship of my talents.
Let's talk about the raw politics of this moment, because there was a Senate race in 2022 and a governor's race statewide in Nevada. Notice I'm saying Nevada. I learned it's Nevada, not Nevada.
Well done.
We lost that Senate race. We did win the governor's race, and so now 2 years later, we're now in a presidential cycle, which has higher turnout. I would note that the incumbent Democrat doesn't poll very well for being an incumbent Democrat, well below 50%. But how do you look at this race compared to 2022 that says this year is a viable race?
Yeah, look, that's a fair question, and I go back and I lean on the basic education and training I received at West Point. When we study battles and military history, we don't just study the battles we win and say, all right, when we're in this situation, here's the game plan, here's how we're going to execute and get another win. You study the losses as well. And so that's what I did last cycle. And so you actually have this incredible sort of laboratory of 2 experiments going on simultaneously in almost identical conditions. And you can sort of test and hold some of the different functions against one another. And what I discovered is that the campaigns ran slightly different strategies. In the Senate race, the team there appeared to believe that pushing for a strong Republican-based turnout in the general election was the key to victory. In the governor's race, not that they ignored it, because they tended to those relationships some, but they pushed into the middle for independence and went and pursued getting that buy-in, getting that commitment of a vote. And at the end of the day, I believe that difference in strategy is what led to a difference in those results. And so how do I apply that forward? Well, it helps to come out of a primary with a landslide victory. I mean, I won 60% of the vote in a field of 12. The next closest person was 45 points behind me. So we've got a really unified base now. And President Trump has made Nevada a real target for his battleground plans. And it helps to have, his voice saying, Nevada is important, but Sam Brown is important too. And so now I'm able to focus on those voters who might not identify as a Republican. In fact, I'll put it to you this way. I'll tell you what our voter registration looks like. There's only 18,000 registered voter difference between Republicans and Democrats, 30-30. That means 40% are in the middle. 40%. So shouldn't we focus on pursuing those people? 30% of our residents are Hispanic voters. We've got incredible communities of Asian Americans, conservative family values. The Republicans have never pursued a relationship with. We've got union workers who are really disaffected by this Biden economy. Prices are up. In fact, the economy is the #1 issue for our independent voters. 36% say that's their #1 issue. When median household income is $64,000, but median home prices are over $400,000 in Vegas market and over $500,000 in the Reno market, there are people who are worried about Pavlov's hierarchy of needs. Do we have a roof over our head, food on the table, gas in the car, and there's a lot of people that are scared. That's not going to be there for them.
Let's talk about those issues, because I was out there just a couple of weeks ago with a buddy of mine, and I got recognized by one of the people at the casino we were staying at, and he was talking about that particular issue, that the economy forget you got Reno, Carson City, you got Lake Tahoe, you have Vegas as such the major population hub, and he's like, we're having conferences and not seeing as many people come. We're not seeing as many people in the local restaurants. To the extent people are coming, they don't venture out as much, they don't spend as much in the casinos, and I got to imagine that all of that just causes an economic spillover effect to the local businesses, the restaurants, the used car dealer lots.
Yeah, it does. In fact, we've got the second highest unemployment rate in the nation. Compounding the economic stresses, we have the second highest energy costs in the nation. Our at-home utility bills, because we've got this, this pursuit of these mandates on renewable energy goals and power production, doubled in 18 months. It actually doubled in 12 months, but it started 18 months ago. And so people who are living paycheck to paycheck, a lot of people living on tips, by the way, and President Trump's pledge to eliminate taxes on tips matters a lot in a state like Nevada. And I know it matters in other places too, but it matters so much. There's only 2 Democrat senators who have signed on to Ted Cruz's bill to eliminate taxes on tips. And they're the 2 Democrat senators from Nevada. But only after they both criticized it. And went as far as Jackie Rosen, my opponent, actually, her statement went so far as to say, this policy is going to hurt working class Nevadans. If someone can explain that to me, I'll be right off stage here in a little bit, and I'd love to know how that works. But look, they heard from the people, and the people said, "This we want this. This is ludicrous. Your denial of that is actually going to hurt us," and so they've reversed course. Another thing that President Trump has just recently said, and I think, look, in my view, the government taxes us too much. But if someone has gotten to a place in their life where they are earning their Social Security back, why are we paying taxes on that? It never should have been taxed in the first place. It was literally taxed to begin with. And so we have many, many retirees in Nevada. You know, these are issues that affect people's major concerns. Eric, one more little story. One of my neighbors, you know, and I knew her well before I got into, you know, running for office. She stopped me about 2 years ago and said, one day we were in our driveways, and she said, "Hey, Sam, I just want to let you know that if you notice things happening around the house, in other words, if someone's messing with my stuff, between these hours, just know that I'm not home." And I said, "Shirley, what's going on?" She said, "Sam, I had to go back to work. You know, I was living off Social Security and a reverse mortgage, and things got too expensive. I can't make ends meet anymore. I had to go back to work." And so, you know, on days when I'm catching a flight, you know, I've got to be to the airport at, you know, 5 a.m., I see Shirley with her garage door open, and she's getting ready to go to work at 4:30 in the morning, because things have gotten so expensive that even though she did the right things and she has Social Security and she went, you know, dug a little deeper and reverse mortgaged her home, it's not enough. And people need relief. They need leaders who understand the issues. And it's not just a matter of the words. You have to have action to provide hope.
One of the other issues that I would imagine affects Nevada, and it's one of those weird ones where I hear Democrats all the time say we have to have the illegal aliens to pick the crops and do the work that others don't want to do, but I got to imagine illegal immigration in Nevada is a big issue.
It is a big issue. But even more broadly speaking, the border is a big issue. Because it's not just a matter of illegal immigration. It's the things that happen when you have a border policy that is effectively open. You know, fentanyl has killed more people than warfare has. You know, we're losing 100,000 Americans a year, and it's agnostic of, you know, race, creed, community. It's terrorizing our state. The sheriffs tell me that their number one, and I talked to them and said, you know, and initially I thought it's going to be some, you know, kind of localized issue or something, like, you know, it's like, what's your number one concern? It's the border. It's the border. You know, you've got human trafficking, you've got the drugs, you've got, you know, people who are coming into our country, and our systems, whether it's healthcare system, education system, just housing supply, isn't there to be able to hold it. And we're not even getting into like the terrorists who are coming into this country. So yeah, that's the number two issue for our voters.
You know, it's interesting to me. Every time I ask someone, regardless of what they're running for, in whatever state they're running in, what the big issue is, people bring up the border, which I kind of expect, but fentanyl because of the border, that it affects that many people in that many states. It's remarkable to me.
It's a tragedy.
Now, on the practical aspect of running for office in Nevada, you've got, I mean, you do have this population center in Las Vegas, and it seems like you've got to turn out Clark County. But how do you, in a state like Nevada, maximize, like I know the Laxalt campaign and others, they wanted to rely on Republican turnout in the rest of the state, but what do you do strategically as a campaign to make sure you're maximizing your turnout there?
We're talking about with kind of the new voters we're going after.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, part of it is trying to build relationships with people who you haven't had a relationship with before. And so I talked about, for example, you know, the 30% of our you know, residents out there who are Hispanic. We started running ads in Spanish a couple of months ago. This is something that otherwise had been happening like basically, you know, after a Labor Day type thing. And I think, look, it's a natural human response that if somebody cares about us and they want to build a relationship, they're going to engage with us over time. You know, the first time somebody comes to you and asks you for something, and there's not a relationship established, there's not credibility, there's not rapport, it can be off-putting. And that's what we have been doing politically to folks that we hope, want, or need to vote for us. So we've been running ads in Spanish, we've been running ads in English as well, but we're pursuing those relationships early. And we also, we have kind of a climate of, I can't win this alone. I can't win this. Sam Brown can't win the Senate race alone. It takes voters, it takes donors, it takes volunteers, and frankly, it takes a coalition of others that care about the Nevada Senate race from around the country to get there, whether in person or through resources, to invest in it, because it's worth investing in. And we're seeing that. We're seeing organizations, people, whether it's small dollar donors or big enterprises, they believe in Nevada, they believe in this race, and that's how we win.
Now, one of the issues, of course, is your opponent, who has been pretty much in lockstep with Biden and Harris along the way, voting on all the packages that even Larry Summers said would drive up inflation. It seems more and more that there isn't, we've mentioned the economy, we've mentioned the border and immigration, that the fact that her polling, she can't get above 50% seems like this is a ripe opportunity and a viable pickup seat.
It's incredibly viable. And there's people who've studied campaigns and politics longer than me that could probably give really eloquent responses to this. I'll tell you this. Here's how I feel about it. I've got guarded optimism. And what I mean by that is the conditions are there for us to win. I'm not buried with terrible unfavorables and coming out of a hole. In fact, my favorables and unfavorables are basically in a dead even, despite the fact that Schumer's PACs and Rosen's campaign money has been spending millions of dollars to try and negatively define me. They can't put me underwater. We've got resources coming. I say there's three things that have to come together in these tough battleground races. You have to have the right candidate with the right resources and right strategy. And I believe we have all three of those elements. But what we can't do is try and surf a wave and expect other things to, other conditions to lead to a win. I've seen, cases where people have let off the throttle, 2 months out, like, oh, hey, polls look great, we're going to win this thing, and coast through. No, this campaign is going to be run like we're 5 points behind, regardless of what the polls say, all the way through November 5th.
So people here in the room want to be able to support the campaign from where they are. What should they be thinking about doing? Where should they go on the internet?
Yeah, people can go to my website. It's a great place to start, CaptainSamBrown.com. And people, look, if you live in Nevada, I want your vote. If you don't live in Nevada, there's ways to either contribute, through money through the campaign website, but technology allows people to even volunteer. Not everyone can give money, I understand that. But to those who can, please contribute directly to the campaign. And otherwise, people can make phone calls. You can virtually help out the campaign in other ways. And when we have such high stakes this election cycle and so few opportunities to win battleground Senate seats, to take back the majority, we need the country to mobilize around those races and really help us to win, even if it's from afar.
Now, last thing for you. We've talked about the economy and the issues, but in my sense of things, and in having done this for a while, everybody who goes to Congress actually does have something that is their passion, that I get there, this is the thing I want to do. If I get to the Senate or the House, what's yours?
I want to tackle the financial hardship thing first, because that's where I see the most concern out of my voters. People are scared. They are legitimately scared. When you have homeless numbers are up, and I guarantee you, within this room, probably everybody knows somebody who's now homeless who 5 years ago wasn't. You might not know it. They might be sleeping at someone else's home, a relative. They might even be sleeping in their car, but taking showers at the gym. But people are scared. And so the things that I can do, whether it's extending tax cuts, pursuing vigorously American energy security to help bring down prices, if it's getting bureaucracy out of the way that tangles up and puts friction on small businesses, these are things that we can start pursuing on day one. Making sure that we secure the border so we're not dealing with this influx of people who are just taking jobs, who are flooding our healthcare system, our education. Like these are the issues that we can start to tackle on day one that are my number one concern, because that's my constituents' number one concern.
Captain Sam Brown, thank you for making the trip from Nevada all the way out here to hang out with us. Best of luck on the campaign. Thank you for your service, and I hope you get to serve a long time in the Senate.
Thank you.
Thank you a ton for doing this. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
God bless.
Thanks, you too. A state we can win, a candidate we should be rallying behind to get to the U.S. Senate. Absolutely. Y'all, I am kind of overwhelmed that for the first time since 2019, Senator McConnell would do an event outside of Kentucky and would come to Georgia. And I've thought a lot about how to introduce someone who I have in my career in politics praised and criticized back and forth repeatedly. But I think at this venture, at this point in time, when I look back, one of the criticisms that I think Senator McConnell has gotten over time is that, well, it doesn't matter, any Senate leader would do this, except I remember when I was in college and there was a government shutdown, and George Stephanopoulos actually wrote in his book that Bill Clinton's administration was within 24 hours of caving to the Republicans in the House. And he got a call from then Senate Republican leader Bob Dole that the Senate Republicans had come together and they would side with Clinton. And then I remember all of the judicial fights at the beginning of the Bush administration where Senate Majority Leader Lott and then Frist wouldn't fight aggressively for those Republican judicial picks that Democrats wanted to block and filibuster. And I remember the betrayal of so many Republicans who wanted to pass bipartisan campaign finance reform that would just hurt Americans' ability to participate in politics. And in each of those fights, there was a senator from Kentucky who was willing to stand up and fight even when leadership wouldn't, and ultimately got rewarded with that leadership. And here, as he's finishing his tenure as the longest serving Republican leader, and Republicans oftentimes get frustrated and complain, well, we have a United States Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative majority, and we would not have that Supreme Court but for one man willing to say, I'll take all the blame, I'm not putting Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court. And Republicans were vilified. He was vilified, and he knew by virtue of being the senator from Kentucky that as long as Kentuckians were happy with him, he could do this. And Kentuckians have continued to reward him and send him to the Senate. The Republicans in the Senate have continued to make him the leader. And because of that leadership, what have we gotten? We've gotten the United States Supreme Court, but not just them. We've gotten a rapid push over time to appoint conservatives so that the majority of circuits in the United States judicial system are controlled now by conservatives who are beginning to roll back insanity even in places like the Ninth Circuit in California. But it's not just judges as well. There's been a strategic play over time to be able to grow a Senate Republican base that actually looks very much like America. And sometimes I, as a conservative, complain and say, well, why won't the Senate Republicans do this? And then other times I look at this and say, oh, you know, if we didn't have them there willing to say, I'm willing to be the bad guy and be hated to stop this, things would be a whole lot worse, because I've seen Republicans in the past cave. What I never see is Mitch McConnell cave. Whether I like it or not, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you on stage the Senate Republican leader, the senator from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell. Thank you for doing this. Thank you so much. Now, I've got to start. I told your staff the other day that they called me. And I didn't realize I had a call with them until I was sitting at my computer and I got a notice they were waiting for me on a Zoom call. And they said, unlike the president, Senator McConnell doesn't need your questions in advance. And he said, we'd just like to kind of know the general topics. And I said, well, I wanted to introduce him as the Senate Republican leader who used to be a damn dirty appropriator. And they said, well, he still is a damn dirty appropriator in the Senate, but that's okay. I do want to ask you to begin with, you and I, when we had a conversation back earlier this year with my son, who, by the way, his hair is even taller than it was when we were together, we spent a lot of time talking about our role in the world and how my growing up overseas and your role in the Senate, we have this sense that there is something about this country that if we don't lead, others will fill the vacuum who don't share our worldview, and would love to have your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Eric, America is really unique in the world. You really pick that up when you go almost anywhere else. We've had occasionally these isolationist moods. It happened in the 30s. The slogan, interestingly enough, was America First. That stopped after Pearl Harbor. But then most of the Republicans, including the most prominent Republican at that time, Robert Taft, didn't even support NATO or the Marshall Plan to get the Europeans back on their feet. Well, obviously, after the creation of NATO, it worked. Reagan's approach was, you want to get peace, you do it through strength, through having your adversaries fear you. And I fear, using the word fear again, that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was almost like sending a green light to Putin. Maybe this is a good time to try it because America's going home. We now have seen over a period of time the axis of powerful authoritarian regimes. They're all talking to each other, North Korea, China, Russia, Iran's proxies. So I think the biggest challenge facing the next administration and maybe for the future is for America to look strong and to be strong. The Biden administration sent up 4 straight budgets that didn't even keep up with inflation. That isn't going to cut it. Now, there are those in our party, for example, who say, well, it costs too much. Well, at the height of the war in World War II, we were spending 37% of our gross domestic product on defense, 37%. Now, 2 or 3% is considered adequate. And of course, millions of people were getting killed. So getting into a war is way more expensive than avoiding one. And so I think if I had a message for the next administration, and we all know who we hope will be the next administration, take this seriously. It's the single biggest problem confronting the country right now.
When President Biden was in his first term in the Senate, President Monroe offered up the Monroe Doctrine, trying to keep foreign powers out of the Western Hemisphere. I read in the Wall Street Journal not that long ago that people don't realize the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians are all in Venezuela right now. And we have a deteriorating situation in Haiti. We have the Peru and Chile also getting in deals with China. It seems like everywhere you look, the Chinese, the Iranians, and the Russians are cropping up now in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, they hate what we stand for. I mean, we have relatively open societies in most of the countries in the world where people actually get to vote on who gets to be in charge. And that, of course, seems to the Chinese and the Russians unwieldy. Those democratic elections, they can go either way. Of course, that's the beauty of a free society, is you do have open public debate about reaching decisions. They interpret that as weakness. And so they have pulled together, directly together. President Xi of China went to Moscow this year and said we were going to be prince forever. And they are collectively a huge challenge to us. And the good news is there are 2 new countries in NATO, Finland and Sweden. 23 countries in NATO are now hitting the 2% of GDP for defense. That was about 3 countries a couple of years ago. The Japanese Prime Minister, addressing the U.S. Congress, said, "You want to send President Xi a message? Beat Putin in Ukraine." So it has unified the democratic world, and that's the good part. And I think all of us collectively, if we do what we need to do in our defense spending, are a lot more influential than the axis of evil.
Let me move to the Senate. When you talk either at a state level or the federal level, oftentimes members of Congress will say that the opposition is the Democrats and the enemy is the other house in Congress. House members, of course, in fact, normally when I do this event, the House members want to come on a day that the Senate members aren't present and vice versa. What makes the United States Senate the unique institution it is?
It's probably the only democratic institution in the world where a majority is not enough. The filibuster means that on any matter that's in contention, you have to get 60 votes, not just 51, to go forward. It's always frustrating when you're in the majority, liberating when you're in the minority, but it's the essence of the Senate. Going all the way back to George Washington, according to legend, he was asked, "What do you think the Senate's going to be like?" He said he thought it'd be like the saucer under the teacup. The tea would slosh out of the cup into the saucer and cool off. So the Senate, Eric, has killed so many bad things over the history of our country, you wouldn't believe it. And it was meant to be slow. It was meant to be collaborative or to kill bad stuff. And so the way I measure success in the Senate frequently is not what we did, but what we didn't do. And in the time that I've been there, we've stopped an awful lot of really bad things. But then once in a while, you get to be in the majority. By the way, I've been the majority leader. I've been the minority leader. Majority better. If the stars aligned, as they did during the previous administration, and I was the majority leader, and I was the majority leader in the last 2 years of Barack Obama. And that provided the opportunity only majority leaders have to determine what you're going to do or not do. The single biggest decision of my political career was a decision not to fill the vacancy in the Supreme Court in the middle of the 2016 election. At the time I made that decision, everybody thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. We didn't even know who our nominee was going to be at the time I said that. And the Democrats were all laughing, the reporters were all laughing. All you're going to do is, allow Hillary Clinton to nominate somebody younger than Merrick Garland. Well, I thought it was an important opportunity to reserve for us in case we did end up in a position to do it. And so President Trump took very good advice from 2 White House counsels in a row. We collaborated both before and after nominations. And as the majority leader, I get to decide what you're going to do and when you're going to do it. And we took judges up first, every time. Every single time, judges came first. We got lucky. We had another Supreme Court appointment when Justice Kennedy retired. And then out of the blue, Justice Ginsburg passed away with about 4 months to go in the election in 2020. I remember the President and I talking about that. I said, I think we've just got a chance here to meet and get this done before the election, because I thought after the election, no matter who won, we lost the Senate or lost the White House, we wouldn't be able to put together the political support to get it done. We also had the pandemic going on. I can remember one of my colleagues who were worried about getting everybody in some place. One of my colleagues said, well, I'll be there if I have to wear a spacesuit. And everybody understood the importance of it. And we managed to get Amy Coney Barrett confirmed 1 week before the election. And then 54 circuit judges. And there's all kinds of ridiculous comments about what the Federalist Society is. I'm a card-carrying believer in the Federalist Society. What does that mean? The principal goal of Federalist Society, men and women, is to take on what lawyers call the administrative state. Now, to interpret that, that means agencies and departments of the federal government doing things that were not authorized by people who actually got elected, like us. And so the first indication that everything was going to change was 2 years ago in EPA versus West Virginia. EPA decided to regulate carbon. The Supreme Court obviously doesn't have an opinion about whether or not you ought to regulate carbon. All they said was Congress didn't give you the authority to do it. Wham, 6-3, they couldn't do it. And just a couple weeks ago, Chevron deference, which was 50 years old, was the landmark decision that basically allowed the regulators to pretty much do what they wanted to. Who had to defer to them. That's why they called it Chevron deference, overturned. So as I look back on my time as the majority leader, I thought, where could you have the most influence for the longest period of time? Obviously, taxes go up, taxes go down, policy changes depending upon the outcome of elections, but the one place where you could have a long-term impact on the country was lifetime appointments to the courts. And don't ever let anybody believe, convince you you ought to have term limits for Supreme Court justices. The Constitution is very clear. It's a lifetime appointment. Lose that and you won't have an independent Supreme Court anymore. So, Joe Biden, last week, came out with this goofy plan, and I had an op-ed in the Washington Post last weekend just pointing out how what he was recommending was actually unconstitutional. So I think we have, Eric, had a long-term positive impact on the country that will play out down through the years as these young men and women pursue their lifetime appointments, and it will have a huge impact on the future of our country and reinvigorate the Congress. We won't be able to just punt something to some agency and say, do what you want to do.
Look, yes. You have been in charge of the National Republican, the Senatorial Committee of the NRSC. You've been the majority leader. You've been the minority leader. We have a good group of recruits in a lot of states this year. We've got West Virginia, looks like it'll go our way because of Manchin, maybe Ohio. How do you see the map shaping up for 24 for the Senate?
This is the best map I've ever seen, but one cautionary note, I've seen us screw up maps before. So what is the key to winning a Senate race in a competitive state? Candidate quality. And I'm not going to mention any names, but over the course of the last 10 to 15 years, in 4 or 5 different incidences, we have not had the kind of candidate who could appeal to a competitive state. That is not the case this year. I think we have outstanding candidates everywhere. I believe we've already won West Virginia. That's number 50. 51 is the magic number. We've got big races going on in Montana, Ohio. You just met Sam Brown, introduced him to your audience. We've even got a shot, believe it or not, in Maryland, and certainly in Pennsylvania, and maybe in some other states as well, including Nevada. But the magic number is 51, because that means the majority leader gets to decide what you're going to do. So let's assume for a moment the worst case scenario. We lose the White House, we lose the House, but we do keep the Senate. That preserves the filibuster, because they'll get rid of it. If they get all three, they'll get rid of the filibuster. They'll admit the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico as states. That's 4 new Democrats in perpetuity. And they'll pack the Supreme Court. That's how radical Democrats are today, and why it is so important to win this presidential race.
On the practical aspect of the Senate, I'm trying to think of a way to be delicate on this one, on conservative criticisms that often come up in the Senate. The sense of frustration that we win the House and we win the Senate, but then Republican members of the Senate oftentimes then say, well, I don't want to do what the House does, and conservatives feel like the football has been snatched away. How do you explain to conservatives who oftentimes get frustrated outside of judges that there's a larger collaboration issue there?
There's only one time when the Senate is popular. That's when Republicans are in the minority in the House.
It's a fair point.
So I've been through periods where they pray for us every night and clap for us every night, and periods when you're in the majority when you do want to do more. And of course, in the House, it's a majoritarian body. They run every 2 years. They're doing stuff differently year after year after year. The Senate is harder. The founders of this country didn't want to make it easy to make a law. If you're looking for speed or efficiency, you wouldn't like the Senate. But if you're interested in dividing power and trying to prevent the acquisition of power, the Senate is for you. And I think you have to measure success not by how many things you passed, but how many bad things you prevented. And when you had the opportunity to pass something, did it have a long-time impact on the country? I've been the Republican leader longer than any leader in American history. I've been up and down, but I think when we had the opportunity to move, we did 2 very important things. Judges, which will last for a long time, and a hugely successful tax reform bill in 2017, but taxes will begin to expire beginning next year. And so that's why it's important to our domestic economy for us to be able to continue to craft a tax bill that allows this economy to continue to vibe.
Senator, I despise using the word legacy because I think those things sort themselves out. You have been the longest Senate Republican leader, and you'll give up that position after this election. We've talked about judges and how that will be cementing your career in not having Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court, but is there one thing that you look at and you wish you had been able to accomplish that you haven't been able to get done?
One thing what?
Is something that you haven't been able to get done that you regret not being able to get done so far?
Yeah, that we haven't won more seats. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many of your audience here are history buffs, but if you'll indulge me just for a moment, senators were not even popularly elected until 1914. From 1914 to 2024, Republicans have never had more than 55. Democrats had massive majorities during the New Deal, during LBJ, during the first 2 years of Barack Obama. I always remind people, winners make policy and losers go home. It's not complicated. If you really want to change, you have to win more races. And as I said earlier, I think there have been a number of cases in the last 10 or 15 years where we simply didn't have electable candidates in competitive states. I might mention Georgia, which still looks like a red state to me, but for a variety of different reasons that you all followed very closely, we now have 2 Democratic senators here. I think it's the only red state in America with 2 Democratic senators. And so those were missed opportunities. I can name some others, but those are ones that you're all familiar with.
If we can, there's a growing worry, and Congressman Hearn from Oklahoma with the Republican Study Committee was here, and he and I have this concern about our fiscal state as a country and the growing national debt. And what do you see is Mitch Daniels, so let me back up here. Mitch Daniels had the op-ed in the Washington Post a couple of months ago that he's afraid we're getting to the point where we're going to have a crisis to force Washington to deal with the fiscal problems we have. How do you see that issue?
Look, everybody's afraid to touch it, both sides. But the reason the debt is mounting, except for an emergency like the pandemic, are very, very popular in programs. Medicare, Social Security, extremely popular, essential to a whole lot of members. And unless you adjust somehow the programs, they are going to tank us at some point. And I'm sure an adjustment will be made. The only question is when. The only time I can recall, and this is even before I got to the Senate, Reagan and Tip O'Neill agreed to raise the age for Social Security to 67, which saved the program for a very lengthy period of time. The discretionary budget, the part that we actually vote on, remember on entitlements, we don't even vote on them. That happens automatically. In the discretionary programs, it hasn't been out of sight. But neither side has had the courage to say to the American people, we've got to make some adjustments here. Now, I think what the Democrats would do would be exacerbate the problem by making even more things eligible and raise taxes to pay for it. The other way of looking at it is people are living longer and longer and longer. Would it make sense to have it kick in later? Big argument. I can't think of a cycle we've been in when we haven't been accused of trying to do something bad to Social Security, which is not true. But the honest answer is the reason the deficit is so large is because very, very popular programs that neither side has been able to stand up together and say to the American people, this is what we need to do.
Do you think there's going to, is it a crisis that might provoke them from coming together? Or is behind the scenes, is there any recognition that something's going to have to happen? Or it just seems like it becomes the political issue that, as they used to call it, the third rail no one wants to touch? And how do you see it playing out long term?
I don't know when, but it's going to happen if we don't step up and do what's necessary. And it can only be done on a bipartisan basis because of the sensitivity of the subject. I was running for the Senate the first time in 1984. It was the year after Reagan and Tip O'Neill agreed to raise the age of 67. Never mentioned. Wasn't asked a question about it because it was done on a bipartisan basis. I remember talking to President Obama, a very smart guy. We had several private conversations about this problem. He understood what the problem was, but he didn't want that to be his legacy. And I give President Bush 43 a lot of credit because after he got reelected in 2004, he said, we're going to tackle Social Security and see if we can fix it for the long term. We had a majority in the House, majority in the Senate, majority in the White House. We all knew it would require bipartisan support. I was the whip then, the number 2 position. So it became my responsibility to go around to the Democrats in the Senate to see who wanted to sign up to help us fix Social Security. Joe Lieberman, the most reasonable Democrat of all, said to me as follows, and this is the most cooperative, most reasonable Democrat. He said, you guys want to fix Social Security? Go right ahead. So there you had unified government trying to do it, but knowing full well that it was so politically toxic that they needed to have both sides involved. And the Democrats in the minority at the time said, oh, we're not going to touch that. That means we're going to run against you in the next election if you go forward. So I'm telling you all the reasons that it hasn't happened, but at some point it will. And it reminds me of the meltdown in 2008, you know, the financial crisis. We acted. It wasn't popular, but we acted. I hate to see this go that far, but I think this $37 trillion national debt is really unsustainable.
I agree. Senator, you did get to the Senate in 1984, and if I remember right, Roger Ailes was involved with your race, and there were a whole lot of people who didn't expect a Republican to win in Kentucky. You did, and you've been there ever since, holding that seat. And Kentucky, I think, has been a remarkable shift in a state now that has moved so decisively Republican outside of occasional and problematic Democratic governors there. What do you think has led to the shift in places like Kentucky and elsewhere that we've now seen, where for 50 years, as you mentioned, Democrats have been able to win big, but it does seem like there are so many states that do seem to be moving to the right in the South and the Midwest?
I think that in rural America and small town America, the Democrats' elitism has completely turned them off. You could see it coming under the Obama administration. It only picked up during the Trump administration, and my state's an example of it, and so is Iowa, and so is most of the middle part of the country. I mean, Eric, we do have a Democrat governor. It's an unusual situation, but other than that, you can't find a Democrat in Kentucky with a flashlight. And that's true in places like Iowa, for example, that were very, very competitive states a few years ago. So I think the policies that the Democrats, which are a coastal domination party, during part of my time, of the 4 leaders, I was the only one not from New York or California. Today, I bet you all haven't thought about this, but today, the Democratic leader of the Senate and the Democratic leader in the House live in the same neighborhood in Brooklyn.
Huh.
So, I mean, they are an urban, coastal, very, very liberal state. This is a hugely problem for the country. If they ever do get full control of the government, the nominee for president on the Democratic side makes the president look moderate, and the president is not moderate at all. So I do worry about the future of the country if they ever get total control of the government, and we need to take the Senate as an insurance policy against what these people will do to the country if they get totally in charge.
Sir, let me ask you one last question. And first, thank you so much for being gracious with your time and coming. And as we head into the future, we don't know what the election's going to look like, what the outcome is going to be. But what do you think, beyond just raw electoral politics, what do people in this room need to be thinking about for the future in terms of the policies that you think will set the country on the right path?
Well, I think the country's obviously in a bad mood. And I don't think people are likely to respond, unfortunately, to anything other than making arguments against the other side. But I can tell you what I'm pretty confident we would do if we were to get the White House, the House, and the Senate. The first thing I think we would do is to try to extend the Trump tax cuts from 2017, and we'd start filling judges. And I think whoever succeeds me is likely to have complete confidence in at least those two things. The third thing is this border situation is an administrative failure of gargantuan proportions. It didn't require new legislation to fix it. The previous president didn't get new legislation to fix it, but he did. And so I think we have an obligation to do that and to remind people, in order to have the opportunity to do it, the reason we have 40-year inflation is because of a conscious decision the Democrats made in 2021 to dump $2.6 trillion on the economy. And Larry Summers, who some of the old-timers in the room might remember, was the Secretary of the Treasury under Bill Clinton, the most prominent liberal economist in the country, former president of Harvard, said at the time, if you do this, you're going to have 40-year inflation. They did, and we do. Not a single Republican voted for that.
Senator, you have been extremely gracious with your time, and I'm flattered you would come all the way down to Atlanta to hang out with us. I really appreciate it, and appreciate more than anything that we do not have to say Justice Garland because of you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, sir.
I really enjoyed it.
I appreciate it a ton. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can't thank the senator enough for hanging out with us. That was a real treat. And yes, we do not have to say Justice Garland, and whatever happens in a few months, we won't have to say Attorney General Garland either, thankfully. Yeah, let's just hope we can say Attorney General Republican would be fantastic. When Mike Pence was here earlier, Mike Pence also is involved with the group Advancing American Freedom, and I get to hang out with Dominic, I know, Pino from National Review, and also with Matthew Dickerson, who is fantastic on budgeting and spending, and get to ask them all sorts of wonderful and tough questions as we hang out and get this panel set up. And I believe we got a third person. Nobody wrote them down on my agenda, but we're gonna have a great conversation about the future of this country. So if I can bring the panel up, I think we're all set. And I'll let y'all all reintroduce yourselves as well. Good to see you, man. Thanks, man. How are you? Good to see you. All right, so yeah, y'all get the handheld microphones. I get my already drunk bottle of water, so we'll leave this one for me. So first of all, why don't each of you go on and introduce so we know, so the audience knows who's who here.
Hey there, I'm Matt Dickerson. I'm the Director of Budget Policy at the Economic Policy Innovation Center, better known as EPIC.
I'm John Shelton. I'm the Policy Director for Advancing American Freedom.
And I'm Dominic Pino. I'm the Thomas Rhodes Journalism Fellow at National Review.
So now, before we begin, I got to thank again Advancing American Freedom for helping sponsor today, and to Vice President Pence as well for coming. But let's get into the issue that Senator McConnell and I were talking about on the fiscal side of things. with a national debt now of $34-35 trillion. You were name checked earlier on stage about these issues. So as Senator McConnell said, at some point we're going to have to do something about it. The question is when and how should we?
That's exactly right. And one of the interesting questions you've asked several panelists is it going to take a crisis? Is it really going to take an inflection point to actually have to act on this? And actually, there's a reason that over the last 40 years, the only actual deficit reduction legislation that we've enacted has been through negotiation around the debt limit. So whether it's a real crisis or something that Congress creates as an inflection point, it really does force Congress to act if we have some sort of deadline or some reason to act. And so we're going to have that inflection point next year. The debt limit is coming back. We're going to have a lot of things that we're going to have to deal with next year. So hopefully we'll have the opportunity to use the budget reconciliation process to really attack those important priorities.
So, you mentioned the debt ceiling I'm in the camp of, well, let's just not raise the debt ceiling and see what happens. And we hear the doom and gloom scenarios of what might happen if we don't raise the debt ceiling. I mean, what would happen in theory if we just said we're not going to raise it?
Well, one of the things that would happen is the Congress would basically, or the Treasury would basically not be able to fund all the things that it's legally required to spend its money on, because we wouldn't be able to take out more debt, and we're running a $2 trillion a year deficit, and so we can't pay for the things that Congress has told the executive branch to go spend its money on. That would have some pros, but it would have a lot of cons too, because the U.S. Treasury market is built into the world financial system. And so if you thought 2008 was a bad thing, I think if you did have an actual debt crisis in the United States, I think that would not be the best outcome. The best way to address this problem is use the debt limit as an inflection point, responsibly raise the debt limit, but make sure we're enacting fiscal reforms alongside with it.
So, John, let me bring you into the conversation. So for those of you who don't know, John and I are on a group chat that I don't think either of us actually intended to be on, but now we can't get out of. It never goes away. And we oftentimes in this group chat have conversations about the impact on families in this country of these things. What is like the debt burden on families now? I mean, in any change we make, it seems like more and more families are going to get penalized.
Yeah, Matt or Dom could probably speak more on the household breakdown. It's been a while since I've looked at the national debt clock, which has the number on it.
It's $266,000 per American household.
Yes.
We're adding $4.5 million to the national debt every single minute.
But you mentioned family, and so on that point, I think the debt conversation, which we haven't talked about, is that the debt we're taking out is debt we're taking out on our children, right? So we are funding things that are being paid for by our children. And so it's important to say that that's fundamentally unnatural. We're supposed to pass blessing along to our children. We're supposed to pass gifts, not curses, and giving them debt is to leave them off better than we had it. So.
Every time I see the college tuition bill come in, I leave curses. Yes, we now have a kid going to college, and I do actually worry about that in the long term of we have this feeling now, and Dominic, you chime in here, that how do I say this, that there is this growing pessimism that it used to be that your children would have a better quality of life in the country than you have, and now I think there's this growing pessimism that our kids aren't going to do that.
Yeah, and the history of debt and spending is really important, right? Because in the past, when we had big deficits, it was because of some kind of event. So it was because of World War II, for example. It was because there was a recession. Those are natural things. You're naturally going to have a deficit during a recession. And we can obviously see winning World War II was a good thing to spend money on. But then, once World War II ends, you have the opportunity to cut back on the spending. And that's what the government did. Once a recession ends, the deficit comes back because revenues go up in a better economy, and you don't have as much need to spend more to stimulate the economy. And we saw it in the Cold War. Soviet Union falls, we have the peace dividend, we ran budget surpluses in the 90s. This time, it's different because the reason for our debt is ongoing obligations to entitlement programs and interest payments. And those things are not going to go away. They are determined by actuarial tables, not by the business cycle. And so that's why we're in a different situation now compared to the past, where we can't just have an event that caused the deficit to expire and then we can cut back. Now it's a consistent increase because of aging population and because of the promises that the government has made in the laws that it's passed.
So I feel like in all the conversations I'm having and the conversations around this, that more and more there's this growing awareness, and I'm hung up on the Mitch Daniels op-ed in the Washington Post that do we have to wait for crisis to actually hit before we do something? I mean, what do you guys think?
So we were just talking about how historically people have been warned, politicians have been warned not to touch Social Security and Medicare because it's a third rail that would electrocute you and kill you if you touched it. But the thing about these programs is if you don't touch them, they will also kill you. And maybe even more certainly kill you, because the projections, and again, the numbers I don't have on the top of my head, but in the next 50 years, if these programs aren't reformed, the debt will go from 35 trillion to 150 trillion.
Yeah, here's the way to think about it. You can put all of federal spending into two buckets. And bucket number one has just four things in it: Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and interest payments. That's bucket one. Bucket two is everything else the federal government spends money on. That's all of national defense, that's all the education spending, transportation spending, veterans benefits, law enforcement, national parks, everything, absolutely everything goes in bucket two. Bucket two over the next 30 years, according to the Congressional Budget Office, is gonna add somewhere between $3 trillion and $5 trillion to the debt. That's the imbalance between what it's gonna pay and what it's bringing in. $5 trillion is a lot of money, I don't have to tell any of you that. Bucket one though, over that same 30 years, is going to add about $120 trillion to the debt. If we're not talking about bucket one, we're not talking about the problem seriously.
One thing I'll say is that all the candidates that you're having on stage, if they're running for re-election, they're going to have to vote on entitlement reform, whether they want to or not. It's going to come. And that's simple math, because the Social Security trust funds and the Medicare trust funds, they're going to be depleted in about 10 years. One of the interesting things that Leader McConnell said was that you have to do it in a bipartisan basis. Well, it's important to have a plan when that negotiation is going to happen. And there's three pieces of legislation that everybody should know about, because the Democrats are grasping this third rail hard. Medicare for All Act, the Social Security Expansion Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. These are all crazy Democrat bills that would massively increase taxes and then massively actually increase spending on these unsustainable entitlement programs. They all have more than 100 co-sponsors in the House and dozens of co-sponsors in the Senate. And Republicans have no plan for when these negotiations are going to happen.
So what does the plan look like for the right? What should we be doing?
I mean, I think we could start by not running away from this, or, you saw in the party platform for the first time in 40 years, they eliminated any kind of talk about debt, any kind of talk about adopting a balanced budget amendment. And insofar that this problem is a problem of willpower, which I think Senator McConnell was right to describe it, there are a lot of good ideas out there. EPIC has many of them. AAF's got papers too. It's a willpower problem, and there's nothing more dispiriting than saying we're not going to do anything to address this problem whatsoever. And that's what happened this year, unfortunately.
So let me put you on the spot on this one, because you write at National Review and you talk to a lot of people, and obviously not dealing with the stuff off the record, but what are the whispers that Republicans and conservatives say on this stuff when you cover it and write about it, the concerns or the direction they want to go? Because I do oftentimes think that everyone understands the concerns, but there's not, as we're discussing, any sort of plan.
I think a lot of them are afraid because of, and I think what John said is really good, that it's a third rail whether you want to touch it or not, right? And so I think a lot of them are afraid of that, but I do think you're right that if you talk to them behind closed doors, I think a lot of people will say that they understand that this is a problem, but they don't always know how to fix it. One Republican that has been putting forward actual proposals on this issue has been Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana. He has ideas about Social Security. He has been going out and talking about those with voters and found that they actually are pretty open to it. And so he's one guy that's leading on that. And so it's not like nobody's doing it, and it's not like there aren't any ideas. And you could go to any number of different think tanks in Washington D.C. They all have a white paper on how to solve this problem, right? And the answer is probably not one of them. It's probably some combination of ideas from a lot of them. And that's how good policy gets made. Another thing we can do is we can learn from other countries' experience, because obviously the United States isn't the only country that has this problem. Other countries have had it before us. And we can look at places like Canada, places like Ireland, places like Sweden, places that had huge social welfare states, and they hit the point that Margaret Thatcher talked about, where they ran out of other people's money. And so what they had to do, all of them, and they've been pretty successful on this, and this was a couple decades ago for most of them, what they had to do was they had to cut spending. There were some modest tax increases, but you cannot tax your way out of this problem. They had to cut spending. And the only countries that were able to do this successfully are countries that cut spending and had cross-political, cross-partisan agreement. I can't say bipartisan because some of these countries have more than two parties. But, they had to have buy-in from across the political spectrum, because that's what reassures borrowers on the bond market that if the other side wins the election, it's not just going to get overturned and then your money's going to be gone.
That's a good point, the stability and consistency. One of the issues that comes up all the time, and I'm just totally spitballing this with you, because I hear it when you get in groups of conservatives say, we have the BRAC commission for the military. Shouldn't we do something like that for spending and entitlement? I mean, is that even in the conversation of maybe if Congress doesn't want to vote on this stuff, they'll outsource it to somebody to do it for them so they can say it wasn't us?
I'll take this one. I think the people have floated the idea of kind of outsourcing it. There's been a lot of talk about different types of fiscal commissions, and every single member of Congress that I've talked to over the last year hates the BRAC idea. They want ownership. They're the ones with the election certificates. They're the ones that want to make the hard decisions.
Well, and concurrently to this, I don't know anyone my age or younger who actually thinks Social Security is going to be around by the time they get to it. So isn't that a good way to start the conversation with people, maybe to start having this, that we want to preserve it, as opposed to the Democrats just blowing it up?
Yeah, I think that is, and it is a generational thing, right? I think you're right that nobody, certainly nobody my age thinks that it's coming for them, and so we're making our own plans about how we're gonna be in retirement. And one of the things as well is talking about it in terms of ownership, I think is helpful, because politicians like to talk about Social Security as though you are like putting your money into a little account for you that you get back later, and that's not how it works. The money has already been spent before you even paid in. Okay, so talking about it in terms of ownership and in terms of the retirement accounts that people have with most employers, where you actually do have ownership of the money that you contribute. Ideas about ownership and about making sure that you actually have a stake in that future, and that the money's not just being taken from you and given to other people. I think that's another effective way to talk about this, especially with younger people who, like you said, are not counting on this program being around anyway.
In the year 2024, what do we do exactly the same way that we did 90 years ago? Right? So instead of having a very old system that locks people into kind of one-size-fits-all program, why don't we sell something that's actually a winning message, that is choice and ownership and freedom, and we could actually make Social Security work like people think it does. And I think, and you actually get a better deal if you do that for seniors and taxpayers.
Yeah, to talk about just how different it is, Social Security was a bargain for the federal government 90 years ago. It was a good financial decision for the federal government. That's how far removed we are from the origins of that program.
So I got a random personal question for each of you. How on earth did each of you get to where you are, where you're sitting on a stage with me talking about the national debt, as opposed to all the other many things in this country you could potentially be doing with your lives?
So I'm from a little place called Louisa County, Virginia, which is right in the middle of Virginia, and that's where a lot of our founders are from. It's James Madison's congressional district. It was Patrick Henry's House of Burgesses district. And so I grew up around history, and so I knew I always wanted to do something in D.C. I was lucky enough to get work at a member of Congress's office. I spent 5 years with the staff of the Republican Study Committee. I spent a couple years at outside organizations, like ran the Budget Center at the Heritage Foundation, and worked at the House Budget Committee, and lucky enough to be here and work on some really interesting issues and try to help save the country.
I just, again, your name comes up every time there's a budget issue. It's like, oh, I know this guy, and it's always you. You're like the budget guy.
It's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun,
like
he
it.
says. The budget is
interesting.
fun. John, how did you get to doing what you're doing?
I wouldn't recommend it for anyone as a path. The nicer answer is that my granddad was the running mate of President Reagan in 1976 when he lost. But the real answer is a very weird one. I went to divinity school, and then I went to Congress, and eventually ended up working with the former Vice President Pence. So it's kind of like Chutes and Ladders versus Matt's story.
Well, I grew up in Wisconsin and love it there. And one of the first issues that got me interested in politics was all of the protests in Wisconsin over Scott Walker's Act 10 and all of the public sector union problems and all of that. I was still in school at the time, obviously, so I had teachers who called out sick to go, protest at the Capitol or whatever. And I was just, this is ridiculous. And so that was sort of my entry point to politics. And my dad listened to a lot of talk radio at that time, and so that was part of it as well. But then I started reading National Review in high school, and read it a lot in high school, probably too much. But as a result of that, I really wanted to work there, and got involved with the campus newspaper at my college. I went to George Mason University, studied economics there, and then applied for the NR internship 3 times. I got it on the 3rd time, and I've been there ever since.
All of us who start reading National Review from an early age wind up on this weird path in politics. Yes. Yeah, so I grew up overseas, and my parents subscribed to Southern Living and National Review, and so my comic strip was, yes, the comics in National Review. Yes, it is all you need. Indoctrinated by William F. Buckley. I learned big words at an early age. Yes. So, okay, so let's wind this home then, because you all have a passion clearly for what you're doing. You're all focused on this. But this seems to be the looming issue we keep hearing about. There is a fiscal cliff. Our debt is increasingly above GDP. I talked to a member of the Federal Reserve who said one of the things we have to remember is that if we can grow the denominator, we're never going to cut the numerator easily. Grow the denominator, which means we've got to stimulate a lot of economic growth in the country, which as the Code of Federal Regulation grows, the ability to grow the economy shrinks. So is there any optimism here for our path forward from each of you?
I think so. We have the 2024 Olympics this year, but next year, 2025, is really going to be the debt Olympics. There's a massive fiscal cliff coming. We have to deal with the expiration of the tax cuts. The debt limit is going to be reinstated on January 1st. 4 days into the next presidency, they got to deal with something called statutory pay-go, where there's automatic spending cuts that President Trump may not want to have to deal with. The discretionary spending limits are going to expire, and there's got to be a new negotiation on how much we're going to spend next year. And all at the same time, our fiscal situation, our fiscal space is going to be continuing to deteriorate. But we do have a great opportunity to use the budget reconciliation process, where you can pass stuff through the House, pass it through the Senate, get President Trump to sign it into law, where we can deal with things like securing the border, we can deal with inflation, we can preserve the tax cuts, we can get people back into the workforce, make work pay again, and we can work on draining the swamp. And so I think it's a big challenge, but I think it's an amazing opportunity next year.
I'm a bit more of a dour German American by disposition, and so I'll start with pessimism, which is that the last time we paid off the debt was 2 centuries ago under President Jackson. Last time we paid down the debt, so just chipped away at it, was nearly a century ago under President Coolidge. There will be opportunities coming up, and that's very, 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 very good. The cause for optimism is also maybe kind of pessimistic, which is that the closer we get to insolvency of these trust funds that hold up Social Security and Medicare, the more clear it will become that we need to do this. But at the same time, it will become more clear because it will become more dire, more difficult to do. If we had tackled this in the 2000s when people were laughing at George Bush for suggesting we should do private Social Security accounts, it would have been a lot easier. We have a lot less of a runway to get the plane off the ground before it crashes.
And I'm just a big believer in the bond market. So eventually, people are going to stop trusting that the federal government is going to pay them back. We've seen this a little bit with higher yields on bonds in the last couple of years. We've seen it with credit downgrades from the rating agencies, and eventually that's going to reach a point where federal spending becomes even more unsustainable than it already is, and politicians will have to do something. The important thing is to have ideas on the shelf for when that time comes. And so that's why, really important work that a lot of people are doing right now to make sure that we actually have the ideas ready to go, because we do not want to be caught by surprise. This is the most predictable political problem that we have. Lots of other things are unpredictable, wars, recessions, all of that. This is really predictable. We know this is coming, and we need to be ready.
Well, I'd like to apologize to the audience that we didn't actually arrange it and Dominic put you in the middle so we can have the optimist to the pessimist and in a scale here instead of having the optimist and pessimist right next to each other. But it works, and the conversations we have to have. Again, thank you guys for the sponsorship and for being here as well and for having the conversation. It gives us a lot to think about, but as Mitch McConnell says, at some point it's going to be dealt with. We just don't know when. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
so
man.
much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic.
Thank
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Now I get to riff on stage while they move furniture around. I think they're all right that at some point we're going to deal with the issue, whether we want to deal with the issue or not. The question is, do we have a plan in place before we get to that time? So I want to thank the panelists for coming, for the sponsorship as well, to be able to make this possible. Now, I've been looking forward for this because, as I mentioned, so my radio show is growing, and I picked up Sacramento and picked up Stanton, Virginia. We just picked up Oklahoma City, I think 2 weeks ago, and I moved from being midnight to 2 a.m. to 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. live in Tulsa, Oklahoma on KRMG a couple weeks ago. So one of the selfish reasons I wanted to have Congressman Hearn here is this district, but I also wanted to have the governor of the state of Oklahoma here as well. One, because we keep having all these teams that just keep getting added to the SEC that aren't actually in the Southeast. And I gotta question this. It's just very, very odd. Pretty soon we're gonna have Oregon in the SEC, and we'll have to change our name to something else. But also I've got this new appreciation for Oklahoma now that I keep winding up all these radio stations out there and have a large audience. And we've got people from Oklahoma here in the room, and it's might as well have folks from Oklahoma come, including the governor of the state of Oklahoma, who is a businessman, a popular governor, just got reelected, went through this wild reelection campaign where the Democrats, for some reason, got it in their head it's like Kansas, we can get a Democrat in Oklahoma. No, you can't get a Democrat in Oklahoma. But also, one of the fascinating things to me is I actually am a Neil Gorsuch fan, but also Neil Gorsuch seems to have this bone to pick with Oklahoma on the rights of the tribal rights and things. And so I've been looking forward to having this conversation with the governor of the fantastic state of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt. I'm so glad you could come. Thank you so much. Absolutely. So I gotta, well, first of all, I debated whether or not I'm gonna ask you this question. I'm gonna ask you this question. In your opinion, why should people go to Oklahoma instead of Texas? Because I know there's this rivalry there.
Well, first off, thanks so much for having me. Well, first, Oklahoma is a step above Texas, okay? It's just clear. But no, we've got a great rivalry with Oklahoma, or with Texas, and we certainly beat them in football, so.
There you go. Yes. And then weirdly, everybody comes to the SEC. It's an odd thing to me. So let me ask you this out of the gate, because I actually went back. I rarely sit down and do deep dive research and things on before I do interviews like this, but I wanted to go back and read Neil Gorsuch's decision on tribal rights in Oklahoma. And it seems like your state, as opposed to the other 49, does have this situation now where you are a sovereign state within the American federal system, but also a sovereign state separate from the United States with Indian treaties. And how do you as the governor now navigate the tribal relations?
Well, thanks for asking about that. And this is something I think that the audience, you guys are, it's just a fascinating situation that we find ourselves in. I tell people this is the biggest issue that's ever hit a state since maybe the Civil War. And I think after I explain it to you, you'll see why we're struggling with it so hard. Well, first off, I'm a Cherokee Indian, okay? I have my tribal card. Most Indians in Oklahoma, this is what people don't realize, they look like me. They look like my 6 kids. So all this money that's pouring in to quote unquote indigenous people is just silly. It's dumb. We don't need to do that anymore. And so I want to explain the difference between Oklahoma and a true reservation, okay? So the Navajo reservation is a true reservation. That's out in Arizona, and I've talked to Ducey, I've talked to their governor. Okay, so the Navajo reservation is land held in reserve for the tribes. All of it is common land, okay? And so yes, it's true that an Indian that lives on that reservation doesn't pay taxes to the state of Arizona. 100% true. But what's also true is the state of Arizona doesn't build roads or bridges or schools or hospitals on that reservation land. It's truly land set aside in reserve for that tribe. Okay, now back to Oklahoma. We became a state in 1907. And at statehood, we used to have reservations, but we disbanded those at statehood. We allotted out all of our land, 160 acres at a time. They did away with their court system. We became one state until 2020. And Gorsuch ruled in this McGirt situation, which McGirt is a bad guy. He was prosecuted by the state of Oklahoma. He raped a 4-year-old, was sentenced to prison. And then his defense attorneys came up with this idea that he shouldn't have been tried because he was an Indian on an Indian reservation. So Gorsuch said that now 42% of our state was at a reservation. So that means Tulsa, Oklahoma, with 1 million people, is a reservation. So what are the consequences? Well, now they're saying that they don't have to pay taxes to the state of Oklahoma. All right? So think about this. Kevin Stitt, a doctor, a lawyer, whatever, a businessman in Tulsa, Oklahoma, doesn't pay taxes to the state, but a single mom of another race has to. And our kids all go to the same high school. We drive on the same roads. We have the same benefits. They're arguing that the Tulsa Police Department doesn't have the authority to issue an Indian speeding tickets, speeding through Tulsa. I mean, it's just preposterous. It's created 2 systems of justice that I'm fighting just everywhere I turn around, and most people don't realize the consequences on the ground to our district attorneys, our prosecutors. They've lost the ability to protect and prosecute crimes when an Indian is involved in the crime. And so that's why I say it's such a huge issue that we have to deal with. And unfortunately, Congress has not had the appetite to do the magic words that Gorsuch mentioned in that deal. The McGirt decision that said that they need to disestablish the reservations in the state of Oklahoma. So that's basically a quick overview of what's happened in the state.
Honestly, I'm a fan of the justice, and I understand his reasoning. He was disagree with it, but it's kind of just, you've probably got the most complicated gubernatorial position in the whole country having to navigate it.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a Strobel case right now before the Supreme Court on taxes. Do they pay taxes? And remember, I say they. We're all Oklahomans. This is we all go to the same public schools, and so to say us versus them, it's never been that way in the state of Oklahoma. So hopefully we get this settled, and I think most Oklahomans agree with me that we need to have one set of rules regardless of your race. We can't have a situation where there's certain punishment for this crime, for this race, and then Indians have a different punishment. And again, when I say Indians, I say that in the fact that people need to understand Remember, Indians are me, my 6 kids with blonde hair and blue eyes. That's the way Native Americans are in the state of Oklahoma.
Now, when I was growing up as a kid, my dad worked for Conoco Oil, and I grew up understanding that there was the state called Oklahoma with this place called Ponca City, and that oil came out of the ground, much like Texas, but it was different. Energy is this massive issue for your state, and I got to imagine that, like, you feel at war with the federal government right now constantly because of their energy regulations.
Yeah, I mean, well, first off, I think most Americans, they understand that we have to have an affordable, reliable energy grid. I think it's a national security issue. I think energy independence is so important for not only the United States, but also our allies around the world. And Oklahoma's story is amazing. I mean, we're number 6 in oil production, number 5 in natural gas production. But what people don't realize, we're also number 3 in electricity generated by wind, okay? We have some of the cleanest water, cleanest air in the country. We're one of only 4 states that over 45% of our energy comes from renewables. So we have this all-of-the-above approach, and we just think it's unbelievable that the Biden-Harris administration is trying to tell us that you can't have this gas stove or you can't do LNG exports, which, by the way, hurts our European allies, it hurts Japan, it hurts all of our allies because they have to have reliable energy in their countries, and it just forces them to, our adversaries, really, quite frankly. And so we don't understand the war on just American companies and American energy and all of the above approach is kind of the way we say it in the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah. How is the border crisis and just this wave of illegal immigrants, how is it affecting Oklahoma?
You know, I mean, you've heard it said before that every state is a border state, and it's so true that what happens on the border in Texas, the drug trade, it's coming into Oklahoma. I mean, fentanyl deaths are up about 500% in the state since I took over as governor. But the Republican governors have been pushing back. We've been standing with Governor Abbott. We've sent letters to President Biden. We've all sent troops down to the southern border. And it's unbelievable to us how you can have an administration that refuses to have a strong border, right? It just doesn't make sense unless you think that you can turn those into voters and it's going to help you in your next election. That's the only possible rational explanation that the Democrats have in this situation. But I've been down there, and one policy change which would cost the American people nothing, and I've talked to the people on the border security, and they tell me it's simply the Trump policy of remain in Mexico, okay? That's all it is. We're going to make sure you stay in Mexico until your court date. And Biden canceled that day 1 in office. And so now they get a sheet of paper that says, come back in a couple years, come on in and enjoy all the services of the state of Oklahoma, or the citizens of the United States of America. And how stupid are we that we have all of these services, whether it's health care or housing, that's the benefit of the U.S. citizens, and it's a safety net for the less fortunate. We can't afford to do that and have open borders and have all these people coming in taking advantage of the taxpayers in the U.S.
Now, under the Democrats' logic, as I'm learning, sitting here talking to you, they can come to Oklahoma, identify as Native American, and I mean, they don't even have to pay taxes or do anything. It's remarkable, just identify as it. In addition to energy and border issues in Oklahoma, we have a mutual friend, and I know your pollster, and we were laughing before your last reelection that it kind of sailed under the national radar, but there were so many stories of just the Democrats had you, and you were going to be beaten, and there were Democratic polls that the media ran with, and it was just kind of the epitome of how the national media, like they do with Texas every year, that, oh my gosh, it's suddenly the state is going to flip. When we had Congressman Hearn here earlier, he mentioned that you can't find a Democrat in the state of Oklahoma, and yet there's always seems to be this massive news story about these states. And so I wanted to talk to you more about national politics, but as it applies to Oklahoma, just your experience in your race with you being a Republican governor in a state that it's not a swing state, and yet the national media wanted to savage you as a governor with a great record just because some Democratic polling firm could produce a crank poll and say, oh, we can get this guy.
I mean, you said it very well. I mean, nobody's believing these polls anymore. It's who's paying for them, what agenda are they trying to push? And so, yeah, they were showing a really tight race. I ended up winning by more than I did the first time, so won by 15 points. But it's really disappointing that our news media is kind of tries to push that narrative. And, you know, it's frustrating not only for Oklahomans, but I think Americans in general.
Now, on those issues, I mean, all politics is local. We can talk about the border, we can talk about the economy, we can talk about energy, but every day in Oklahoma, in addition to the tribal situation you're dealing with, what really is, if you wanted Americans to know, here really are the local issues for Oklahoma that you as governor have to deal with that may be unique to your state. What else do you have to deal with?
Well, as a businessman, I'd never been in office until I ran in 2018. I'd started a company with $1,000 in a computer and grown it and had over 1,000 employees and then just felt called to, I think Trump inspired me a little bit and I just felt called to go serve my state. And I tell people, I think that's what our founding fathers envisioned, is that you would be a successful teacher or rancher or business person and you'd leave that to go serve your state or your country and then you go back to the private sector. And when you do that, you literally can focus on the next generation and not the next election. Too many times politicians are always focused on, stepping up the ladder or what's the next thing for me or how. And I just think that's the wrong approach to take. And so I promised Oklahomans I was going to run Oklahoma like a business. And so that's been my approach. Oklahoma is the most business-friendly state in the country right now. I took over and we had no money in savings. We were having billion-dollar budget deficits. We were having teacher walkouts. And today, we've put more money in education than any other governor in my first 5 years than they did for 25 years before I got here. We're running an efficient government. I've cut taxes. I've cut income. I've cut the corporate. I've cut the individual. I've cut grocery tax, which was the most regressive tax that we had. Because government is not the answer, okay? I've been on the inside. And more government is not the answer. I love how Ronald Reagan said it. Most of the time, government is the problem. And that's why I believe in limited government. And so those are one of the big things we're doing. The other thing is when I talk to businesses, and I have an international strategy where I'm recruiting, I've met with probably 60 ambassadors, recruiting companies to come to Oklahoma. They love our energy. They love our affordable energy. We're leading the country in that. But more than anything, it's all about workforce, and so I want to touch real quick on education as well, because I think at the end of the day, whether you're Republican or Democrat, when we get elected to these positions like governor, I tell people that we really all want the same thing. We want the best education for our kids. We want the best infrastructure. We want the best roads and bridges, infrastructure, healthcare, and then the best economy. And so those are the things I always focus on. And when I think about education, this is something that I think most people would agree with me is, during COVID, it really exposed what was happening in education. And if any of you were governors and you had to talk to the single moms and single dads during that time period, and most of our schools were open, but we had a couple inner city schools that were closed. And I hammered them every day to open because the people would call me and they would say, Governor, what am I supposed to do? My first grader is not learning how to read on Zoom right now, and I have to go to work during the day, and it just would break your heart. And so we passed the best school choice plan, I think, in the country. Texas now is looking at our plan, trying to get it across the finish line. And I always tell people this, rich people already have school choice. They can put their kids in any school they want, and so we passed a refundable tax credit that every family now in Oklahoma has up to $7,500 to take their kid to any school that they want to. And I just think that's going to be a game changer.
Yes. Now, you mentioned the economy. It's a very dangerous thing for a governor to come to Georgia and try to claim to be like the best state for business. Because, I mean, have you seen the Kemp shotgun ads? This can be a dangerous man with these competitions.
Hey, I just talked to somebody that moved from Georgia to Oklahoma and their taxes went down. So I'm just telling you, okay?
Yep, these are fighting words around here. You settle it on the football field. How do you actually balance your relationships with other, because I know you've got the National Gubernatorial Association, but as these institutions go, I always seem like the bipartisan ones actually drift to the left, but you've also got the RGA. How do you balance your relationships with the other governors?
You know, it's very collegial, and we get along and share ideas with each other. Like when the border crisis, it's really, I feel like Congress is so dysfunctional that really the ideas are coming from the governors. And so we've come together on the LNG pause to send letters to President Biden to say, this is just unbelievable. How in the world can you harm our domestic companies and also hurt our allies that rely on our natural gas here in America? And we need you to reverse that. We stood with Abbott on border policies, and we got this national conversation going on. So school choice, we're helping our friends, and Kim Reynolds in Iowa got school choice done, and Ducey in Arizona was kind of a guy that I looked up to. Jeb Bush in Florida 20 years ago has been coaching me on some of the things they did in education. So it's really a time that we can learn from each other. And you know, the United States of America, we have 50 different laboratories of democracy. And as a business guy, I have my staff, we put together you know, my metrics, and I track everything. And I have a realistic look, where's Oklahoma compared to every other state? And then where do we need to be 25th? And where do we need to be to top 10? And I'll tell you one thing that when I took over, we were last place in incarceration rate. So in other words, we incarcerated more men and women than any other state. And I was like, well, this is stupid. Our people aren't worse than any other state. So I started looking at the policies and realized that we need to change some things. And now I've closed 4 prisons, 2 private prisons. I've saved hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayer. And we're number 2 in the lowest recidivism rate right now in the country. And so we're doing some things because I just try to look at those stats. And if Texas is doing something better than me, or Arizona, or California, well, California's not doing anything better than us, but actually, the state, we're top 10 in people moving to Oklahoma right now. Per capita, not per capita, but true numbers, we're top 10 right now. And the state we get most people from is California, if you can believe that. And I'll meet these people from California, and they'll come up to me at events, and Governor, can we get a picture? We just moved from California. I'm like, absolutely, but here's the deal. I had to wait 18 years to vote in the state of Oklahoma. I'm going to make you wait 18 years before you vote in the state of Oklahoma.
So, the reason I like having these conversations like this is inevitably you say something that then triggers something in my brain that if I had pre-scripted, I must ask these 5 questions I wouldn't get to. The recidivism rate in prisons, how much of that is mental health and what you deal with as a governor being mental health issues in your state population? You know,
there is definitely a portion of that is mental health, but some of the other things that I found is, you know, I ended up doing the largest commutation in U.S. history when I first came into office, so November of 2019. And I realized most politicians wait till the end of their term. I didn't realize I was supposed to do that because it's complicated. We'd passed some law that the people that I let out wouldn't be if they committed that drug crime today. It was very small, minor drug crimes that we let those folks out. But I realized they didn't have a driver's license when they get out. They didn't know how to get an education or a job. And so we passed the Sarah Stitt Act, which was my wife's idea, which, gentlemen, you get a lot of kudos from your wife when you pass a bill and you name it after your wife. That's great. But basically, some of those things we saw were just kind of stacked up on people. People were getting out of prison with $10,000, $20,000 worth of fines, fees, and court costs. And that was super hard for most people to get past, so I tried to reduce that. It wasn't restitution dollars either. It was the way that we were funding our court system. So I changed all those rules. There was a perverse incentive. In other words, our judges were paying for their retirement from fines, fees, and court costs. So I changed that. I was like, well, that's dumb. I go, let's have the legislature appropriate the money to the court system so they're not incentivized to get that money from fines, fees, and court costs. And then also just making sure that people can get jobs right when they get out. You know, and so those are kind of the things we're seeing. But we're number 2 in recidivism rate, so we're doing something right because the people aren't going back into prison. Right. And so we're going to keep moving up that ranking, which is normally not a Republican deal you talk about. But as a business guy, I look at all these metrics, and if my state is last place in something, just like in business, we're like, if they can do it, we can do it, right? We're number 5 right now in bridge conditions in the country. I look at hotels sold. I look at per capita income. We look at teacher pay. on a metric between other states. You have to play what market is. I love our teachers. I want to make sure that we support them. So that's kind of how I think about stuff. It's more from a business standpoint.
So you mentioned this, you mentioned hotels. I find it I really thought I was reading a fake news story, but it's true that someone wants to build the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere in Oklahoma City. That kind of blew my mind, that what sets Oklahoma City apart that someone would want to build the tallest building in
Oklahoma is where the puck is heading. I mean, this is just, everybody knows this, right? It's unbelievable. The quality of life, there's an arbitrage right now on labor cost, on cost of living. We're like 400% cheaper than they are in California. It's where manufacturing is coming to. My international strategy, when I talk to a European company that wants a U.S. presence, well, Oklahoma is the right spot to be located for distribution purposes, for cost of living, for energy reliability.
And let me interrupt you there, because just thinking on the map, you've got, I think it was Brian Kemp was mentioning earlier that Georgia's 2 days at most from the 48 states. You've got to be like a day in any direction logistically to be able to.
That's right. I mean, we're dead center right there in the middle of the U.S., so we're 1,000 nautical miles from anyone if you're pilots in the room. And then most people don't know this. We also have shipping all the way. The most inland port comes right outside of Tulsa. So we have shipping. All of the fertilizers will come up through the shipping, all to be distributed to Kansas, Oklahoma, Iowa, Nebraska. All the grain has come back through there. The pipeline capital of the world. So Cushing, Oklahoma, is the largest oil commercial reserve in the country. We've got 100 million barrels. Actually, West Texas crude, West Texas Intermediate, WTI, is priced not from West Texas, from Cushing, Oklahoma. When you get a barrel of oil to Cushing, Oklahoma, that's where the price is priced off of. For everybody in this audience, this is something I love explaining to people. There's 2 pipelines from Canada to Cushing, Oklahoma, okay? One of them is called the Keystone. The Keystone XL was going to be the 3rd pipeline. Did you know that? The Keystone XL was going to be the 3rd pipeline from Canada to Cushing, Oklahoma, that gets all political, and then Biden cancels it and all the stuff that goes on. We know the safest way to move oil and natural gas is by pipeline. But who are the lobbyists that get in and kill it? The trucking companies, maybe BNSF, the railroads, and all the people that think they're going to lose some of their revenue. So it always comes back to money on what's happening on these political issues.
So transitioning from business into statewide office, what's the biggest surprise to you from going from the private sector as a businessman into being the governor of Oklahoma?
You know, I mean, well, first off, as a lot of business people in the audience, and I had to bootstrap everything, and I started with $1,000 in a computer and grew my company. And as CEO, you get your team around you, and you make the right decision for the company, and you move forward. In politics, it's like being in business with the legislature, which is 150 of your craziest uncles, and it's just very, very odd. The other thing I explain to people is, think about this for a second. In business, let's say your business makes $1 million this year, okay? So in 2024, we make $1 million, and we sit around at the end of the year and we're planning for 2025. Nobody in business thinks to themselves, okay, well, how can we raise expenses $1 million, okay, and let's spend that whole $1 million we just made, raise all the base level expenses, so we go into 25 at 0. That's what government does every single year, okay? It's worse than that, because the federal side, they're spending, and I loved your panel before, because they're spending about $2 trillion over our revenue or over our income. Do y'all hear me on that? It's unsustainable on a national level. And so our interest-only cost is now $1 trillion, which is going to be more than we spend on the national debt. It is a cliff that we're facing. And I explain it to people this way. When I bought my first house, after I graduated from college, I spent $66,000, bought my first house at 8th and Harvard, right across from TU in Tulsa. And I remember making my mortgage payment, and my mortgage payment was $550, and only $49 went towards principal. And I was like, oh my gosh, only $49 went towards principal. But at least I knew in 30 years I was going to own my house. Well, we don't pay interest and principal on our national debt. This means we'll never pay it off. It's interest only. And we keep spending $2 trillion more every year that just keeps building up. We're already at 25% of our interest payments. And as soon as the bonds reprice, okay, and the finance guys know this, it's going to be about 45% of our income that we're spending on interest only. So those will start to reprice. And it's just, I think we need to have, and Republicans and Democrats both have to have an honest conversation and nationally about this.
Last question for you, transitioning again from private to public sector, being in the spotlight, how do you balance your family and the public and their transition also into a public light that maybe they didn't expect to have?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, I have 6 children, been married for 26 years, so our kids go from 23 down to 10. And my oldest was a senior in high school when I won. My youngest was 4. And so here was the difference. I tried to get my oldest daughter, I said, you ought to go to college in Oklahoma, look at Oklahoma State or OU. And she was like, Dad, I don't want anybody to know I'm the governor's daughter. I'm going out of state. I said, okay. So she ended up going to Baylor and graduate. She's in law school now. My next son, he was like, you're crazy, Natalie. I'm not going anywhere but OU or OSU. Dad's the governor. So that's the difference between the kids. But we had to move from Tulsa. All they knew was one school, and we were there and established. And I moved to Oklahoma City, and so it was a struggle. I had a couple that were teenagers, and then the younger ones are fine. But there's a couple that struggle with that transition a little bit. But I believe you have to keep your priorities right? You have to put God first, then your family, and then your job. And so I'm a father. I've got an important job to do, and just like all of us, but we can't get our priorities out of whack because I'm a father first, I'm a husband to my wife, and I'm going to be that long after I get through with governor. And I'm trying to leave my state top 10. I tell people my vision is Oklahoma to be a top 10 state and to be the best state for business. And I believe if we do that, everything else takes care of itself. Our education system, everything. I just set up business courts in Oklahoma, which I'd love to talk about. That's something that I think is really important.
So business courts so very much like Delaware has the chancery system?
Correct. I saw, Delaware's starting to stumble, but most businesses know that most of your Fortune 500 companies are domiciled, or they put their Delaware law, they incorporate in Delaware. Elon just pulled out of Delaware. You saw him starting to get involved with compensation. You saw what happened to President Trump's businesses. Right. They're attacking him in New York. And so I want businesses to know that Oklahoma is the most business-friendly state. So we set up chancery courts or business courts. So if a business is sued or the headquarters or the board members are sued, you're going to have business judges. I'm getting rid of the corporate income tax. So we're really just trying to be the most business-friendly state in the country.
Well, I plan on coming to see you, and now that I'm on in Tulsa and Oklahoma City, I've got an excuse to come out there because I've only made a pit stop in Oklahoma City to refuel in a plane one time, but now I've got an excuse, I got to come. So I also have heard that I can't get elected in Oklahoma because my name's not Kevin, and you apparently have to be named Kevin to get elected there between you and Kevin Hearn.
Funny.
So thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you making the trip out here, and I look forward to getting to Oklahoma.
My pleasure. Thank y'all so much.
That was fun. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. It's good. Anytime. Let me know. Come to the governor's mansion. Love to have you over.
I will do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, a lot of you probably have seen my next guest on TV, and he's run for Congress, and he is now in charge of a fantastic group for veterans called Veterans on Duty. Please welcome to the stage Jeremy Hunt. Oh. Hey, man. How are you? Thank you for doing this. You too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
So let's talk about Veterans on Duty and exactly what you guys do, because I love your mission and the focus of the organization.
Yeah, well, we are a group of veterans who care deeply about our national security policy, and we want to advocate for policies that keep America safe, strong, and free. Those are the three things that were really important for us. We're a policy advocacy organization, a 501c4, and it really started about 3 years ago in response to what we saw as a lot of the Biden-Harris administration's really just misguided priorities. I mean, it began from day one in the Biden-Harris administration. I don't know if you all recall, Secretary Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense, the first thing he does is do this military-wide stand down. And he says that the number one threat against the United States is not China, not Iran, not Russia. Oh, no. The number one threat against our military right now is white supremacy in the military. And he literally wasted just so many millions of man hours, paid over $114 million on these DEI policies, trying to root out white supremacy. And by the way, a report came out later that showed that exactly 0.005% of the military is somehow connected to any case of white supremacy. So it's a huge waste of time. But we came up out of that, and also just the military recruitment crisis, which I'm happy to talk about in a little bit. And those really kind of misguided priorities have translated into a lot of failed policies. I mean, we saw the really disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and the fall of Kabul. A lot of veterans who are part of Vets on Duty are Afghanistan veterans and fought there, and it was extremely painful to see. And of course, that resulted in 13 service members being killed in action. It did not have to be that way, and it's only gotten worse. And so we sprung into action. We started writing op-eds, engaging in news media, and really just advocating for policies that we think will make a significant difference, so we don't see just this domino effect that's been happening over the last several years, from the invasion of Ukraine to the banning our ally Israel. I mean, it's been a mess, and so that's what we're all about. And so I'm just proud to be a part of such an organization that cares about those things.
So you mentioned recruitment, but I got to imagine that morale between people who are active duty is suffering under what they're seeing with the policies of the administration, and not just morale, but you also see an administration that doesn't seem to want to invest in the military, even keeping up with the rate of inflation.
That's exactly right. And if you talk to anybody in the Biden-Harris administration, and I'm sure that in the Harris-Walz administration this will continue, they'll say, oh no, we've increased our defense spending. But if you look at it and you adjust for inflation, it's actually a cut, and we are not keeping up with China, which is the number one threat against the United States. They are investing. China has invested more in their conventional forces than any country since the end of World War II. That is more than Russia and the United States coming out of during the Cold War. I mean, they are investing at a clip that we are not keeping up. And so morale is low. And so we've talked to several folks who are still on active duty. Obviously, they can't speak up. And so we have to be their voice. Those of us who have served and are now veterans. And, we always say that we took off our uniform, but that didn't end our service to our country. And so we continue to advocate for those things.
Now, you've mentioned white supremacy. I was led to believe that one of the great national security threats actually is climate change, which is why we need battery-powered tanks.
Oh, that was included as well. Yeah. So by the end of 2027, the Department of Defense is trying to get to a zero-emission fleet, and which is a disaster. I mean, they came out with a 50-page climate change report, all about how we need to address this problem. But there was no such report about the military recruitment crisis and the readiness challenges that we're having right now. The military right now, or even just look at the Army. Right now, 10,000 soldiers short of where we're supposed to be. And just 2 years ago, in fiscal year 22, we were 15,000 soldiers short of our goal. And by the way, that is the amount of like an entire division. I mean, that's as if you go down to Fort Stewart, that 3rd Infantry Division, where I proudly had the honor of serving, that's like we're missing all of 3rd Infantry Division. I mean, it is a serious issue. And no such report on that, all right? And so this year they're saying that we're on pace to meet our goal, our recruitment goal, but if you pull back the onion a little bit, you'll notice that the only reason we're on pace to meet our goal is because they reduced the number for the goal, by 10,000. And so, I mean, they think we're not paying attention, but so those are the things that we're saying. Look, we got to pay attention to these issues because we are not prepared for the next big fight, and those are the things that we care about.
On recruitment, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding as well is one of the ways, in addition to lowering the number, is they've also lowered the standards for people to get into the military, and that causes aspects and fallout as well from maybe people who shouldn't necessarily go, but perhaps they've gone there to get out of going to jail or other issues, and that can also impact our readiness.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at they've tried to get creative now and are very reactive to the problem. They're trying now to get creative and finding ways to get more people in the military, some people who might not be the best fit. To be fair, we are in a place where a lot of young people just don't see the interest in serving. The military is increasingly becoming an institution filled with people who are coming from families who have served. And so most people who are serving in the military today, it's a small circle, which is not good, just the military-civilian divide. So we're seeing all sorts of instances where they are now reacting to the problem, whereas they could have been forward-leaning and realizing that, hey, we need to come up with a better pipeline to make sure that we aren't going to be in the once-in-a-generation recruitment crisis. And there are things you can do. I mean, I was in JROTC. I actually don't come from a family that served in the military. My grandfather did for a few years, but he passed away before I was even after I was born, but when I was very young. And so I didn't really have that necessarily military influence. It came from programs like JROTC, the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps in high school. There's lots of programs out there that can encourage service. But when you're in a position now where we're already 10,000 soldiers short, well, now it's too late to try to come up with something that's forward-leaning. And so those are the types of problems that we are continuing to see from an administration that clearly has been totally distracted. And then they're also shooting themselves in the foot because, it's interesting. The Army had a survey recently that said, we're trying to discover the main reason people don't join the military. The number 2 highest mentioned reason why people aren't joining the military is because of the perceived racism in the military. Well, why are they perceiving racism in the military? Maybe it's because the Secretary of Defense had this nationwide stand down of our military because of so-called white supremacy. I mean, so you just see this vicious cycle repeating itself, and it's been a disaster.
So I'm guessing what you're saying is doing recruiting ads with The Rock isn't maybe necessarily the strategy to actually get people to come into the military with this ad campaign that I've been reading about that did nothing. I mean, what are the policies that you think might actually work to not just boost recruitment, but actually refocus on the military? And I realize in saying this, a lot of it depends on who wins the election.
Absolutely. I mean, I think first and foremost is that, young high schoolers, this might sound a little crass, but I mean, young high schoolers who are thinking about joining the military or even in the college age, they are inspired. They want to go and kill bad guys. I mean, they want to feel they are serving their country, making a difference. Not sitting in hours long of mandated transgender training, which is what they're doing to them now. I mean, they don't want to go to war with pronouns, is what you're saying. Exactly. I mean, the mission of the military is to deter, fight, and win our nation's wars. And so if we can get the military recentered on that, then I think that a lot of other things will kind of fall into place. But we haven't been centered on that. And we can kind of talk about just the cascade effect of all the really kind of global embarrassments that the Biden-Harris administration has been just kind of showing off to the world all over just since they've been in office.
Yeah, let's talk about that because it starts, I think Mitch McConnell was raised that it's probably not a coincidence that Putin did what he did in Ukraine after seeing how Biden handled Afghanistan. Yeah. We have the spillover effect around the world. The Wall Street Journal does a story about how Venezuela wants to invade Guyana, and the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians are all there like, I didn't even realize Iran had a navy capable of getting around the world, and yet here they are south of us in Venezuela. There does seem to be not just cascading effects, but also cascading crises that come from those effects.
That's exactly right. When you project weakness, it invites chaos. And so we projected just an amazing amount of weakness at that botched withdrawal of Afghanistan, as I mentioned before. And then you saw Putin was already kind of looking and trying to see when he could, make a move. And then we have our President Biden gets up and says, a minor incursion is no big deal. I mean, so you're inviting these type of activities. And then if you look at just the emboldening of Iran, the Biden-Harris administration has been so obsessed with trying to stop escalation. We don't want the forces to things to get escalated in the Middle East. So they're doing everything they can. They are not enforcing sanctions against Iran, even though Iran has been, of course, supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and all these other kind of terrorist proxy organizations, and still, by the way, have 5 Americans held captive right now in Gaza. So they're still releasing, they have not enforced sanctions. They've released over $80 billion to Iran since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been in office. And so when you do that, it shows shows that we are more afraid of our enemies than our enemies should be afraid of us. We should not be more afraid of escalating with Iran. If we are the greatest nation on earth, Iran needs to be afraid of escalating with the United States. And so they've totally gotten it backwards. And I think that's why you've seen this continued attacks, even on our soldiers. We've lost, sadly, some soldiers even from here in the state of Georgia were killed in these attacks, and just all over. And so it didn't have to be this way. When you project strength, our enemies are held at bay. And that's what we need to return to the White House. Otherwise, it's only going to get worse. And thank you.
I want to say it was 6 years, maybe longer than that, within the last decade though, Democrats made a concerted effort to go out and find veterans to run as Democrats because Republicans had seemingly cornered the markets on running. And so there are a number of people who have served in uniform, who have gone to Congress as Democrats, but it doesn't seem like their positions necessarily are supportive of fixing the problems that they themselves have encountered. Then they just are towing the Biden-Harris line.
That's exactly right. I mean, we don't need, look, I think veterans are in a unique position to speak to their service. They serve their country. I think they have a serious voice, and I think that's very important. But when you have the Democrat Party going around just trying to find veterans to just parrot what they already want to hear, and just kind of towing the party line, it's not going to make things better in Washington. And so, we, as I said, we're C4, and so we run issue ads dealing with specific issues, but we have talked about certain incumbents in office who have not been doing their part to represent policies that best promote a safe, strong, and free America.
So, I'm glad you raised that because it is a great distinction between a C3, which can educate but not actually advocate specifically on these policy issues, and a C4, which can and actually be engaged more aggressively. So how are you guys engaging on the ground those issues?
Yeah, well, we can't officially endorse candidates or anything like that, but we do talk about, we've run ads in different states. We ran ads in Montana, we ran ads in Texas, we ran ads in D.C. We're actually going to have some coming out soon dealing with some of these issues. And we talk about is we're highlighting the policy failures because there are so many of them, you can kind of get lost in them. But we highlight the policy failures. We talk about the border. One thing that we don't talk a lot about when we talk about the border is that these illegal Chinese nationals have been just flooding the border. In 2021, there were about maybe 340 illegal Chinese nationals that we apprehended crossing the border. Just a few years later, we were on track to have 25,000 Chinese illegal nationals just this year alone crossing our border. And that, of course, doesn't include the gotaways. So stuff like that we're highlighting because there is just, the mainstream media is not going to report it. I'm thankful for you and for the stand you make and finally telling the truth. It's huge. And so we try to amplify issues that Americans need to hear about, especially during an election year.
Okay, and you'll have to forgive me, but I want to go off on a tangent with you because you just mentioned that. A month and a half ago, former deputy director of the CIA and the former head of Central Command write an op-ed in Foreign Affairs saying, we probably have bad people here. When you have 25 to 30,000 young Chinese military-age males who have come into this country across the Mexico border, last I checked, there's a big ocean between us and China, and they're going to Mexico and walking up. You have people from Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Mauritania. It seems like there is a crisis unfolding here that local law enforcement and the military will ultimately have to deal with. And when you have he's not a partisan guy, the former deputy director of the CIA and the former head of the Central Command. It seems like this is an obvious issue that needs to be dealt with that no one in Washington on the Democratic side really cares to deal with.
That's exactly right. They have been just trying to raise awareness and sound the alarm saying we have a serious issue here in the United States. They believe that a threat is imminent. It was funny, I was an intel officer in the Army, and so many times people will kind of say, oh, so do you know some secrets? What do you know? And you can't tell me anything, you probably have to kill me. I'm like, there are really no secret. no secrets that are interesting, that could be more interesting than what's open source information right now, the fact that there is an imminent threat against the United States from within, and not to mention the fact all the threats from abroad. I mean, you don't even need to get into the secrets to see just how dangerous of a time we're living in right now. And again, it did not have to be this way. This was a policy decision from the Biden-Harris administration. And if you look at just some of the policy standpoints, I do believe that Kamala Harris wants to take an even worse turn. She's even worse on Israel than Biden is. And so I think that we're going to see things get even worse if we see Harris-Walz in the White House.
Yeah, I just got to say, and I made this point on radio, I don't think it's a coincidence that Netanyahu meets with Kamala Harris 3 weeks ago in private and goes back to Israel and begins like killing every bad guy as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
That probably whatever she said to him is like, I better deal with this problem as quickly as possible in case she gets elected.
Yeah, and thank God he did. I
Yes.
think it's, I mean, I think it shows that even here in the United States, I mean, we could have done that too. The difference is will. The Israelis have a will to fight and to defeat this. They are not backing down. We have the capability, we have the intel, we have all the ability to do the same thing to keep our enemies at bay, but we choose not to. And that is really just the danger of the time that we're living in, because I do think there is just kind of a spirit of complacency that's just kind of started to arise. A lot of people just think that we're fine. I think 9/11 was just so long ago to a lot of people that that certainly nothing that serious could happen again. But we live in times right now where there truly is chaos all around the globe, and we have a president who has emboldened our enemies and has made it clear that if you want to attack American troops, there will not be hell to pay. There'll just be, some very we'll kind of just slap your wrist a little bit. We'll send you a strongly worded letter. I mean, even the Houthis who've been attacking.
I was literally just about to ask you about this.
Read your mind.
Don't, and yet, I mean, they're firing on like aircraft carriers, and Biden's like, don't do that again.
Yes, I mean, one of the first things he did in office was take the Houthis, delist the Houthis out of the terrorist or designation list. I mean, that's crazy. And then all of a sudden they start attacking us, and you wonder why this is happening. I mean, it's wild. And even if you look at the Biden-Harris administration, their ties to Iran, it is very frightening. I mean, you talked about this. I mean, you have Rob Malley, who was the architect of the Iran nuclear deal, the failed Iran nuclear deal. All of a sudden, without explanation, gets suspended, gets a security clearance suspended, and then this report comes out that Iran has had this kind of influence campaign that's infiltrated the top levels of the Biden-Harris administration, and people sending emails back to Iran saying, "Oh, our supreme leader, we love." I mean, it's crazy. And so after that, and then we have on 9/11, on the anniversary, the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, you have Joe Biden announced that he's releasing $6 billion in these unfrozen assets to Iran. And then, of course, a few weeks after that, what happens? We had October 7th, funded by Iran, in Hamas, where they killed 1,200 innocents killed and over 100 innocent people taken hostage, including several Americans. And so it is not hard to see the lines and how all this connects. I have some friends that I grew up with that are into conspiracy theories and stuff, and I was just and I'm like, you don't need a conspiracy theory. Just like read the news. Look at what's going on right now in our country.
Yes, you say that, and it is the least reported story. Semaphore broke the news, and no one wanted to cover that. You have people who are sympathizers of Iran, to the chief of staff, to what the secretary of the Navy or Assistant Secretary of Defense, one of them, that's still on the job, that is tied through leaks to Iran. It's insane to me that we've got this level of infiltration.
Yeah, and it's amazing just when you have the media in your pocket, and the mainstream media is just not going to tell Americans what's really going on. You see this kind of stuff happen, and it seems like the Biden-Harris administration just kind of gets away with it. But that's why the onus is on us to call it out. And so that's why we do a lot of advocacy. We're constantly writing about it, talking about it. I'm not afraid to go into media that is not sympathetic to what I believe, and I'm willing to advocate and to present our view because I stand on truth. Right? It's really easy to speak truth, to speak what you believe when you know you're standing on truth. And I think now more than ever is a time for Americans who care about these issues, who want a safer America and want their kids to grow up in a safer America. Now is the time to speak up.
So I got to ask you a question, but before we wind this up, just you and your passion for this. I mean, I know you mentioned your service, but you've had this ride through politics and being on TV, and now you're here with an advocacy group advocating for veterans. Why spend your time on this as opposed to anything else?
Yeah, well, I mean, it started when just growing up, you know, my dad's a pastor, my parents have been involved in ministry all my life, and they told me that the number one thing, you serve God and you serve your country. And that was just embedded in me. And as I mentioned, I joined JROTC and decided I wanted to serve my country, and had the honor of going to West Point and graduated from there and served as an officer, an intel officer in the Army. And even after I decided to transition out of the Army and head to law school, I knew that I wanted to continue making impact because I cared. And I'm still in touch with a lot of folks who are still in the military. I'm probably on the younger end than some folks who are even in our organization. And so I have a lot of friends who are still in. I graduated from West Point in 2015, and then I finished my service in 2020. So it's not that long ago for me, and I'm hearing these reports of some of the things that they're being mandated to these training sessions they're having to do, all the kind of misguided priorities. So I can't afford to sit back. I care about my country. I have my wife and I, who's here with me, my wife Kai, and we have a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I want them to grow up in an America that is free. I want them to grow up in America where they don't have to be worried about the next attack or what's going to happen to them. And so that's what inspires me to speak up, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. So thank you.
On a practical aspect, I mean, obviously, the ideal situation is for Republicans to win the House, the Senate, and take back the White House. If that doesn't transpire, maybe we hold Congress, maybe we hold the Senate. I mean, what policy position should Americans be thinking about that they can just push Congress to pursue even if we don't control the White House?
Yeah, I think it's one, invest in our military, and two, one thing I've noticed is this kind of rise of this belief that we can just retreat from the world, push our head in the sand here in the United States and just kind of pretend that everything will be okay. That Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, this kind of new axis of evil that's been forming, really forming in opposition to us in our interests, that somehow they are not going to continue advancing and trying to attack us. And that is silly. I really do believe that these people, the axis of evil, they want to defeat the United States and defeat the American way of life. I happen to believe that in American exceptionalism, I believe that we live in the greatest country on earth. There's no way that they will succeed if we have the will to fight and to do what it takes. But we can surrender our leadership on the global stage and surrender to China and have them write the rules on the future and have them write the rules on AI and all these kind of new technologies that are coming out. And we could allow China and Russia to do that, or we could step up. And I think that there's a lot of this kind of attitude of surrender. I would even put this whole isolationist attitude, I think, is a form of surrender. And I believe that we have to be able to understand that a strong America is the only way that we have a safe America, and a strong military is the way to do that. And so, in 2 years' time, in 2026, our nation will celebrate our 250th birthday. And I think there's going to be a lot of kind of a big battle over what story do we tell about America. And I happen to believe in the story that we live in the greatest country on earth and in the greatest civilization that the world has known. But there's another story that is that America has been a force for evil around the globe, and that our so-called meddling around the globe has led to all this chaos, and that we are the problem. And that's the story that our enemies tell. That's the story that you can hear if you go to Iran, North Korea, Russia, China. That's the story that many people on the left are telling. That's the story that even Iran funding protests on American universities. That's the story they want promoted on the left. And sadly, we're starting to hear some of that on the right. Some commentators, some folks, I don't know if it's just want to get clicks or what, are saying this absolutely, really making absurd statements about our country. And if that's the story we're going to tell, the future will not be very bright. And so we need to make sure that we have folks who are willing to tell the truth, people like you who are really telling the truth, standing on principle that you believe. And I think I speak for a lot of listeners here who would just thank you for standing on principle. You've weathered the storm through the years, ironclad, and I appreciate that because it's inspiring for the next generation.
Thank you. When I hear you talk, I'm hearing Senator McConnell's conversation echo in my ear that we spent 36% of GDP in World War II and had a lot of people die. We spend 2 or 3% now, and we think that's too much, that it's actually will cost us a whole lot less to avoid war by being strong.
Yeah.
And it just that, I guess that's a message that we need to keep pointing out.
That's exactly right. I mean, right now is the time to make those decisions, to really focus on what we need to do to make sure we got to improve our acquisitions process. I mean, there's so many things we need to do to make sure we're in a better place. But investing in our military, making sure that our soldiers are protected and that they are safe. You know, I mean, look at even just the disaster, the Biden Pier project. It literally was breaking apart in the ocean. He was like, "Oh, we're going to deliver all this aid," and it was a total failure. Wasted $200 million. I mean, stuff like that, putting American soldiers in harm's way. We can't have more of that. We've got to make sure we have a defense policy that makes sense, that works, and it tells the story of America. And so we are around the country asking veterans, and even people who, even if you're not a veteran, but you know other veterans and people who care about these issues, join us. You can go to vetsonduty.org and sign up with us. We'd love to hear your story. And again, even if you're not a veteran, but you care about these issues, join us too. Because we want to, now is the time to speak up. We can't wait until it's too late. We have to speak up right now, and that's something that's near and dear to our hearts. And so we're just getting started.
So before I round up, those of you can't see it, but I've got this Cue the Veterans on Duty video. And I know I do want to introduce this video. Jeremy, again, thank you very much for coming, and let's roll the tape. Uh-oh. And of course, we would have technical difficulty here. We're going to reboot this. We got Jeremy and we've got Ronald Reagan speaking. We gotta get the audio here. Sorry about that.
No worries. You can check it out.
Well, let's see. Dan. 30 seconds. All right, good. Because we still got time on the clock here. So. Okay, we got the Ronald Reagan clip in the video here, which we'll get to. So Reagan was peace through strength.
That's right.
We have had historically this isolationist tendency that crops up in the country, and it oftentimes does come from the right. And so we've kind of talked about that, and I know I've seen some of the submitted questions here, even for some of the people tomorrow, and some questions I couldn't get to with Mitch McConnell on this, that I do have this concern about people on the right talking ourselves out of winning.
That's exactly right. I mean, I think that a lot of it is just a failure to really pay attention to what's going on and saying that, like, well, actually, we've tried isolationism before World War II. It did not work. We tried it before World War I. Did not work. I mean, it has failed at every turn. And you talked about this a lot. I mean, when we look at history and we've tried things and it continues to fail, well, that's why we're conservative. We look to what works. And so, I hope that people will kind of wake up to that issue and start to see it. But even more than that, one concern that I have is that even on the right, a lot of people can't have an actual conversation and discussion about it. Like, let's actually go through the policy. Let's talk about the kind of pros and cons and talk about it. But instead, people are just so quick to just rhino, neocon, or whatever, just all these ridiculous labels. It's unhelpful. We have to figure out how to disagree better in this country, and we don't do that well. But things are not going to get better until we figure that out.
Now, I'll say, roll the tape.
America's story is one forged through service and sacrifice. The courage to serve and the strength to fight. And the willingness to stand against those who threaten us around the world. At Veterans on Duty, that's what we believe. And that's what we've come together to defend. This devotion to duty, to America, is embedded in our ethos. It stays with us as we leave the military and transition to civilian life, and so it remains our mission to protect and fight for our freedoms wherever they are threatened. But not everyone sees it this way. Recently, America's credibility has been undermined and outright questioned. We have been reduced to a mere shadow of our former self. We are weaker and less respected. And our adversaries are more emboldened today than ever before. At home, our fellow citizens feel more shame than pride in their country. Veterans who wore the flag on their shoulders are watching in disbelief, because we know that peace and stability in the world requires a strong America, an engaged America, an America whose military is prepared, equipped, focused, and lethal. Only then will America remain safe, strong, and free. The voice of veterans on issues of national security and defense are needed now more than ever. And it's the mission of Veterans on Duty to make sure that those voices are heard. Because we know the stakes. And our service didn't end when we took off our uniform. The fight continues and is too important to ignore. We must stand up to all those who seek to undermine American strength at home and abroad. We are Veterans on Duty. Join us.
Jeremy, thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I gotta thank all of you for hanging out with me today, because I know it's a long day. Tomorrow is a little bit shorter. We packed so much in today. My voice is largely shot for the day. I know some of you, by the way, have books to sign, and I intend to do that with you tomorrow. I've got another meeting I have to go to as we try to corral everybody and line stuff up for tomorrow. But I want to thank y'all for coming, and I really do want to thank, Brian Kemp and Ron DeSantis and Kevin Stitt, Kevin Hearn, and Mike Pence and Mitch McConnell and everybody we had today. I am deeply humbled that those guys would want to come to Atlanta and sit on a stage with me and talk to you and have this conversation. It's just, I was telling someone earlier today that even going back to when I was at Red State, it wasn't the largest, but it had enough influence because we were willing to have the honest and credible conversations and not just be the shrill rah-rah, but actually dive into some substance. And so thank you for participating in the conversations, and I hope I did justice and will again tomorrow. So many of you submitted questions that I tried very diligently to weave into the conversations today, including trying to better understand SEC football rules of bringing in others. So that was a question from a listener. But I hope you have a great evening. Tomorrow, we've got another great lineup, and we will start with former Senator Kelly Loeffler. We will have as well some great conversations. Ryan Walters, who is we didn't intend to be super Oklahoma specific, but if y'all know who Ryan Walters is, he's the school board superintendent in Oklahoma, who is awesome, who is making teachers unions around the country so angry as he champions school choice reform in Oklahoma and Bible curriculum and charter school curriculum in Oklahoma. He's a great guy, super dynamic. We'll also have Cole Musio from Frontline Policy here in Georgia. It's one of the leading social conservative groups in the country. Senator Rick Scott from Florida, who's actually looking to try to become the Senate Republican leader of the Senate. And of course, we have several people already today mention my dear friend Chip Roy from Texas, who will, I'm sure, continue to come on stage and insult me on behalf of my wife and say the things to me that he wants me to know, that my wife wants me to know, that my wife won't actually say, so Chip gets the insults to throw my way from her. And Chris Wilson, who was actually Governor Stitt's pollster and has polled for Ted Cruz and so many more. So thank you for coming. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I promise I will spend a lot of time with you guys tomorrow and sign books. Right now, have a great night, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.